Okay. Hi, everybody. I want to welcome you to the 7th International Summit on the Future of Health Privacy. And I want to start by thanking you so much. This is the 7th summit. Can you believe that? For all these years now, we've been coming together and trying to look at the most important issues in health and in technology, the intersection. And so we couldn't do this without your support, without the word of mouth that you spread about the quality and the content that our fabulous speakers donate to us every year. And this year, again, I think every time I come to this podium for a summit, I am amazed at the help and the cooperation of all of these amazing, amazing people working in this complicated area. You know, their willingness to come and help. And even this year, we have, I think probably, each year it's better and better. I think this year is the best yet. And it's kind of scary because how can things keep getting better? But they get better because of you and your support. And I want to particularly point out our sponsors, Microsoft, Fair Warning, Quintiles IMS, DIN, the Delaware Health Information Network, DigiMe, and Ananos. These are brave companies, right? These are brave companies because they believe not everything that advocates believe, but they all support the importance of actually looking at all sides of the issue. So what we try to do, and I think you know this, is we try to have privacy experts from industry, top government officials, and we're thrilled. I think you know tomorrow we have the first public, as far as we know, public speech by the Assistant Secretary for Health Information Technology Reform, Dr. Fleming, who's formerly a representative from the state of Louisiana, and he was a family doctor. So we have, but the point I was trying to make about our industry supporters is this is so different than any type of health technology conference where, you know, the back page is covered with hundreds of donors. And so the people that support us from industry are very special because they believe that these discussions need to be held, and we're very grateful to you for supporting us in that way. It's very important to us. We couldn't do this without you. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the title of our summit this year. Is health privacy a human right? I'm going to talk a little bit about my own journey in that route, and you will see that I only came to human rights late. And one of the things that's going to be so exciting today is the experts that we really have coming here to talk to you about human rights. Anna is, oh, there you are. I'm sorry. We're going to have a few words of welcome from Georgetown Law Center and the O'Neill Institute, on behalf of O'Neill Institute for National and Global Health Law, who are our gracious hosts. And everyone talks about what a lovely setup this is here, this particular space. It's so convenient. It's everyone, you know, it's intimate, but everyone can see. It's an auditorium style for those of you who are watching but not here. Auditorium style, I mean, what do you call it? Amphitheater style auditorium. So it's kind of creates an intimacy between the speakers and the audience. And so we hope you will all have lots of questions. We hope you will enjoy, in particular, the great, incredible speakers that we have for you starting this morning on the new European General Data Protection Regulations. So that's going to be very, very special. And we also have a German scholar and researcher that has, I think, probably the most comprehensive background in research, and has been the principal investigator in 22 European research projects and 25 national research projects. I mean, his track record is amazing, and he's a director at it's L3S. Yes, it's a European organization of researchers on essentially making the web the kind of place we need it to be. So we are just so deeply honored that they are going to share with us today. And why don't, would you like to come up and say a few words on behalf of this institution that we're so grateful for hosting us all these years? Anna, please introduce yourself.
Yes, of course. It's actually our pleasure to have you here and to have been able to host this conference for 7 years, as you said. So I'm here basically to represent the O'Neill Institute for National Global Health Law, an academic institute within Georgetown Law. And I am the director of the Global Health Law LLM program. And for those who don't know what an LLM is, it's a Master's of Laws. And the LLM program itself is a very important part of the mission of the O'Neill Institute. And the whole mission of it is, how do we, as lawyers, highlight the role of law, the role of lawyers in the public health space, whether you're talking about at the domestic level or the global level. So that is what our work does, and this is certainly a part of that. And what we like to do as the O'Neill Institute, situated within Georgetown Law, is to really bring together different perspectives, people from different sectors, in order to advance these debates that need to happen. And that's why we are so proud to be able to host this conference. And we do wish that as you're here today, and any future conferences that you attend, and hopefully many years, that you really take advantage of everyone who's around you, that you really learn from the experts that come to talk at this conference and really share with you all the experience that they have to offer, essentially. And I think this is a way to just broaden the network and really highlight what we can do around the issue of privacy as a human right. So welcome on behalf of the O'Neill Institute, and enjoy.
Actually, could you hand me that little pad of paper? Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. So if you'll bear with me a little bit, I'm going to inflict myself on you for a few minutes. This year, so much has changed on our planet, and human rights are really at the fore, not just in healthcare, in so many ways. So many people's lives are at stake. Do you have a right to live? I think that maybe takes precedence over a right to privacy, a right to life, but certainly human rights are very, very important. And it's been kind of a journey for me. And so I'm looking very much forward. Today, we have many experts that are speaking, and many of you in the audience are experts, in fact, on human rights. And so we're going to hear a lot about that. Americans are familiar with civil rights, with, our education system is kind of lacking. I don't think most people haven't had any formal education in human rights. And so when we started this organization, I never thought that this was an area of human rights. It started for me really with medicine and with Hippocrates and the Hippocratic Oath. And so the connection between ethics and human rights, I think you're going to hear a lot about that today. That'll be very important for me to learn, and I hope for you too. It'll be fascinating, I think. But I've been, many of you know this, I've been a physician for, over 40 years. I was very fortunate to get into medical school. At the time, it was affordable in the paper age. Education wasn't big business either. Tuition for medical school was, I forget if it was $482 a semester or a year. But, you know, almost any family could cobble that together. You could, you know, kind of work for that money yourself over the summer. So lots of things have changed. Some of them for the better, some not. But I wanted to start with really the Hippocratic Oath and remind you of what it's about. It's a pledge to help train other physicians, train a duty to train other physicians. It's not about physicians' rights, it's about physicians' duties, to train other people, to teach other people, to keep patients from harm and injustice. That's the translation from the Greek, injustice. And we're to provide for the benefit of the sick. Patient first. That's if you want to boil down the AMA Code of Medical Ethics, it's patient first, you second. We have to do our very best for each patient. It's a very personal duty, and it's founded on trust. And the trust comes because the part that you all know about, the pledge that whatever we hear, inside treatment or outside treatment, inside or outside, I only emphasize that because now, as we know, health information and everything about your mind and body is outside of healthcare in very powerful ways too, and our pledge is to keep it to ourselves. Why is that? I mean, to me, it's about trust. And some of you may have heard me joke before. You know, really, I ended up sort of moving into this because I saw what happened to HIPAA in 2003. Our rights of consent were taken away. The data holders essentially got regulatory permission, that's the phrase, to use and disclose your protected health information for treatment, payment, and healthcare operations. It essentially legalized the control, the sharing, the selling of our data to many entities that we still don't know about. I'll put in one little plug here for something that didn't happen. One of the things that our bipartisan coalition for patient privacy got into the stimulus bill in 2009 was a right to an accounting of disclosures of everything from hospital electronic health records, accounting for disclosures. That was a compromise with Congress. They would not define the word privacy in healthcare, and they would not restore the right of consent. So we were supposed to get, what is an accounting for disclosures about? It's transparency and accountability, right? I think it's 9 years, am I doing my math right? Is it 8 or 9 years? How many years has it been since high-tech was passed and okay, thank you. I'm nervous, I can't count. So it's 8 years, we still have no accountability or transparency. Zero. And I know that that's part of why you all are here to hear more about the data map from LaTanya Sweeney tomorrow and from her fabulous team of students here today, because that's a question she'd asked, and it's a foundational question for every nation. No nation has a map of where all our personal data flows. Even the Europeans, I would say, don't know everywhere that it goes. So we have to consider what effects this lack of privacy has. You know, physicians cannot keep your information private. And so that's why I started this organization. I couldn't get organized medicine to do it. I couldn't get the psychiatrist to do it. I couldn't get the psychoanalyst to do it. And so finally I thought, well, who cares about this anyway? And I believe that you all care. I believe that everyone cares about it. And so all the polls have shown that that's true. About 95% of the public thinks they should control their health information. And so we jumped off a cliff and started this organization. One of the things I want to point out to you today in my welcome in the program is I did something you're not supposed to do. I listed some actual articles that I think are relevant to this. So for example, did you all see The Economist? The world's most valuable resource is no longer oil but data. It had that sort of beautiful picture of the ocean with oil rigs, and the oil rigs were named. Can you guess what the names were? Anybody?
Amazon.
One? Yes.
Facebook.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. And so it was, it's really hard to think of how do you picture what's going on, and I thought that was pretty clever. So these are some pretty interesting stories, but there is a coming together from across many places of the realization that we're in a kind of a state of surveillance capitalism, using surveillance, capturing information is the critical business model of the major internet companies right now, and we have to look at that. So speaking of having to look at that, did anybody notice that Mark Zuckerberg gave a commencement talk at Harvard this year? Okay, so you can guess which part I scanned it for. What on earth, if anything, did he say about health? And here it is. We need to, he had thoughts about what we need to do now is we need to cure all diseases. And we have to do that by voluntarily, and he did say asking people to volunteer to track their health data and share their genomes. And so he moved on to say, today we spend 50 times more treating people who are sick than finding cures so people don't get sick in the first place. That makes no sense. Well, I had a lot of trouble with that as a physician. I mean, first of all, maybe it's because of my age. Does anyone actually think that we're going to be cured and not have diseases and not die? I mean, being sick is part of life. It's part of life. So we're going to cure all diseases. Is that naive, or is it denial, or is it that he's just young and imagines he can do anything, and there's some kind of utopia with no disease? I think the geneticists would tell us that that's pretty hopeless. So I guess what I want to leave you with is I think the key reason that we're moving from ethics and Hippocrates to human rights and the human right to privacy is today we actually have no trust among the public in the U.S. of health technology. So there was a poll January 3rd, and fully 89% of the public withheld. It was a poll of 12,090 people, adults, and their ideas and attitudes toward health technology and electronic health records. And 89% of people withheld data, withheld important information from the people that they're hoping will be able to help them. That's crazy. I'll get to say that because I'm a shrink. That's crazy. Okay, so in 2005, the California Healthcare Foundation did a similar study, like, are any of you withholding information, not getting tests, doing things? You know what the percentage was in 2005? It was 1 in 8 or 13%. So we now have this ironic situation where the technology is actually interfering with treatment. Interfering, because if you withhold something, that might mean you're putting your health and even your life at risk. This is action. These aren't just polls. These are actions people are taking. And so the purpose of this summit is to think about trust, think about the technology solutions that will allow privacy and enable the kind of research that we really want to transform the world. So that's enough. I know it's kind of a personal story, but I come from everything as a physician, and now it seems that we all have to come together as human rights advocates. So let's begin here with, oh, that's fine. Thank you for your kindness and for putting up with me. I am thrilled and very, very honored that one of my heroes in the world is going to speak to us in a few moments from Paris. I hope I didn't butcher that. I wish I knew more French, Madame, but I'll try a little bit. So you may know her.
Heroes in the world is going to speak to us.
I'm sorry? Are you? Oh, it was feedback? It stopped. Oh, are we okay? We're okay? Okay, I didn't know what happened. Anyway, in your program, you have you can read about her and her incredible accomplishments. She is. You should know. You're about to hear about the most important privacy regulations that have ever been created, and it was a long and difficult process of collaboration in Europe, and she was the leader of the Article 29 Working Party that shepherded and led these regulations to their conclusions. And it's simply an unbelievably important job, and she did this very, very well. And she was reelected by her peers. She is probably, I would say now, in terms of privacy and human rights, pretty much the head of the lead. She's the leading regulator, and Europe is the leading regulators in the world for privacy. And so I would ask you to welcome Isabelle Falk-Pelletan to this assemblage. And how do we do that now? Okay. I'm going to get out of her way because she has much more to say than me. So. We do that now? Okay. Good morning. How do we get the volume? I'm going to get her way. 1 second. Because she has much more to say than. Can you hear me?
Is it okay?
Perfect.
Okay.
Oh.
Good morning. How do we get the volume? I'm going to get the way.
1 second. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can we type it in somehow?
Is it okay?
Okay. Good morning. How do we get the volume?
Okay.
Well, but can you hear me? Obviously, yes, I can hear you, but there is a problem of sound because when I'm speaking, you hear the voice like 2 or 3 seconds after.
That's okay.
Yes, I can hear you, but there is a problem. You hear the voice like 2 or 3 seconds after.
Let someone explain this to her. How is this going to work?
Okay.
Okay, do you want me to start?
How do we type it in? Yes, yes. Send it.
Please mute your stream. Okay. Is that okay?
Yes.
Is it okay now? Good morning, everyone. Can you just confirm that you are hearing me? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Sorry for this complex organization, but it was not possible for me to be with you in person this afternoon. But I'm really thrilled to be with such a distinguished audience. And thank you for Deborah, what she said and the way she organized the possibility of this online speech. So I've been asked to say a few words on the GDPR and to explain how the GDPR tries to answer to the questions that Deborah has raised in her introductory speech. Let me start by a very simple remark. It's true that in the last 5 years, privacy has become a subject of key interest for all the players, not only as a legal and technical issue, but also as a strategic one. And in all the countries of the world, because of the rising concerns on cybersecurity, because of the new social expectations related to the Snowden revelation, privacy protection is high on all the agendas from business representative, legislators, etc. And so it has now to be taken very seriously for the sake of the future of the digital world. So I really thank you to have this meeting today, because I believe that we all are on the same line, taking this privacy protection as a key and strategic subject. So the European GDPR belongs clearly to this new era, to this new momentum on data protection, and I'm glad to explain how. And what I would like to share with you today is that the GDPR is not only a set of legal and technical norms, it also wants to convey a coherent vision of the future of the digital world, and it is clearly the European contribution to solving problems that Deborah has mentioned and that we all facing, and that we clearly have to solve together. And you know that I'm speaking also as chair of the Working Party 29, so I will, and the Working Party 29 is the group of the 28 national European data protection authorities. So I will tell you a few things on what we're doing to implement this GDPR. To get started, I want to share with you an idea that might surprise you, but I really believe it's true. It's I believe that when it comes to privacy, and if we take a little bit one step back, Europe and the United States have very much in common. In fact, the United States have a long and maybe earlier than Europe tradition of thinking privacy within a humanist perspective. And there is no point for me not to mention in your event the role of Louis Brandeis at the late 90s. But this humanist American approach is at its peak in the 1960s, when the Supreme Court creates a constitutional right to privacy. And at this time, privacy and anonymity are then viewed as an essential ingredient necessary for human beings to thrive. So when we consider America and Europe within large historical scope, it's clear that their interest for privacy has put in the two countries being rooted in a common urge to foster individual freedom. Actually, it's only in the last 2 or 3 decades that European and American ways to deal with privacy have, I would say, moved apart. In the 1970s in Europe, it was chosen to react to the boom of computing by strengthening the protection of privacy, and it was decided to turn data protection into a fundamental right. What does it mean for us? It means that considering that as our lives have gone digital, data protection is not simply a right among others related to some aspects, specific aspects of our lives, but a right related to the very nature of the human being, related somehow to the human dignity. As such, we considered data protection as the basis of other rights, such as the freedom of speech or the right to circulate. In fact, we could consider that it is a primary right related to the deep infrastructure of our modern lives and beings. This approach have, I would say, rather differentiated Europe from the American way of considering privacy, in which it is more a consumer right and in which personal data is more a commodity. On the other hand, if we reflect on the opposition between the US and Europe, there is no doubt in my mind that the American approach has often proved to be much more effective and pragmatic than the European one. And sometimes in Europe, we were very keen, I would say, on the principles, but not really in the operational effects of these principles. So in this respect, the GDPR coming into force in May 2018 is a new step based on the willingness to restate Europe's principles while equipping them with more effective tools. With it, Europe wants to step back into the data world by providing the actors with a robust and innovative regulatory framework. The overall logic of the GDPR rests on the acknowledgement that data, and it was said before, is at the heart of modern life, business, administration, public, private life, the measure and currency of almost everything. Therefore, in such an environment, data must not only be protected, it must also be able to circulate as smoothly as possible. This is why the GDPR deeply redesigns the relationship between the regulator and the stakeholders and the way the data use has to be framed. This relationship used to be centered on the notification obligation for controllers. This notification obligation will be largely lifted up by the GDPR. And on the contrary, the new legislation wants to set up a dynamic and continued relationship that integrates all the life cycle of the data within the company. It will rest on the notions of accountability, compliance, and privacy by design. And I hope the description that Deborah Peel just made on, for instance, accountability, I hope we're not going to repeat this type of weakness. So more accountability imposed on the company, more transparency, and the obligation also to appoint a data protection officer in charge of the data governance within the public or private body, and a stronger enforcement of the rules, with the possibility for DPAs to fine companies which do not comply up to 4% of the annual turnover. So it's a very heavy level of sanction that is going to be possible within Europe from May next year. All these new obligations, in fact, will lead to a new active role for DPAs towards the controller. In fact, the GDPR wants to set up a permanent regulatory conversation between data controllers and regulators. At the heart of this continuing process, there will be a series of new tools for regulators, such as privacy impact assessment, codes of conduct, data protection officers, labels, compliance packs, etc. And all these tools will have to be built by the regulators in close cooperation with the players. So you see the situation. The GDPR is clearly a new toolbox for companies and also for regulators. And I would say it's more than a new toolbox. It's a real cultural change for all these actors, in which the data protection issue has to enter all the operational units of the companies or the public bodies concerned. But I would like to add that the ambition of the GDPR goes beyond. It also firmly reasserts Europe's humanist legacy and the willingness to keep the individual and not only the consumer at the center of the digital world. It stands for Europe's response to the dramatic erosion of trust that has been undermining this digital world in the last years, in particular since the Snowden disclosures and the dramatic boom in frequency and impact of data breaches. The digital world has been increasingly viewed as a gray world in which individuals tend to be less controlling than controlled, in which they have no power on the use made by their data by third party. They don't usually even clearly identified. So the level of mistrust that is now seen in this digital ecosystem has been very high and has probably never been so high. So the GDPR achieves this goal by giving new rights to the citizens and by upgrading existing rights has to make them fully effective in the digital era. Right to data portability, increased scope for right to consent, better children protection online, confirmation of the right to be forgotten, right to know when there is a data breach. So you see that through these various new or enhanced rights, the idea is really to put the individuals, the person right in the middle of the digital world. Let me just maybe say a few words in particular on the right to data portability, because I believe this is one of the main innovations of the GDPR. Never before has been introduced such a general right to obtain a copy of the personal data one has provided to a data controller in an electronic format and free of any restriction on its reuse, and reuse maybe by another controller, without any link to a contract termination or switching from service providers. So it's a very powerful new right. In addition to this freedom given to the user, preventing anyone to be locked in with a provider, the idea of this new right is to foster opportunities for innovation and sharing of personal data between data controllers in a safe and secure manner under the permanent control of the data subject. So this right, as well as the GDPR globally, aims at setting a more balanced relationship between the end users and the industry players. And the idea of the GDPR is to re-empower the individuals on their data, where they have been constantly losing grasp over their personal information in the last decades. And why do we want this? It's not only because of this humanist legacy. There is another reason that is behind, and this reason is I would say, the ultimate bet of the GDPR. By setting this demanding legal framework, Europe believes that it will enhance consumer trust and thus bring to the business a competitive argument. In other words, the bet of the GDPR is to say caring for data will pay, and will also pay for the controllers, for the individuals for sure, but also for the controllers. The future will tell us if we are right to have such a belief. I would say that the growing success of encrypted communication applications downloaded by millions after the Snowden disclosures, the rise of startups putting data protection and privacy right at the center of their economic model makes me believe that there are a huge field for commercial opportunities behind this approach. So you see, the main ingredients now of the GDPR recipe: more responsibility for the controllers, data as an investment and not as a commodity, and new culture and tools, operational tools for regulators and for private and public entities. Of course, the GDPR right now is only a text. It's a legal monument. It's a very interesting, but it's only a text right now. And all these changes will take time, and they will require, no doubt, high investments from the organization, for the regulators, in terms of IT, in terms of HR. We were speaking of data protection officer. If we want the data protection officer to be a real governance, data governance man within the private sector, within the companies or the public sector, this DPO needs to be equipped with real means and should be at the right level in terms of seniority. So there is a lot of changes to be conducted within the data controllers, for sure. And we all have to be ready by May next year, which is very, very short. So the Working Party 29 is working very hard to help all these process to be set up in the public and the private entities. And maybe I will comment through questions if you have on this, but we are providing to the controllers guidelines on the key articles of the text, because as I said, the text is rather complicated to understand and to implement sometime. And so we are issuing guidelines on the key articles of the text in order to keep the objective of harmonization in the next months, and we are assisting the players with all these new compliance obligations. Now, having described more or less the GDPR, I want to insist in the second part of my speech on the global significance of the GDPR, I would say beyond the borders of Europe. First, this regulation clearly will have extraterritorial effects. In particular, with the new criteria of application of the European law, the criteria so-called targeting criterion. It's an innovation, it's a new thing. It means that European law will now apply when a European resident is targeted by a data processing, even if the controller is not established in Europe. For instance, a website edited from a non-European country, but using Euro payments or practicing European languages, will have to comply with the GDPR for its European customers or users only, of course. But it will have, if it is operating in Europe, to respect the European regulation. And I would say that all the international companies operating in Europe should be aware of this change, because I give you not confidential information, but I can tell you that a lot of our work today, when we're speaking with, I would say, international actors, is to discuss with them whether the European law is applicable or not applicable to them if they are not established in Europe. Tomorrow, this discussion is over. Once they are targeting a European citizen or a European resident, they have to respect the European law. But this is one aspect of the extraterritorial effect of the GDPR. There is another one that, in particular, American companies today must be aware of. It is our new governance model. Governance model means the way the European national regulators are going to work with each other on cases of common interest. Indeed, international companies operating in several European states will be offered the possibility to speak only with one single supervisory authority. This is the one-stop shop, the authority of its main establishment. This lead authority will play a key role in case of discussion about PIA, about accountability programs, and of course, in case of complaints. And this lead authority will interact with the other European DPAs concerned. If these DPA don't agree, then a new European institution has been created by the GDPR. It is the EDPB, European Data Protection Board, and this new body will take over the Working Party 29 scope of action and work as a dispute resolution mechanism with binding power and also producing European doctrine. So this is a new architecture of cooperation between the 28 national DPAs in Europe. And this new architecture of cooperation wants to innovate somehow by combining decentralization of action at the national level with very strong DPAs, high level of fine, equalization of powers between DPAs all over Europe, but also integration at the European level when it's necessary to co-decide on trans-border cases. This possibility to co-decide at 28 regulators, it is something that is unique in Europe, very innovative, and I would say very helpful, I would say, to discuss towards large international players. Right now, the Working Party 29 is preparing all the legal and operational blocks for this model to be activated in May 2018. As I said, I guess it will help Europe to be more credible towards international actors with a view to ensure that data protection rules all over the continent are commonly and evenly interpreted by all the DPAs. And I think it's also a good service for foreign companies with the system of one-stop shop. Finally, and I will finish by this, and I'm sorry if I've been a bit long, the GDPR is also an answer to the rising globalization of the world. Our questions are more and more global. The companies, the private companies, they want more and more global answers from regulators, how to secure cross-border data flows, how, on the other hand, to avoid the risk of balkanization between the different national or regional answers, regulatory answers. And we see that this second question is of vital importance right now. And in front of these questions, I would say there are two types of answers. The first answer would be to say we need to set up a worldwide governance based on global standards, and it has started within the privacy community in Madrid a few years ago, but it will take time. The second answer, maybe more operational and pragmatic, is to promote interoperability between the existing regional legal frameworks. And it's not less ambitious, it's maybe more pragmatic, and we have already started to do this in the last 5 years, in particular between the United States and Europe, for sure. And the safe harbor somehow is a bridge between our two systems. And we also have been doing this towards the Asian Pacific zone, when we have agreed on a common referential between the way we are framing our exportation of data, transborder data flows, and we agreed on the articulation between the BCR, which is the European tool, and the CBPR, that is the APEC tool. But the GDPR goes clearly into the direction of interoperability. And it is precisely designed to go into this interoperability and to foster dialogue between the various regulatory answers. First, in itself, I would say the GDPR is a product of hybridization between the different legal systems. Compliance, accountability, DPO, data breach notification are coming from the United States system. The American system, privacy by design, is a Canadian-born notion. So we are exchanging tools, and I think it goes into the right direction. But the GDPR, I think, wants to go further. It explicitly fosters international cooperation and wants to facilitate the building of bridges with our European and international counterparts. In fact, through the GDPR, if I was to sum up, we want to strengthen European efficiency and identity, but we don't see ourselves as a fortress. We definitely want to be part of a network, and we want to develop this bridge towards the other pieces of this network. So now here is my conclusion. I guess I have the feeling that the European GDPR is an answer to problems raised globally in similar terms in all of our countries. All over the world, we are facing the same growing expectation from the civil society. And these concerns are going to put always more pressure on the government, on the regulators. Also, as people are getting more and more aware of the possible impacts of an environment where they have little control of their data. So I believe that the question that Deborah Peel raised in introduction are probably present, maybe differently phrased, but present in all our countries. And the answers can be common. Think of the right to be forgotten. This right has been a lot commented, sometimes criticized in the world, but are we so peculiar in Europe? Actually, in many countries outside of Europe, this new right is rising an increased interest. There are courts in Asia, in Latin America, that are using in their cases this right to be forgotten. And even in the United States, a recent survey has showed that more than 60% of the people are in favor of the introduction of some sort of that right in new legislation. So I believe that all the inhabitants of the digital world are facing the same problem. This is why I'm confident that our dialogue today, of course, we have difficulties, we have differences between us, but I'm very hopeful that this dialogue can result in fruitful convergence in the coming year. And clearly, the GDPR is a sign of this convergence as well as a tool for this convergence. Thank you very much for your attention.
Please write them down, raise your hand, and someone will bring you a card. We have to type them in, so if you've got a question, that's the best way to do it. We have one question that she'll start with that's being typed in now, and yeah, please, we have a few more minutes. I know she would like to answer questions. Amber, back this way too. Someone will bring you a card. We have to type them in? Okay. All right. Yeah, shall we? Yeah, please answer. Can we tell her? Go ahead and answer. Yeah. Can she see that?
What when the citizen notice as a difference?
Let her.
What does it mean?
What happened to the audio? How do we get the
Deborah, do you want me to answer the question now? Okay, it's difficult for me to be in real time, because as we don't hear what you say, it's a bit difficult. I understand that the question is, what are the changes for the citizens in May, within a year? This is something that in all the national countries is explained by the various DPAs. The idea is to explain that the right to consent, the right to be forgotten, the higher protection for children would be enhanced. So all these elements will be explained by the national DPAs. But to be honest, it's not, beside, I would say, the portability right. This is things that we already practiced in our national territory. For instance, at the CNIL, we have 8,000 complaints a year, and in these complaints, we have requests. A part of these complaints are requests for data from individual citizens. But what is the change is that the companies need to provide the citizen with something that is easy to understand, machine readable for the portability right. And so it is something that is rather demanding sometimes for the data controllers.
Okay, next question. So the next question will be, how will enforcement be conducted?
Okay, alors, the second question is about enforcement. How will enforcement be conducted? Is there funding?
Thank you, we got one more.
Will there be random audits? I don't know exactly what means funding. What I can say is the situation on enforcement won't be, again, so different than today in terms of the enforcement, I would say, way of action. The only difference, and it is a big one, it is that the level of fines, of sanctions, is much higher. So right now, for instance, within the CNIL, we are launching roughly 400 inspection a year. And within this 400 inspection a year on very different types of treatments, we are pronouncing, I would say, 15 real sanctions per year. So tomorrow we will have the same situation with the possibility to fine at a very higher level, and with a new dimension of our enforcement action, that is the European dimension. A part of the case we will have to deal with will be trans-border cases. So it will mean that we will have to cooperate systematically with other DPAs in order to come to a common approach on these cases with our colleagues. And if, as I said, it's difficult to converge, then there will be the possibility to call for the ODPB, and this ODPB will pronounce will have a binding decision. So this is the architecture. Will we be random audits? It is possible to have random audits, yes, for sure. And in some countries already, you have random audits that we are conducting and online inspection that we are conducting right now. Thank you.
You all can read the question, right? Okay. She's doing it too, yeah.
Alors, the question is now about GDPR. Will GDPR be copied in other parts of the world? This is a possibility. And last week we received our colleagues from the Asian Pacific zone, and almost all of the regulators came in Paris to learn more about the GDPR, because of course for them they believe this legal framework is not easy to understand, but I mean they have to be familiar with this legal framework, and they were picking some ideas from our approach, as we have picked ideas from other parts of the world. So I believe that on certain issues, maybe the GDPR could consist on a kind of international standard. On other issues, I would say it's the contrary exchange. We have imported in our own legal framework standards or practices from other parts of the world. Is it good for European market? This GDPR. This is clearly the objective. The objective of the GDPR is to allow a unified European market for data that allows two things. First, the data to circulate, which is the key issue of the digital era. If the data is not able to circulate, it's going to be very difficult to be active in this environment. But at the same time, to say it is possible to do this without renouncing to our humanist legacy, and we will do both. So we will activate the possibility of circulation, but also we will also strengthen the privacy rights. So this is the bet of the GDPR. I have the impression that it's a sensible bet, and that there are elements in the last Las Vegas CES, the meeting in with all the innovators meeting in Las Vegas at the beginning of each year. You have all these startups, all these people coming with treatments, services in which data protection is right in the middle of I would say, the commercial argument. And I think it's probably an expectation from the consumers now. They don't want to renounce to all the digital services, but they want to have the possibility to trust this ecosystem and to control the use of their data. So I think it's a balance to find, and clearly the GDPR wants to be on this fine line. Will it handicap the European actor towards the international actors? Again, the answer for me is more or less no, because of these new targeting criteria. Because, as I said, if you are established in Europe or if you're not established in Europe, once you target European consumers, you have to respect the European law, which somehow re-establish the level playing field between European actors and international actors. I'm looking if you have any other questions. So the question is on startups. This is a debate we had a lot in Europe and in France in particular about is it possible for SMEs or is it possible for startups to respect all this provision? And of course, this is a real question because, as I said, this GDPR is rather, it's a complete set of obligations and it's rather complex. Speaking of SMEs, what we are planning to do is to produce at national level with the CNIL, but I hope at the European level also, we want to produce a kind of compliance pack for SMEs. You know, SMEs that have less to do with a digital environment, they still have treatments, and we don't want them to be obliged to launch a PIA, for instance. So it's important for them to provide them with a sort of simple implementation tool for the SMEs. Speaking of the startup, I would say we have in all the European countries started to get closer to the startups, to develop some kind of informal dialogue. For instance, in Paris, there is a huge place where you have all the innovators and the startups and also the big companies that are getting together, and we want to have a sort of a permanent presence there. So we are discussing with them in order, again, to make them think that there is no opposition between innovation and data protection. On the contrary, it is possible to reconcile the two and to build maybe a more robust innovation, integrating the privacy by design somehow. So we will see, but that's the idea with the startups. I understand it's the last question. So I want to thank you very much to have invited me to speak with you this morning. And I hope my speech was not too far away and that you understood, I would say, the main levy of the GDPR. And I'm very confident that we're going to discuss with each other to build these common bridges. And I wish you very good luck for your working day. Goodbye, and thank you, Deborah, to have invited me. Thank you.
Yes. How do we? Can you? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's great. Okay. So.
I do this on my own.
Let's see. I'm not sure. Do we?
Actually, let's see. This is not my presentation.
No.
This is my presentation.
Okay.
Hopefully works.
Okay.
This works.
Well, because of our technical glitches, we did have 5 minutes built in. If you If you want to, we can give you 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, 5 minutes. If you need to step out, we're going to start very quickly. Sorry about Zoom and the glitchiness.
Okay. Are we okay? Oh, no, I think I'm okay. The only problem is that I don't want to see.
There isn't some way to expand it?
Yeah, let me check. Slideshow.
What about the thing in the bottom?
Monitors?
That's big?
This is.
Doesn't that make it expand to the whole full?
No, automatic. Okay, that could possibly help if I mean, it's expanded, but
Oh,
I.
you got it. Okay.
I
Is that what you want?
no, that's not what I want.
Oh, it's not. Sorry.
This is, I want to have the screen not duplicated, but extended. And at the moment, it's duplicated. Use presenter view. This is what I want. And if I should do this now here, I should.
I can ask for that audiovisual person to come.
It's not. Don't worry.
Okay.
This is the only thing that I can get.
I get frightened about these things. I don't know how you make them
Yeah,
happen.
this is not what I want. Okay. Okay. Then anyway, then I will do it like this. No problem. Okay.
Technology always
Yeah.
at the least opportune time.
Yeah. Don't worry.
Well, let's try to get started. I know you are going to be particularly excited to meet and to hear Nicholas Forgo's talk today, and he's going to be around all day today and tomorrow. And so he's helping with a number of sessions because a number of our sessions could use another perspective, an international perspective. So I think you'll find him fascinating, and he's going to look particularly about the effects on medical data. So I'm not going to take up any more time. Please welcome Professor Forgo.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me, Deborah. It's really a pleasure and an honor and an intimidating moment at the same time to stand here and to offer you another European, in this time an Austrian/German approach on the topic. And let me start by a very short disclaimer, or I would call it possibly also a kind of, guidance or guide how to take this presentation. When I started to read how US academics understood the first drafts of the General Data Protection Regulation, one of the articles that I found rather quickly was an article of one of the scholars of this law school here, writing about the right to be forgotten. Jeffrey Rosen, who is also an author and editor of one very important book on Brandeis, and therefore also very well known to me. So he wrote an article about the right to be forgotten in the Stanford Law Review, and there is one sentence in it that I would like to quote, which is, Europeans have a long tradition of declaring abstract privacy rights in theory that they fail to enforce in practice. And in a way, this is very true. And this is probably my academic's perspective, which is, of course, different from the one that a representative of a data protection authority needs to give. But this is, in a way, perhaps a way to better understand why Europeans have sometimes very strict approaches on the first view, and on a second view, then things are a little bit different. And I would also like to give you a second disclaimer here, which has something to do with this screenshot. I don't know whether any of you is old enough to know this. I am old enough. I was born in 1968. That was screened in 1983. And it got, today one would call this viral. It got worldwide attention. And what you see here is a screenshot from the famous Apple spot advertising the Macintosh. And the final sentence of this spot that you can see on YouTube, I did not show it here because I'm not sure about the copyright implications, so I just do this here. So the very final sentence of this spot is, 1984 won't be like 1984. And in a way, that was also very, very true, because what the technology that was announced then in 1983, when this spot was screened, looked like this, right? So this is the machine we are talking about. This is the Macintosh, having a mouse, having a floppy disk, and being revolutionary then in 1983 in a way. However, 1983 is not only the date when this movie was shown, it's also the date when a public census took place in Germany. Right in these years, very, very long time ago, a public census took place in Germany using these forms here, asking for very, very basic questions like where were you born, what's your mother tongue, etc., and leading to a very, very influential decision of the German Constitutional Court, which then, in 1983, found a fundamental right in the existing German jurisdiction and a constitution, which is the right to informational self-determination, how they called it. And the reasoning behind that was, in a nutshell, that a social order in which individuals can no longer ascertain who knows what about them and when and the legal order that makes this possible would not be compatible with the right to informational self-determination. The problem then for the German Constitutional Court was there was no such right in the Constitution, nothing about informational self-determination in the Constitution. So the German Constitutional Court needed to find a source for this argument, and it found that source not only there that it said that self-determination is an elementary prerequisite for the functioning of a free society, but it also said that the place to find this in the German Constitution is Article 1, which is about human dignity, and in Article 2, which is about the general personality right. So this is important to understand, that as there was nothing in the Constitution, this is the place to find. And this is probably the most prominent and most fundamental place you can find in a jurisdiction to start at the first article of your Constitution. And since then, German understanding of data protection or self-determination or privacy has made its way through European thinking and finally made it also in the European Constitution in a way, because also the European Constitution, the Charter on Fundamental Rights, on the one hand has an article on human dignity, Article 1, just like the German Constitution, but it also has an Article 7 and an Article 8 on privacy and on protection of personal data. So this is what you need to read. This is all that you need to read, because these are the fundamental reasonings behind everything on top of this. And again, this is primary law, this is constitutional court, so it's above the General Data Protection Regulation, and it remains untouched by the General Data Protection Regulation. The Article 8 on the protection of personal data is therefore, in my view, the key to understand how first Germans and then many Europeans started to think about data protection. And it starts already to be important with the very first word. The very first word is everyone. So everyone means everyone. There is no distinctions between citizens and non-citizens here. Everyone who is under the protection of this framework is to be protected insofar as personal data is in the game. The problem here is, after more than 20 years of working in data protection, I still can't answer the question what that means. I don't know what personal data means, because there are so many different interpretations out there asking questions about whether identifiability needs to be attributed to the controller only or to any other person. That's the key question here, why this is so tough, right? Is it identifiable and therefore personal if I use your IP address, although I don't know that you are sitting behind the computer, but I need a third person telling me this? We needed more than 25 years of legal debate on this very single questions on IP addresses and still don't have an answer on this. So disclaimer here, personal data is a difficult word and a difficult term. However, it gives us possibly some orientation here. So everyone whose personal data is processed is protected. If you are protected, then you have the right that these data need to be fairly processed, that they need to be purpose-related processed, so there needs to be a relation between the purpose for which the data was collected with the purpose for which the data is used. There is informed consent, one important concept here, and you do have user rights, all kinds of user rights. And on top of this is the reason why the first speaker is so prominent in Europe. On top of this, you have an ex-ante control by independent authorities. So it's not only the user, but data protection authorities play a very important role in this, and they have to be independent. This is the reason why data protection authorities are, in a way, strange animals, also in Europe, legal frameworks, because of this very reason, which comes from this 1983 idea, when there were very few computers and they needed to be controlled by state organs, and it was quite easy then to control them. So European data protection law in 20 seconds goes like this. Processing of personal data is forbidden illegal. Please repeat. Yes, okay, processing is illegal. And there are only two exceptions of this. Either there is a permission by law, or the data subject has consented to this. Since then, as you know, the world has become much more complex than in 1983. No longer census, no longer paper forms. IT is everywhere, and all these buzzwords are everywhere, and they are constantly screened everywhere. And you can bring them together in one sentence, which is, if the product is for free, you are the product. And still, this rule applies. And what I'm going to do now is that I will, in a kind of first chapter after this introduction, is that I will try to give you a short overview about how Europeans deal with this and why this might be of interest to you as well. So the first typical answer to this golden rule then is, okay, then let's ask for informed consent. Consent is the solution. And in particular, in medical research and medical treatment, consent is seen as a solution because a typical medical scenario, as you see it here on this painting here, which is more than 2,000 years old, a typical medical scenario of treatment is based on trust and confidence. It's very much about sensitive information, and it has a lot to do with dignity and autonomy of the patient. And then it's very natural to say, okay, ask the patient and ask for informed consent. The issue now with informed consent is that there is a power game in there, and that it's not that easy for a patient to find the right balance between public and personal interests in that game. And he is not very well protected in that game, the patient, because consent as a concept is a very, very old concept. It goes back to the Roman law, volenti non fit injuria. If you don't have anything to say it in Latin. So volenti non fit injuria. So the patient should be the one free to decide. And if he decides, and if he's properly informed, things are easy. When you look at it a little bit closer, things are not that easy any longer, and there are two reasons for this. Let me start with the very first one, which brings us back again into Germany and into German thoughts on constitutional rights, which is a case that was brought in front of a German court with the following facts. There was a dwarf, a so-called dwarf, making his living out of offering a specific service at a fun fair, which was that you could pay a certain amount of money, and then you could throw that person. And at the very end of the evening, the person who threw the person for the longest distance received 50% of the payments that that person had earned during that day. That was the way this person made his living. And the question then was whether that would be appropriate, whether that would be a way that is legally possible to make a living out of this. And the answer given by that court was no. This is a way of making money that so intensely affects this person's dignity that the person herself can't agree to this. And as I said, may not agree to this. And as I said before, as human dignity is the source of this idea makes its way now through European thinking when it comes to data protection. And one of the most prominent examples that I would like to show and share with you is the one of Giovanni Buttarelli, who is at the moment the European data protection supervisor. So the colleague of our first speaker on a European level, who wrote an opinion this year about a very technical directive, not of interest here, but mentioning a very, very interesting question there, which was again whether personal data can be seen as an equivalent for money, so that contracts which have personal data as the thing that the consumer offers to the service provider need to be seen as, in a way, a contract similar to buying goods. And what Giovanni Buttarelli wrote in this opinion was the following sentence: there might well be a market for personal data, just like there is tragically a market for live human organs, but that does not mean that we can or should give that market the blessing of legislation. One cannot monetize and subject the fundamental right to a simple commercial transaction, even if it's the individual concerned by the data who is a party to the transaction. So this is quite the same thought that I offered you before on this person being thrown on the fair, now in its variant on data protection. And there's a second issue when it comes to informed consent from a European perspective as the legal basis for processing of personal information. And this issue comes with the papers and the terms, because nobody likes to read them. This is my example that I always use in this scenario. This is about an April 1st fool fun that was made by a computer game service provider who on the 1st of April of 2010 asked people signing up for this game on that day to agree on transferring their immortal soul. And in order to make that more attractive not to agree on this, they also offered $10 vouchers for those who did not agree. The problem was that after one day of offering this, there were 7,500 sold souls and less than 10 vouchers that needed to be given. And why is this? Because nobody reads these terms. If you needed to read them, it would be lengthy. People even make fun of this on European websites now, that nobody reads them because whatever happens. Now, so don't worry, many of examples here that people don't like to read this. And this is not only true for websites, but it's also true for informed consent forms that are used in clinical trials. So the most prominent example I found in my research that I did with a colleague from the medical school was a 109 pages informed consent form for one single clinical trial involving minors, right? So parents being confronted with a life-threatening disease of their kid are given a 109-pager in order to give informed consent on their child participating in this trial on the very first day of treatment. So if consent then is possibly not the best possible way out, then let's look for the other one, which is permission by law. And this is probably why the fuss with all the general data protection regulation comes from, because the law at the moment in Europe, forgive me, I'm an academic, so it's not important what I say, but I'm completely free in saying whatever I want, so I make use of this now. So the existing situation in Europe is not good, right? It's not good. It's not good for very basic reasons, which is it's very diverse. The law is very diverse. We don't only have 28 different laws. We have more than 28 different data protection authorities. Just in Germany, to mention one of them, we have 18 data protection authorities, one for every region, one for the federal nation, and one on top because Bavaria is always different. So Bavaria has two. So we have an army of people speaking about the topic. We have a lack of enforcement, a clear lack of enforcement. We have, when it comes to clinical scenarios, ethics committees also dealing with privacy issues as a kind of shadow data protection authorities. And we have no data protection offices in many countries at the moment in Europe, so nobody in the clinic, nobody in the trial specifically taking care of the issues. And on top of all this, we have this purpose limitation principle that I mentioned before, saying that there is a fundamental distinction to be made between treatment and research, and data that is processed for treatment should not be per se used for research and vice versa. So the outcome of this situation, how it looks at the moment, is that people like me constantly need to apologize for the jungle, for the mess, for the nightmare that we are seen to be responsible for. So when I come to an IT meeting or a medical doctor's meeting, my typical way of behaving there is saying sorry, sorry, sorry again for this rather problematic outcome. And it's problematic because the typical issues are always the same in Europe at the moment. There are technical interoperability problems, it's unclear which law is applicable, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And at the very end, the outcome of this would be ask the patients for reconsent. And asking 20,000 patients for reconsent is an absolute showstopper. So the story always ends there. Many European research projects end there. And when you look into this then a little bit more into detail, you find out that data protection law in Europe, as it looks like at the moment, is constantly misused in particular by medical doctors in order to be a kind of weapon of mass destruction to protect business interests they have, which is a kind of IP right that they claim to have in reality on the patient's data or the personal information of the patient. And data protection is therefore often used as a kind of hidden argument or an argument hiding the real argument behind, which is the business interest. My main lessons that I learned so far from the many projects I had the privilege to work in was lawyers are needed from the very beginning, because if you only ask them at the very end, the outcome is the typical answer, that won't work, right? So you need them from the beginning. It's better to have a central data controller in your scenario. You need patients and patient organizations in there because nobody knows patients' interests better than they do. And you need legally binding contracts between participants. And there's a last message learned, which is nobody likes penalty clauses. And if you put penalty clauses into your contract, then people start thinking about whether it's really wise to sign them. And now the rules change. On the 25th of May 2018, which is 2 days before I get 50, so my birthday, my 50th birthday is on the 27th of May 2018, which is important because this will keep me in business for the rest of my professional life. So this is the best possible birthday present you can think about. So on the 25th May of 2018, the General Data Protection Regulation will be to be applied. It's already in force, so it's already part of the existing European law, but it will need to be applied from the 25th of May 2018 onwards, and it's supposed to change the rules in a world in which 1984, it doesn't look like 1984. So let's check whether this is true. We have a broken law situation at the very beginning. We have enshrined information in each clinic. We have paper everywhere. And we have now a proposal that was proposed in 2012. So it's important to know that this General Data Protection Regulation has already 6 years of legal history behind it before it starts to be applicable. This is the paper the European Commission proposed in January 2012, giving 3 promises, or 3 basic understandings. One was one continent, one law. The second one is this is now ready for the internet. This is no longer pre-internet legislation. And the third one, which is also an important difference between Europe and the US, at least in my perception, is this is a general data protection regulation saying it's applicable for everything, for Facebook, for Google, and also for your medical treatment. We don't have specialized legislation. This is for everything. One size fits all. So these 3 promises are the ones that need to be now controlled and checked. And what I would like to do in the second chapter now is to argue that the principles remain, the primary law remains, Article 8 of the General Data Protection Regulation remains, but the issues remain as well. And the reason for this is the principles, many of the principles remain, and the question now is, what about the question of difference between treatment and secondary use research data under this new framework? This is the only question that I can have a closer look into now for time reasons. Well, Article 5 of the regulation says that personal data shall only be processed for a specific purpose. This is the old known purpose limitation that you know. However, when you read a little bit closer, you also find that there is an ongoing argument in this now saying that further processing of data for scientific purposes shall be considered to be not incompatible, so shall be compatible with the initial purpose. So whenever something is done for research, at least in principle, it is compatible with the original purpose, provided that the limitations of Article 89, which is another boring article, are obeyed. Article 89 is about additional safeguards, in particular technical and organizational measures that need to be in place. Minimization principle, pseudonymization, anonymization needs to be in place. But if this is met, then the processing for research may be possible. That is, I would say, a change. And it's an important change because it will probably lead to a situation where a lot of the things that we already know will become trickier on the one hand, and one thing will become less tricky. The trickier things will be to deal with supervisory authorities because they will have more power, they will have higher fines to fine, etc. They will be more influential in the game. Also, data protection officers will become more important. Every single European hospital will need to have a data protection officer from 2018, and me, being a data protection officer of my university, can tell you that this is something where you can try this to change things, but it's an ongoing burden to try to change things, because the data protection officer, as every lawyer, is never asked in advance. He's always asked at the very end when everything is already broken. Certifications, self-organizations, industry standards as a guidance will become more important. Privacy-enhancing technologies will be more important. And at the very end, somebody will need to pay for all of this, and this will be the head of the organization. So accountability issues will become more important. On the other hand, papers, fines, and administrative burdens will increase. What will possibly shrink in its importance, at least that would be my assumption today, will be that patients should be asked to reconsent when their data is to be used for research purposes for the reasons that I mentioned before. And I would really love to learn from you about what you think about this. Just let me finish with a rather provoking sentence from another academic that I found that might help us in structuring the discussion. It is a fallacy. It's a fallacy to believe that where there is no consent, there must be a wrong, and or consent is the only justification where a prima facie right is violated. And conversely, it's also a fallacy to believe that where there is consent, there is no wrong. Thank you very much for having me here, and I'm very open to questions. Perhaps you would like to use, well, mine doesn't work either. But you can get on stage, that one works.
My name is Dennis Mellon, and I'm with the Drexel College of Medicine and also president of Bella Media LLC. One of the questions I have about your approach, European approach to privacy, is also one that when I talk about consent, I wonder what the role is of the institutional review boards.
Yeah.
And when I look at institutional review boards, what I hear in the U.S. is they're overburdened, that the rules on privacy and security sometimes can be a little overwhelming for them because they have a host of other things to deal with.
Yeah.
And that controls on privacy and security are interfering with the research. And part of the concern is, or one argument for that is that, oh my God, researchers now have to be more circumspect, or better yet, more organized, and have clear ideas of what they want their research to do, or what their research is. So I'm wondering whether in your experience, you're finding that the emphasis on personal rights to data has actually increased researchers' ability or researchers' motivation to be clearer on what kind of research they want to do and what is the outcome of that research.
Actually, I think protocols have become stricter, so people need to describe a lot more and they need to fill out a lot more of papers. I don't know whether they are more precise in and whether they should be more precise in describing what they really want to achieve with their research due to data protection reasons. And the reason why I don't think so is that, in my view, there needs to be a fundamental distinction to be made between the data protection part and the other ethical parts of research. And data protection is not ethics, it's clear law. So there are strict rules on this, and therefore an ethics committee, although it's an important player in the game, is not the right body answering legal questions. And the legal question is whether there is a purpose, a research purpose, whether the infringement of the privacy right is proportionate in relation to that research purpose. That's the legal question. And I think this question can be answered properly also in situations where doctors not yet know what they want to achieve with their research, provided that the privacy of the patient is taken into consideration in outbalancing this properly. And we are not very good in this in Europe at the moment for reasons that I mentioned. One of them is ethics committees answer legal questions, which is not what they are supposed to do.
Hi, this is Nancy Anthracite. I'm a physician. One of the things I've noticed is it seems to me when you have a privacy officer, very often the legal opinion is sought as a way to get around what they think might be stopping the release. And usually those phrases of sort that you mentioned are used as reasons. Either, it's for the greater good for the public health, or there's all sorts of other reasons. And usually I find that there's a blanket release to allow to do this as opposed to blocking the release of private information. The second thing being in also the institutional review boards, having been one who was thrown off of one because I tried to protect patient privacy, and they felt I was getting in the way of research.
Yeah, I completely share both arguments, probably. Also, the first one in particular, and the only countermeasure that I know is to speak as much and to discuss as much as possible with the officers and the data protection officers and in academia. It's a very fundamental issue, and we need to debate this. And I mean, this is one example of how to debate this.
Yeah, and the whole problem with anonymizing and de-identifying stuff, that in the United States there's law regarding that, which is not adequate.
Yeah.
And as a result, people legally get the opinion you're fine to do what you're doing when this stuff can be re-identified.
Yeah, that's an issue also in Europe, and the problem, of course, as all of you know, is anonymity in the big data world is impossible. I mean, it's not, I wouldn't call it impossible, but it's not easy to achieve, right? And it's not that trivial. And it's seen, the problem is underestimated everywhere. Yeah.
I'm Michael Nelson. I do public policy for Cloudflare, which is a web security firm based in San Francisco, but we have offices in London, so we're paying a lot of attention to the GDPR. I had hoped to ask this to Isabel Falk-Perton, but you might be a better person to ask. So far, the Germans have passed their legislation to implement the GDPR. The Irish have put out a draft, but we're still waiting for a lot of other countries, including France. So my question is, do you have any sense of how long we will have to wait to see actual implementing regulation? And do you have a sense of where there might be some differences between what the different countries do?
Okay, that's a very good question. It has two parts. The first one, how long you have to wait. I'm quite sure that you will need to wait longer than to the 25th of May 2018 because some countries will be late. I'm quite sure that some countries will be late. That's a long tradition in Europe that some countries are late in transposing. And there might be some countries that would even decide not to do anything. That might also be a way to deal with this. And the outcome of this will be that this central promise, one continent, one law, will not become true, because it will again be 27 countries and 27 or 55 different laws in many aspects, because there are between 30 or 70 clauses in the General Data Protection Regulation, it depends on how you count them, where there is a possibility that a member state makes a law on this, but there is no obligation. And countries deal with this very differently. So probably the best tactics at the moment from a US perspective would be to deal with the General Data Protection Regulation only and to try to focus on this and to monitor what's going to happen in the other member states. I know that, for example, in Austria, which is my country of origin, there is a draft already published, but that will never become law because there is an election ongoing, blah, 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 and therefore we will be most probably very late, if not too late. Yeah, and that's true for many others. So that's this is very, very unfortunate. Yeah. But it was the price that needed to be paid for the compromise to achieve when this General Data Protection Regulation was in the making. It was probably the most lobbied and most controversial piece of legislation that was ever discussed in Brussels.
And as far as differences that we might see?
Differences in the timing or in the understanding?
Legislation. I mean, the German versus the Irish.
I mean, the most different legislation will leave the Union. So the UK will leave in a way that was in the moment always very different from many others. But then there will be important differences also in this area here, because one of the exit scenarios is that the member state law may allow and may specify secondary use more precisely than the regulation as such does. And I would assume that member states will deal with this very differently.
Thank you.
My name's Thomas Welch. I'm an attorney, and I used to work for the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. With regard to the right to be forgotten, the United States has a serious problem with medical error. It's estimated by several studies to be the third largest cause of death in the United States. I wondered how the right to be forgotten for patients deals with studies regarding medical error, malpractice cases, which do not arise perhaps for 1 or 2 years following the treatment, and also with regard to pandemic diseases. For example, a patient that has been traveling to a Ebola-affected area.
Okay, that's a very, very good question. Again, to put it very briefly, if there is a law asking for data to be stored, there won't be such a thing like a right to be forgotten. And there's also a European court decision on this already, dealing with data of businesses, whether a business owner might have a right to be forgotten if that business runs bankrupt. And the answer of the European Court of Justice on this was no, there's none. So when it comes to medical documentation that is clearly regulated in a law, I don't think that anything will be changed due to this right to be forgotten.
Adrian Gropper, Patient Privacy Rights. Your talk starts with just a brilliantly clear explanation of the power asymmetry issues in healthcare and the role of technology, that 1984 won't be like 1984. And you end on consent with respect to research, but it could also apply to various things like treatment. And that I find kind of frustrating, to be honest, because the discussion of consent does not deal with the power asymmetry or with the human dignity aspects that you so brilliantly introduced. So do you expect these laws, these legal changes with GDPR to actually impact the way people interact with technology, the way that personal computer would? Or is it just more centralization and more bureaucracy, as you sort of pointed out in your last slide about the authorities?
Actually, I don't think, so I completely share your pessimistic ending in a way, right? So I think that for me, the most intriguing question at the moment is how to deal with this whole concept of consent in this ongoing scenario and world. I don't think that the GDPR gives too many new answers to this, apart from that consent is becoming less important in some areas. But the problems as such remain quite the same. And that has probably something to do with how law works in a society. I don't know whether law is the best tool to make that better. It would be probably technology to help here. And therefore, privacy-enhancing technologies and consent-supporting technologies are that important. The problem there is the law can't, I can't prescribe and ask that they need to be developed. I can, as a legislator, I can ask that they should be developed, but the problem is if nobody develops them, they are still not there, right? So it's just a trigger that the law can be, but we need technology here. And in my better days, when I'm optimistic, I trust that technology will solve the issue.
It's very quick. We have a break coming up here, and you can.
Sorry, I'm too long. I'm sorry.
No. Can I ask my question, Tyler? Lucia Savage, I'm out of health. So I used to work at HHS, and I was privileged to work at a time when the administration was really grappling with the balance of dignity and also a much higher level of patient activism, particularly for researching complicated and rare diseases. Mm-hmm. And as a result, we have a whole new regulatory scheme and the common rule, which has just become final recently. And I was wondering if that same thing is happening in Europe, where technology is kind of unleashing certain parts of the individual population to say, no, I actually want to actively get engaged in my research. I want my data to flow. I don't want it to be locked up behind a 109-page consent. That just, sure. as a lawyer, that makes me cringe. But what's happening in Europe on the patient side?
I think you have both tendencies, as in the US, also in Europe. You have patient organizations who are very pro-privacy and put the patient in the driving seat and let him control or her control the data. And on the other hand, you have movements open up everything and share everything. I think both extremisms are not representative. I think the typical European patient organization is somewhere in between those two positions. But they are very, very concerned. All the patient organizations that I know, they are very concerned about data protection, and they are very actively trying to participate in this debate.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. I think we have about 10 minutes break, get something to drink, something to eat, and we're going to reform and have a panel discussion with some more experts to process what all of this wonderful information is that we've heard. So we'll try to start promptly, I think, at 20 to 11.
So, do you know how to get it up?
Yes.
Okay, so I have it, I put it on the...
You have a stick?
Yep, I already
Okay,
put
great.
it on.
Awesome.
Now we just got to get it up.
All right.
In there and active.
Okay, I think you're all set. So Anna's going to go first. You guys have decided that, or? Yeah.
Would be overlap. So
Okay,
let her do
good.
that. So
Yeah,
if
that's
you
what I
don't
thought.
mind, is that
No,
okay?
no,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah. This actually is not...
Oh, it's not yours?
Mine is just a little...
It's that little one, okay.
little I don't lose all the time, but it's
All right.
impressive when I don't lose.
All right, so I'll put that one back in.
Yeah, if that's okay. I still
No, I'm more than okay. It's really up to Anna. So I'm just going to do like maybe a 1-minute intro, then let you guys jump in, and then get the questions as quickly as we can. Because you saw the line was pretty long, right?
This is awesome. High quality.
Yeah. And, having the ladies really helpful to get this set up. And it's really nice to be able to hang our hats on. So I'm on the technology side, so I do a lot of this. I have to do the actual bits and bytes.
Yes, yes.
Of,
No, we should talk. That's where I am too.
Good.
So privacy enhancing technology.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Great. All right. So did you want to grab anything to eat, or?
Yeah, make it something.
Okay.
favorite person.
Nice to see you again. You don't mind going first?
No, not at all. I appreciate you helping me get the slides here.
And
oh my gosh.
And I meant what I said. It's like, I'm not looking till the morning. So you didn't see
No,
me
I
till
love
1
that.
or 2 o'clock.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
I love that. When you said that, I thought, no. I'm getting those done. Then I had to deal with a data breach and then a policy nightmare. And then I was like, it's 12 o'clock. I haven't finished the slides.
No, and when I looked, I was like, you have to go first.
So these slides these mics are live, just saying.
Okay. Oh, good to know. Good to know.
We need to behave ourselves.
Yes, I generally try to do that.
So the plan is that you're going to go first.
Yes.
Then Gary, then Anna.
Yeah.
And then
Stacy.
sorry, Stacy. Anna, and then
That's all right.
Stacy. And then what I'm going to do is immediately open it up for questions.
great.
They're probably not people aren't going to stand up immediately, so I'll ask one of you guys the questions that we prepared as well. And anytime there's a slowdown, that's when I'm going to pick up the questions.
Okay.
So it should be really easy.
And it's a clicker, right? Just on the podium.
I think there is one. I haven't seen it yet.
Can you just press it down?
Yeah, here it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So right.
Okay, so I guess you can't move. As we all are, but to differing degrees.
Sure.
So just to give you a heads up, that's what you're going to
Gotcha.
That's very helpful. To which I usually to reply, I applaud your passion, and I make
That's how you start.
like to give them affirmation.
Exactly. That's very smart.
Before I say it. But I totally disagree on the policy.
Interesting.
You really can't argue with people's feelings. You know.
Passions are not logical.
Exactly. So there's nothing. There's no response to that. Which as a lawyer can be frustrating because I want to either help add to the discussion or win or both. So smart. I'll pick this up in the Uber.
Real-time video, but very balanced. Dr. Forgo was generally both
Are you going to the event tonight?
Yes.
Yeah.
You can do that?
I don't know yet. It sort of depends. Sort of depends on, I mean, I definitely couldn't go to the whole thing. I was thinking about maybe going to the cocktail hour, at least. But it depends on what our department and some conferences.
Because you just changed firms, right?
I did,
That's a big deal.
It's a big
All right, sounds like we're getting ready to go ahead and get started. So if you guys take your seats, we'll start the next panel up. All right, so how many of you are enjoying yourselves today? Right, good. How many of you are bored out of your mind already? Nobody, right? That's good. But what you guys heard this morning was really, really important. So I'm glad we had both Isabel and Nicholas to basically tell us what's going on in Europe. And what we're going to do here in this panel here is to talk about, okay, that's all cool for Europe, but what the heck does it mean for us, right, here in the United States? So my name is Shahid. I've been an advisor to PPR for a number of years, obviously a very important organization. I'm glad you're all here supporting it, especially those that are also participating online. And I've been in the electronic healthcare world, so on the digital data side, medical devices, as an engineer. So I build things for a living, and so pretty much every problem you've had with data came from guys like me, right? Because we probably did something wrong or didn't follow instructions, or maybe weren't given instructions properly. So I like to tell all engineers that they should spend a lot of time talking with lawyers, for which I get thrown things at. But you know, there are a lot of lawyers, but not as many technology folks as we need to really understand what's going on underneath all of these requirements. And it's one thing, I mean, I love what Isabel said, that this new GDPR is a monument. That's really what it is, right? It's a language, it's a document that has been created, but what does it really mean? And that's why I'm personally here, because I want to learn as well. But my job is to help facilitate this panel about what does that law mean in Europe for the US. And what I really like about it is that it's giving us a direction. It's letting us see what the future might look like. So I, as an engineer, if I'm architecting something or something like that, it would have been better for me to architect starting in 2012, right? But better late than never in this case. So the way that we're going to run this panel is we've got three very prominent legal experts as well as tech experts on this particular field of GDPR and what it means to the United States. And they're going to come up, they're going to do very quick introductory remarks with respect to framing what we think this means in the United States. And then I'm going to pop it open for questions immediately after their opening remarks. So it shouldn't take more than 10, 15 minutes, I think, for all three of them. And then if you guys don't have questions, we're prepared to have probably about 3 or 4 hours worth of questions. So hopefully you guys will have questions as they're coming up. So just write them down, and then we'll have you come up. So with that, I'm going to let Anna get started. So she's going to do a quick intro on herself, and then jump into her prepared remarks, and then followed by Gary, and then Stacy.
Thank you. My name is Anna Spencer. I am a partner at DLA Piper, an international global law firm. I specialize in data privacy and security in the healthcare sector. I've done a lot of work in my career with technology companies, cloud computing companies, pharmaceutical manufacturers, healthcare providers, really any entity that wants to process health information. So I work on compliance issues and data breach. Also, I'm a registered lobbyist. I'm working on federal legislation to change the healthcare laws in the United States. So today I'm going to speak with you about GDPR. I only have about 5 minutes, so I'm going to try to make it really quick. But just wanted to first sort of start out with, you know, for those that are still becoming familiar with the regulation, it went into, or it has gone into effect. It will enforcement will start, or compliance is required as of May 25th. So we don't have a lot of time, obviously. There's a great website, it's eugdpr.org, that has a countdown. So by the minute, it's like a doomsday calendar, which I think is great. So although it causes panic, I will say when you look at that, you think, oh my God, we've got so much to do. But you know, that is not a lot of time. Hopefully companies have already started their compliance efforts. If not, you really need to put it into overdrive at this point. So the GDPR, as many of you know, really means detailed risk-based rules for processing personal data. It's not just for internet companies, okay? That is a common misconception, I think. It is classic EU regulation, and some of you will appreciate that comment and some of you won't. That is dripping with my own personal view of this, but or bias. But it is, what I mean by that, in that it's classic EU regulation, is that it's regulation on steroids. It regulates the waterfront. It really doesn't allow a lot of flexibility. I don't think that anyone would accuse the regulators here of creating a law that is flexible and scalable. There is, of course, greater regulatory risk exposure here. The fines are breathtaking. So as again, many of you have probably heard, it's up to 200 million euros, or 4% of worldwide turnover, whichever is greater. And that would, of course, rival, that's amazing. That would rival any FCPA case, any False Claims Act case, If it's, of course, we don't know yet, it could be a paper tiger. We don't have enforcement history yet, but if as intended, so it was the competition law enforcement and regulations that really inspired the penalty provisions of GDPR. So if it's enforced the same way, we're looking at hundreds of millions of penalties potentially. So that should get the attention of the leadership of any company that processes personal information of EU residents. The GDPR, it invites plenty of forthcoming legislation, as I'll talk about in a moment. There's a lot of places, actually 30 instances in the regulation where it says that member states are allowed to legislate in addition to the general framework. So if you think about that, that really means that we will not have just one nice harmonized set of laws, which is what we were supposed to have, or at least that was initially one of the advantages that was being discussed. We're going to have what we have today, which is a really fractured set of rules at both the EU level and the member state level. I've already mentioned the penalties, can be very high. So I also wanted, because this is a healthcare conference, I wanted to focus on some of the issues for life science companies. So just two quick issues. I've already addressed one of them. There's the numerous derogations or exemptions that really detract from legal harmonization here. That's going to be a problem. That means that companies that operate on a global basis in many jurisdictions within the EU, they're going to have to pay attention still to the member state derogations. And then secondary research, that's another big issue for life science companies like pharmaceutical manufacturers that sponsor clinical trials. This is one area where I think, depending on what the member states do, the regulation is actually helpful to them. So it's not uncommon in research for the need to emerge for additional research or related research. So if you're researching the effect of a chemotherapy agent or an anti-cancer drug in one disease state, it's very clear that it may have efficacy in another type of cancer. So the issue often becomes, right now, we're poring over informed consents to see if they were written broadly enough to cover that additional research. But under the GDPR, there is a discussion, and it's in recital 50 in particular, that I think is potentially very helpful and that would allow, in a sort of a broad way, secondary research. However, the member states are allowed, as I think it was discussed already today, to create additional requirements with respect to consent for research purposes, and so that is an area that's sort of unknown. We'll have to watch. And then I think my time's wrapping up already, but I did just want to mention that the rest of the slides that I have were an attempt to give you some ideas to organize the chaos. It's obviously a lot. As you become more and more familiar with the regulation, it's very clear that the job of implementing this very significant law can be overwhelming. And so just giving you some tools to think about, again, breaking up how do you go about this into scoping it, assessing your current compliance versus where you need to be, so identifying the gaps. And part of that would be also engaging in a data mapping or inventory, figuring out where your data is and where it goes. And then building your program, your policies and procedures, appointing a privacy officer, and then managing the whole thing, so on an ongoing basis. It's not enough that you develop these policies and procedures, but you then have to audit for compliance and sort of keep track of new developments and then integrate that into your program. It has to be a living program. It can't just, you're not one and done here ever. And then I have many slides on what I mean by data mapping, and there's actually a lot of different approaches to data mapping. They all have positives and negatives associated with them, pros and cons, and I've described them on each of these slides. This is really the nitty-gritty of compliance, so please take a look at those. These are the data maps that my team engages in, and then finally, my last slide is some big ticket items that you need to be thinking about in terms of GDPR compliance, and I hope that these are helpful to you.
Yeah, that's great. So tell us a little bit about the applicability. So multinationals, that one's easy, right? You have some jurisdiction, the company has a facility or something like that in Europe. To walk us back from that obvious one to the others, like small, medium businesses, who should care about this at all, and who should not?
That's a great question. So I'm sure maybe the other panelists will have a thought on this, but the reach is incredibly broad. So it's not just applicable to multinationals. It applies to, for example, a U.S. company that has only U.S. operations but collects data on EU individuals in order to market or sell products to those individuals. So those companies can be caught off guard thinking, well, I don't operate in the EU per se. I don't have a building there. I don't have any formal offices. It doesn't matter. So it has a really broad reach.
And for us in healthcare, here's a very good example, which I've seen get caught because when I build systems, we have to know if a person from Europe is flying in and gets a heart transplant at DeBakey Heart Center in Houston, for example, and then flies back, that data that you kept locally now potentially is connected to that European citizen who came down, got the service. You don't have, DeBakey is sitting literally in Houston, it's not anywhere else, but they're going to now have to at least think about this, if not know precisely what to do. So it can get very, very tricky, even though most of us don't necessarily need to care. I think we all have to think about it to figure out how much do I need to care, and more importantly, then what would the enforcement look like in that case? So there's no European enforcement agency here. What would that look like?
Well, so to my earlier point, this could be a paper tiger. We don't know, but certainly the potential for high penalties is there. And in terms of enforcement, you're looking at reliance on treaties and agreements, multilateral agreements between countries in order to enforce. But they can reach a U.S. company.
Got it.
Yeah, sure.
Great. All right. Excellent. So that was a good intro. And these slides will be made, of course, available to you guys afterwards as well, so you can have that. And then Gary's going to run through a little bit, just go, again, another level of detail, but then be ready for your questions for any one of us up here as well. Go ahead, Gary.
Thank you. I'd like to first thank Deborah and the rest of her team for the opportunity to be here. The quality of the speakers and the content so far has been amazing, so I'll do everything I can to kind of keep up that bar. I did want to mention, we're not supposed to be self-promotional, but I don't think TED Talks are viewed as self-promotional. The last session was really, really good, and I would encourage you to go to ananos.com/TED Talk. My business partner, Ted Meyerson, gave a talk on exactly that, what technology might mean in medical research and be able to free up some of the conflicts of consent. So I just wanted to hit upon that. Companies typically, in my background, by the way, my name is Gary Lefevre, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Ananos, and we are a privacy-enhancing technology developer. We spent the last 5 years developing technology that bridges the requirements of law and technology, not exclusively for GDPR, but it absolutely has applicability there. Companies typically come to Ananos after they've worked with Anna or someone like her. They've done the assessment of the information that they have, they've done a data protection impact assessment, and ultimately they come to a question. How do I do business now? As we've discussed, consent has incredible limitations. And the GDPR actually has built within it, we believe, a very optimistic approach called data protection by default. And that's what I'm going to touch upon, and a couple other things very quickly, but obviously we want to leave a lot of time for questions. I was on a panel in January with Gwendal Legrand. Gwendal is the chief technologist and head of innovation at the French Data Protection Authority, the CNIL. And he had a question asked of him, and that was, how much of a grace period do we have to comply with the GDPR? And his answer was twofold. One, your grace period is when the clock hits May 25th, 2018. You have an immediate obligation to comply. However, We gave you 2 years after it was adopted before we start to enforce. And so a follow-up question was, why 2 years? And his answer was, because you're going to need that long to develop technology to do what is required under the GDPR that has never been required before. And that's really the rub. So I'm going to touch upon 3 things and corollaries between HIPAA and the GDPR: consent, re-identification risk, and minimal necessary. We had a fantastic presentation, I have to get those slides, on the shortcomings of consent. And what the GDPR does is it severely restricts explicitly what you can even claim consent covers. The data subject has to give specific and unambiguous approval to what you're about to do. And if you can't describe with specificity and unambiguity what you're about to do, the consent doesn't work. It's not a legal basis, and therefore you do not have the right to do it. And I want to just highlight the magnitude of the misunderstanding. If you Google today, this is an article today, why data is the new oil, even at Shell. There's an article published today in which the speaker, not understanding what the GDPR requires, says that we will make it clear, she's referring to the GDPR, in our wording, that if you give us permission to speak to you, you'll receive this offer or that promotion. And what she's saying is that's how they're going to get rights to data for data analytics and artificial intelligence. And it doesn't work that way. And so it's not a valid legal basis for anything that has iterative questioning involved. How do you describe in advance with specificity and unambiguity, it's a tough word, non-ambiguous, what the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth question are, which are going to be triggered by your answers to the first or second. So consent absolutely doesn't work. But there is a means to do it, and I'll touch upon that really quickly and obviously during the questions. There's a huge impact here that a lot of people overlook. How many historical databases on May 25th, 2018 are going to go dark and no longer be legal to use? If your means of acquiring that data does not comply with the GDPR, Gwenda Legrand's comment from the CNIL that there's no grandfather provision means your databases go dark if you don't re-treat those. And it's probably not re-consent, because if you re-consent, you'll only get consent to the questions you can ask. So this is a big deal. Secondly, re-identification risk. There's a new word or a new definition of a word that's hard to say. It's worse than unambiguity, whatever. It's pseudonymity. Pseudonymity is defined in the GDPR in a way that LaTanya Sweeney should love. Because the problem that we have in the US, one of several, is that re-identification risk is an illusion. It even says in the HHS regs that it's okay if a covered entity knows that the information can actually be re-identified, as long as they've adopted either the safe harbor or the expert determination. So we basically always all acknowledge that it's relatively easy to re-identify. The definition of pseudonymity under the GDPR is magical. It says you have to separate the information value of data from the means of re-identifying, which means you cannot use consistent tokens, consistent pseudonyms. That is exactly what is done in the US. So again, a technical requirement. Lastly, minimal necessary. We give that lip service in the US, but in the GDPR, it actually is required. And so it requires that you, first off, as opposed to what we do here, you protect data by default. Secondly, you reveal or disclose only those elements necessary for a given authorized use. And upon conclusion of that use, you re-protect the data. So with those three, this may be very difficult to see, but the reason this is of value, and anyone who would like a copy of this, if you want to give me your card, I'll be back later this afternoon here tomorrow, or if you're online, if you want to send an email to bigprivacy@ananos.com. The reason this is very valuable is it takes a statute that in 6-point font is that long, and it shows you a graphical interrelationship between these issues. So you have the legal bases on the left. There's 6 of them. You have to find one of them that works. Consent won't for artificial intelligence, machine learning, or even historical databases or analytics. But legitimate interest does. And it walks you through the interrelationship and what the underpinnings of these requirements are, as shown by the roots. So it tries, and it's always hard, but some of us are visual learners, to reflect at a high level the interrelationships and necessity for a new legal basis called legitimate interest to enable you to do this work. And then the last one out to the right on research, it's true. The GDPR actually expands your ability to do research, but you have to comply with the Article 9 requirements for safeguards. And so it walks through that as well. So if anyone's interested, happy to give you a copy of this that's actually annotated with all the references to the articles and the recitals and that are associated. And lastly, so this is the big deal. I started off with a slide, win, win, win. For who? Data regulators. What if you actually can comply? What if you can truly have a humanistic approach to use of data? 2, data controllers. What if you actually can allow people to use data without risk? And lastly, but most importantly, what if you can respect the fundamental rights of data subjects? The GDPR provides this. It's called data protection by default. It requires pseudonymity as defined under the GDPR. Here's the thing. Existing technologies don't do this. So what's happening right now is you have a bunch of vendors putting GDPR on their front page, and they do a great job of helping with security. But the GDPR goes further than security. Privacy is different than security, and what it really comes down to is you have to be protecting your data while it's in use, not just at rest or in transit. So, last of my slides, happy to provide that visual to anyone who's interested, and look forward to your questions.
Great. Gary, that was excellent. So bridge the gap now between Anna's legal side and you're on the technology side. She talked a lot about data mapping and what we really refer to as data inventory. So if you don't even know where your data is, the rest of this is an academic discussion.
Correct.
Right? So in that model, what are you guys seeing at Ananos to see? So lawyers seem to be able to read documents and understand them and explain them to you. Engineers who know where data is could possibly tell you that data is either encrypted, non-encrypted, anonymized, not anonymized. What about that gap of all that stuff that you don't know, right? There's, at any given typical hospital, medical practice, et cetera, there's a ton of data sitting that they don't know. It's sitting in an Access database, it's sitting in an Excel file, might be in some databases. How are you seeing people successfully do that data inventory, which they need to even do for HIPAA? Are they doing that well and they can extend that? Or are they not doing that well at all, and it makes the data mapping and the data inventory near impossible to start, which means you can't actually comply with almost anything that you put up on the previous slide.
So the best thing about gaps is if you can build a bridge against them or across them, it's an opportunity. I actually have not just a technical background. I used to practice law as a partner at Hogan Lovells. And so if you approach the issue from both a technical and a legal perspective, you actually can cross the gap. So with issues like you're talking about, even the GDPR does not require absolutism. You have to show that you have reasonable technical and organizational measures in place and that you've taken reasonable steps to find, disclose, and to inventory. And as long as you can document the reasonableness of your activities, the fact that some things may have been left, which they will be, you should not be penalized for that. So again, you have to take reasonable steps, but the GDPR truly is a game changer. And so if you're just doing what you did before and being reasonable at that, I think that's unreasonable. You have to adopt a new mindset of what the GDPR sets forth, but if you do that, you're not going to be held to perfection.
Great. And then just comment then on the other question of, assuming you don't have facilities in Europe where you absolutely have to care, should anyone in the U.S. actually care about this?
So I was going to be polite and not disagree with you, but you invited this. I believe you said most of us shouldn't have to care. I think it's the opposite. Every single one of us should care, because the interpretations that I've read are actually, if a non-EU citizen is in the EU and processing occurs, it's applicable as well. So in essence, if you have a data store with one or more, but as little as one record, that relates to either someone who is an EU resident or someone was in the EU when it was captured, it applies. We are working with companies now who have expats in the EU, and they realize that they have to fully comply with this law. So I think there's maybe 2 people in this room that it doesn't apply to. So I would have to take the opposite position. Every single one of us should be concerned, and more than concerned, should invest themselves into it, because I do believe that the GDPR and its concept of data protection by default could address a lot of the shortcomings that this organization is about, which is giving people more control and protection and rights in their data.
Great. So like a regular engineer, I was just hoping that ignorance would be okay, no?
You have to put more words around it and then you're all right.
All right, great. Stacy, go ahead.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here, and a very special thank you to Deborah and to Amber for their outstanding organization and the invitation. Because we've had so much background regarding the GDPR this morning, I was just asked to provide 3 minutes regarding my background in this area. Although I currently serve on faculty at the UNLV Boyd School of Law, I spent the first decade of my career as a civil, regulatory, operational, and transactional healthcare attorney, both in the Health Industries Group in the Houston office of the international law firm Vinson & Elkins, as well as in my own private law firm, representing individual and institutional healthcare providers and private payors in a wide variety of HIPAA matters. I have spent more time advising my covered entity clients regarding the HIPAA privacy rule than I have any other area of health law since January 2001, which is just a few days after HHS published the original final HIPAA privacy rule back on December 28, 2000. I'm now finishing the second decade of my career, which has been focused on teaching and publishing in a range of health law areas, including HIPAA privacy. In the past, I have taught a 3-credit HIPAA privacy course at UNLV and at other schools. And to help my students wrap their heads around the HIPAA privacy rule, I divide that class up into 4 different areas, including the use and disclosure requirements, the individual rights provisions, the breach notification requirements, and the administrative requirements. And just so you can see how the EU GDPR is finally filtering down to US law schools, deans are now asking us to incorporate the EU GDPR. So in the past, where we would teach a class called HIPAA privacy, now we're being asked to teach broader classes regarding patient privacy and health information confidentiality, including not only the HIPAA privacy rule, but also the EU GDPR. I also write a lot about HIPAA, including but certainly not limited to instructing physicians on how to comply with the privacy rule, some of the problems and perspectives I have with the privacy rule, how development officers at nonprofit hospitals should comply with the privacy rule's fundraising provisions. But even if you claim only to be, as I do, a US, meaning a US federal and state health information confidentiality expert, you cannot avoid the EU GDPR. Just as an example, I actually met Anna, I think, this past fall at Seton Hall because I was asked to do a comparison between the HIPAA privacy rule and the EU GDPR. And I initially turned down that speaking invitation because I said I'm only a HIPAA expert. I do not do the EU GDPR. And they dragged me kicking and screaming into that. So regardless of whether you're teaching in HIPAA privacy or in any area of federal or state in the United States health information confidentiality, or you're writing in that area, you cannot avoid the EU GDPR. Finally, although I've been teaching for the past decade, I still do maintain a really active law practice in Texas where I'm licensed. And as you know, Houston is a very international city, and a lot of my clients will say to me, especially my hospitals in the Texas Medical Center that treat a lot of patients that are not US patients, and they will say to me, I only need to know the HIPAA privacy rule and, of course, Texas Health Information Confidentiality Law. And I'm having to, unfortunately, as a HIPAA person, educate them and tell them that is not true as well for the reasons that we've already heard. But I'm also taking on an increasing number of patient advocacy and pro bono matters on behalf of patients and families, including US patients and families. And I recently just got my first international patient and family a few weeks ago. And they are asking me to file complaints with only the Federal Office for Civil Rights here in the United States. And I'm also being pulled into litigation, which seems at first only to be US based, including litigation involving whether the HIPAA privacy rule can stand as the evidence of the standard of care relating to privacy, and now we're seeing whether the EU GDPR or other kind of international regulations should also serve as a regulation when we're dealing with hospitals that have international locations or hospitals that treat international patients. And third, I do a lot of expert witnessing in litigation involving HIPAA. So in my last 2 seconds, I'll just say that the perspective I bring to you today is that of a practitioner, an academic, and a consultant who had 2 feet in US and I would say state health information confidentiality law, but who has been pulled kicking and screaming into the EU GDPR.
That's great, Stacey. So come on up with your questions. So basically you've got 3 lawyers and 1 engineer and another bunch of technology knowledge here. So we can all answer questions with respect to implementation or more specifically about the broad regulations themselves. So anywhere you guys want to start, Adrian, as usual, always has a question.
Always. So from your perspective, you're all out there in practice, in the trenches. Give us the good news. Seriously, and I don't mean to be funny. What can you imagine is going to be enabled by either GDPR or by any shift that it might drive in terms of HIPAA going forward? Yeah, I wrote a blog post just a couple of days ago. It's open season on privacy in Washington, health privacy in Washington, D.C., and that's because there are many privacy-related initiatives that are going on, and very recently, not just in healthcare and internet, ISPs and things like that. So, from your perspective, what kind of goodness, what kind can we expect on either side of the Atlantic?
I'm happy to go. We're actually very bullish on this. Again, if you look at what the requirements are for complying with the GDPR, it's all tied to sharing only that level of information value necessary for a given intended use. And unfortunately, the way things happen, the internet spoiled us all. You can find out everything about just about anybody, when in fact you don't need that level of granularity. And so if data protection by default becomes an established approach to processing, and you can show technologically that identifying information is not imparted when information value necessary for research occurs, I think you could open up vast new stores of research and discoveries, because the people whose information is involved will know that technologically it's not just a contract, right? There's a great saying that consent is just one way to put all the risk on the individual, right? And, 40, 50-page click-through I agrees. No one reads these things. The 190-page document that the parents had to sign while the kid needed something, you're putting everything on the shoulders of the individual. If you can technologically have gradations of information value that are offset by identifiability, and these are not, these concepts of data science have been around. They just haven't been done well. And so the GDPR actually makes them the law. If that takes root, I think great things could be enabled.
I absolutely agree with everything Gary said. I also think that one of the good things to come out of GDPR is that it just raises the consciousness of companies about the importance of protecting their digital assets, their information, in a way that they didn't before, I think. Because that sword of these breathtaking penalties, every executive can quickly grasp that, very concerned about it. And so that has meant, I think, that companies are much more focused on privacy, whereas in the past they may not have given it as much attention as it deserves.
I think the raising consciousness point is a good one. Many times I'm asked by, say, a hospital in Houston about a particular provision in the GDPR, and I will remind them that what they're asking me about usually is also regulated by federal U.S. law or Texas law in that case. And so it's always an opportunity for me to remind them regarding their domestic obligations as well. So I think raising consciousness for clients like mine is very, very important.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I see the biggest benefit probably is around creating a sustainable demand for businesses to, quote, do the right thing. Because one problem right now is that when you look at HIPAA and all the other regulations around it, PII versus PHI, personally identifiable information versus protected health information, I, as an engineer, when I'm architecting something, right now, it's very simple. You give me data, I got this big box, and I just stuff it in there. And whenever I want it, I go pick it out and filter it, et cetera. But GDPR says, if I'm architecting a system today, I need to create multiple buckets in multiple areas. I need to track provenance. I need to have audit histories at the field and element level, not at the big box level like I often do today. So it helps me as a designer know where I should go. And then it will create a demand for companies like Gary's here to do the right thing. Because we really don't, we all want to do the right thing, but there has to be a demand in the business side to be able to pay for it, sustain it, and keep it moving. So I think there's a lot of goodness here with a lot of work down the pike. So we took one question here, we'll take one here, and then flip back and forth.
I'm Joy Pritz. Our first speaker today indicated that there is a little bit of a nuance as to when U.S. companies would actually be governed by the GDPR, which included, from my notes, targeting EU citizens. And she gave one example, which was if you accept euros, then that would probably bring you within that category of targeting EU citizens. Can you talk a little bit about that nuance to this? And to me, it seems like it might kind of narrow a little bit the applicability to companies in the U.S., and there might be actually actions that U.S. companies could take to at least try to escape the long arm of the EU reg?
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Joy.
Yeah, oh, you want me to?
So I think her use of the term nuanced was nuanced. The reality is the law is very clear. If you are processing data, it does not require payment. It does not require a physical facility. It does not require any revenue at all. That's why I wasn't being trite when I said there's maybe 2 people in this room who are not governed by this law. If you are processing or observing, if you are watching the activities of somebody and they're either in the EU or an EU citizen, it's going to be impacted. So I think the same energy that may go into trying to avoid the law would be better invested in trying to understand how it actually could be an advantage, and I truly believe it can be.
You guys have any comments? Go ahead.
I live in Las Vegas right now, and so far our economy has really been focused on gaming and entertainment and hospitality, but my city really would like to improve our economy through medical tourism. So I'll just say that in my city, a lot of our healthcare providers, they're trying so hard to target, international patients and to bring them to Las Vegas. And so this issue is just coming up more and more in what I consider to be a pretty small local city.
Mm-hmm. And remember, there's only 2 kinds of data, right? Data in transit and data at rest. If you're a processor, you're doing both, one or both. And if you're sometimes just moving data, that's called data in motion. But GDPR covers both sides. So I think Gary's right. There's quite a limited number of people who are not apt.
Just to reinforce what Gary was saying, I mean, the actual text says offering of goods or services irrespective of whether payment of the data subject is required to data subjects of the union. So I do think that I'm encouraged by the comment that the speaker made, but there's nothing in the text that supports that.
And just another point that we haven't touched upon. While under HIPAA, both covered entities and business associates have direct obligations under the statute, the GDPR goes further. They're jointly and severally liable for each other's shortcomings. So if you're a data controller and your data processor doesn't satisfy the requirements, you're both at risk, and you can be held accountable for the full amount and then have to go against your data processor, and vice versa. So we're talking billions of dollars in potential liability here, and I think very difficult means to avoid it, which is why, and again, I wasn't trying to be trite, I think the energy invested in trying to figure out if you can avoid it is probably better spent in how you can turn it into an asset.
Yeah, and one thing to recognize is that in healthcare, we've lived this for quite a while, a couple decades almost, where you have a covered entity and then a business associate. Those are well-defined terms and fairly well understood. Imagine everybody else. They've never done this. They've not had the difference between a controller of the data and the processor of the data. Now they have to do the same thing. So what the big benefit here, going back to Adrian's question, is everybody else now has to think this way. So we're going to be able to, in healthcare, we now can look outside and say, okay, a covered entity is a controller, a business associate is a processor, and then a subject, of course, is the patient, and et cetera. So that's really nice now, is we're not alone anymore. Everybody has to live our life. Go ahead.
Tom Trezise, my question is, in my work I wear different hats, and on different days, I show up with different conversations. So today I'm here for healthcare. As I put another hat on, though, I'm facing the same issues that we are in healthcare. And one of my frustrations is usually at least 100 people working on the same thing, and they don't know they're all working on the same thing. So I always look for ways for people to collaborate and partner. Is there any process going on for us who have just had this conversation and go, oh my God, I got work to do? Is there any natural partnerships that you can, we could use or partner up with instead of going it alone? It would make sense. Online gaming, tourism, healthcare, all of those interact and intersect. Do you see any natural collaborations that ought to take place to do this work?
There's a group, if you're not familiar with it, actually probably many of you are members, the International Association of Privacy Professionals. The IAPP does great work, and it goes cross-vertical. And so you get a lot of benefit of that. If you're interested, the conference that I mentioned, we had, I think, over 600 people who actually showed it was a webinar conference, and over 5,000 people have downloaded materials. That's actually at ananos.com/GDPR. That's all IAPP. So the IAPP, and I guess it's IAPP.org, is a fantastic organization that I think would be your biggest bang for the buck.
And are there actual working groups in there that
Yes.
says,
Yes.
like the tourism industry and the healthcare industry ought to have a dual working group on this?
I'm not sure that there is now, but if you raised it, you would be the chairman of it.
Forget I asked.
No, anybody else want to add anything? Go.
I'll just say my
Yeah.
university, it's funny that you mentioned those three areas. My university is very good in hotel, we're very good in gaming, and now we think we're good in law, and we're hoping to get good in health law. And note that we're capitalizing on those three areas, and we all work together. So I work with our gaming law folks and our hospitality law folks, even though I have no background in gaming law or hospitality law, because we're all becoming pulled in together.
Yeah, and one thing I would do is for anybody outside of healthcare, this is one of the weirdest things to say is come to healthcare to learn. In our industry, and because we've been having to live this, so there's a lot of work product that is available to describe BAs, business associates, and agreements in this area. So there's actually quite a bit of body that we can use to help raise and lift everybody else. And the other thing is to keep it in an open and both open data and open APIs. Asking your vendors, the vendors are going to have to solve this. There's no scenario where this is going to be handled legally, right? It's going to have to be vendors. It's Microsoft, it's Oracle, it's the folks who make the databases. There's a technology called the virtual private database that allows you to keep things separated in common stores, and that has to be put on steroids over the next few years as well. So next here.
Lucia Savage. So first of all, thank you for validating my read on GDPR. I've been a health lawyer for a long time. I'm like, oh, we already have all this in healthcare except the engineering piece in which we're retarded. Right. But my question is actually about the sort of right of a person to get their own data. So we've had this in the American system on healthcare for a very long time. Spent a lot of effort in the last 2 years trying to put that on steroids and make it digital. I recently had a chance to ask for my data a couple times. I won't tell you how complicated, nerve-wracking and tear-inducing it was, and I do this for a living. But how is that going to work for individuals when GDPR presents? Is it going to be easier in America in healthcare? Is that technology that's going to be required engineering from Europe going to sort of flow downstream here and will get paper out of the system so that things become more automatic? Or will it be more like, everyone who holds the data think it's really theirs, and they put artificial barriers in the process of a person accessing their own data?
Anybody want to go first?
So one of the biggest things about the GDPR is it's a huge hand that's going to slap you if you don't do it right. So I agree. Actually, people who don't have a background in healthcare should look at HIPAA and the privacy rule and the security rule. There's a ton of information there that whether or not the GDPR used or not, I see a lot of it. But one of the big differences here is, let's look minimal necessary. We're still waiting for guidance on that, right? There's a lot of things that, what Deborah talked about before, something that was passed years ago, there hasn't been anything. The problem here is the penalties are assessed on private organizations at a magnitude that have never been seen. And so the good thing and bad thing about EU law is it's more aspirational and less specific. So we tend to be very precise in our lawmaking in the U.S. And the good news is there's clarity and you know what you are or are not supposed to do. The bad news is it gets dated real quickly. The GDPR is another thing which is unique. It actually has a statutory obligation to maintain the state of the art in technology. So you have to stay to what's the greatest and the best. There's no specifics as to how you support data portability, the right of a data subject to get their data, but the penalty is large enough that I think it's going to cause commercial ventures to figure that out real quick.
Just to add to that, I think that one thing that's positive in the U.S. is that there has been recent enforcement against companies for not, honoring the right of access, at least under HIPAA. We haven't had that enforcement yet under the GDPR. So I do think that there is some more incentive now than ever in the healthcare sector to give people their own data. However, one of the real obstacles, which you alluded to, Lucia, is the fact that the data is in silos. So you have to go, there's no one repository, and you have to go to a bunch of different places to try even to make anything close to a comprehensive record of your own health information. And I don't think that there's anything under GDPR that would change that.
Yeah, it wouldn't. I mean, just to give a simple answer, it's not, and nothing is going to get easier on that particular question. In fact, the only thing that's going to drive that is we need to have demand, right? If once a week you get a request from one patient, it's not that important. You're going to find any way to do it. You get 50 requests a week from patients asking you for data, that changes. You get 500 or 5,000. So if we can get patients to say, start asking for more, then it drives the technology. Other than that, I'm not sure it's going to actually drive that much.
Or another idea, which is one that I'm working on, is allowing the companies in the U.S. who have aggregated data, like clearinghouses. So the clearinghouses sit between the providers and the plans, and if we expand the right of access just a little bit under federal law, individuals have a right to receive that information. It's already aggregated. It's not an EHR, but it's claims data, and it's rich in information. So there are some policy efforts that are moving that could make some positive changes for people.
Right. And we only have 90 seconds left before our panel ends, so we can take one. Which side did we go last time?
It was over there, me.
Okay, over here.
Okay,
So you get the last time.
Since we have a bunch of lawyers here, I'm going to ask you a rather legalistic question. I mean, there's been a focus on HIPAA, and I've always been saying for 21 years, if you only focus on HIPAA in healthcare, you're being stupid.
Yeah.
There's just no other way around it. So you have other laws that I'm wondering whether it provides some basis to take some comfort in dealing with GDPR. You have the Fair Credit Reporting Act. You have the Computer Security and Fraud Act. You have the Telephone Consumer Protection Act, all which, in fact, that one might be the most relevant, as that asks for explicit consent. And we see court case after court case about people getting calls on their cell phones and yada, 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 whether HIPAA is on that. So I'm wondering, and also above and beyond that, you have the deteriorating barrier between a consumer and a patient. Go to the Consumer Electronics Show any year and you'll see that the difference is almost non-existent and people are getting confused as to whether they are patients or consumers, whether they're using FDA-regulated products or not FDA-regulated products, whether they're going to be hammered by the FTC or the Consumer Product Commission, and I can go on and make everybody crazy. So the question then becomes, with all that said, and healthcare having had experience with all of these laws, whether the GDPR is just going to be something that makes compliance folks go, okay, let's take all these together now and have a coherent one kind of compliance plan rather than a HIPAA compliance plan, a one for our our marketing plan for TCPA, and then something for consumer fraud and abuse.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So we only have about 30 seconds, so you guys want to take it home?
I'll take a really quick
Yes or no?
No.
No.
No. Because in the United States, we're all about pragmatism. I mean, you've got and the way we've approached privacy is sectoral. I don't think that that's going to change in our lifetime. Maybe in the next generation, but we have different requirements and we treat data differently based on financial, credit reporting, health, and internet. And I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
I share some of your optimism, and here's why. When we talk to companies, nothing happens until they get the data innovation team in the room, the compliance team in the room, the business people who are trying to generate revenues. And when those three people talk, and you know what's scary? Sometimes when we're in the room, it's the first time these people have met each other. So breaking down the silos is the only way you can comply with the GDPR. So maybe in time, your aspiration becomes reality.
Do you have anything to add?
And I'll just say that sectoral approach applies to lawyers and to academics as well. You have experts in HIPAA, but not in this and not in that, and you end up with people who can answer one question in one industry under one regulation, but they can't put it all together.
Right. And just on the engineering side, we have to do it. That's the only way we do it. We do not look at these as separate rules. We combine them, abstract them, implement them at technology, and then say, okay, lawyers, what do you guys want to do with it? So I'm more optimistic on the engineering side that we can do that, and maybe it grows from that point on, but your point is well valid. Let's give a big round of applause to Anna, Gary, Stacy. So I hope you guys enjoyed this. Of course, I think they'll be around during lunch, so I know there was a bunch of more questions, which was great, so I appreciate everybody asking questions. Thank you.
I had a question for you. So, you were talking. This is going to record.
Yes, okay. So up next is the LGBTQIA panel. You guys are coming up already, panelists? Did you guys have any slides? No slides, okay. And so I'm going to hand it over to the moderator of the next panel now.
It looks like the moderator's not here.
Ah.
We haven't seen him.
Kellen?
Kellen?
Moderator next panel?
But, you know, who needs a moderator?
Yeah, moderators are overrated.
I thought that last moderator was amazing. Maybe you could.
I'm happy to moderate this one too. So if Kellen is not here, I'll do this one as well. It's no problem. So you guys only have 2 participants.
Exactly, yep. So
All right,
Trevor
great.
Hoppy and Amy Nelson.
So we'll let you go ahead and make opening remarks then.
Yeah, I've got a little, I'm going to talk here a little bit about HIV and the law, and then Amy will transition to talking about trans issues and the law. And then if at any point there are questions, feel free to just intervene as we go here. Good morning. I want to thank first Craig Conniff, who put together this panel, who unfortunately also couldn't be here today, and for Amy as well for joining me in this discussion. My name's Trevor Hoppy. I'm a sociologist at the University of Albany. I study sex and disease and how we punish it. So kind of fun topic for today. There's a lot of terrain we could cover under LGBT privacy issues. Today, like I said, I'm going to focus on my research on HIV and the criminal law. In the 1980s and early 1990s, America was in the grips of an AIDS panic. A new disease was killing and maiming hundreds at first, then tens of thousands. For several years, the cause remained a medical mystery. AIDS was originally given the unfortunate moniker GRID, gay-related immunodeficiency, as it was decimating urban gay enclaves. The newly ascendant evangelical conservative right seized on this trend, declaring AIDS to be a, quote, cure for homosexuality. For the so-called moral majority, AIDS was divine retribution for moral decay. As I argue in my forthcoming book, Punishing Disease, from the very beginning of the epidemic, AIDS was tightly linked to punishment. The reactionary response to AIDS immediately sparked debates about health privacy that are largely forgotten today. These debates often pitted the interest of people living with HIV against the interest of the broader public. Many public health and legal experts wondered, for example, whether quarantine laws ought to be extended to give health officials more power to detain people living with a disease they labeled as, quote unquote, recalcitrant. Conservative columnists, if you're old enough to remember, you may remember some of their inflammatory commentaries, such as William F. Buckley, who explicitly argued that everyone diagnosed with HIV should be tattooed. A first key debate in the 1980s and 1990s concerned whether states should maintain a database that included the names of patients newly diagnosed with HIV. Epidemiologists called for these kinds of data systems for the sake of the integrity of their public health surveillance data. They wanted to make it all but impossible to double count new infections and to facilitate the tracking of people living with a disease over time. AIDS activists argue that this invasion of privacy was too risky in the face of a disease that was especially stigmatized and untreatable. Any unauthorized release of a patient's HIV-positive status could have devastating consequences. Indeed, if you, again, are old enough to remember, you'll remember the accounts of children being expelled from schools, homes of HIV-positive people being burned to the ground, employers hastily firing employees when they discovered they were living with the disease. Instead of names-based surveillance systems then, AIDS activists argued for code-based systems that facilitated the tracking of people living with the disease without the risk of exposing their identity. And I want to stress that this risk was not entirely academic. For example, in 1996, a Florida Health Department staff member, why is everything in Florida? I don't know. A Florida Health Department staff member was accused of using a health department list of over 4,000 HIV-positive people to screen potential sexual partners. I kid you not. And even more egregiously, he invited his friends to do the same. So the risk was not, entirely theoretical. Nonetheless, public health experts at the CDC strongly favored names-based systems and ultimately strong-armed every state health department in the country in adopting a name-based system rather than a code-based system. The final state with a code-based surveillance system switched over to names-based reporting in 2008. So that's debate one that I want to resuscitate here a little bit, and you'll see why in a minute. Debate two is over the adaptation of contact tracing for HIV. Contact tracing was developed in the 1930s in response to syphilis outbreaks. It involves asking newly diagnosed patients to disclose the names of their sexual partners so that the health department might inform them that they had been exposed. This system worked particularly well for syphilis because it's both highly contagious and treatable with antibiotic. As such, sexual partners of newly diagnosed syphilis patients were highly likely to have been infected or to have been the source of the infection. And once tested for the disease, there was something we could actually do. We could give them antibiotics and treat them and ultimately cure them. HIV is different than syphilis. How contagious is HIV? Now, most in the audience, I know you're not HIV experts, you probably think it's pretty contagious. So just out of curiosity, let me ask you a hypothetical question here. I'll do a little experiment. So if you just imagine a one-time sexual encounter without a condom between an HIV-positive man having sex with an HIV-negative woman, what do we think the odds of transmission would be? So how many hands for 100%? Close to 100%. Not too many, 50%? Couple hands, I see, 10%? Yeah, we're getting more hands. Okay, the answer is less than 1%, more like 1 in 1,000. So HIV is, in fact, quite hard to transmit. And it's harder to transmit than bacterial infections like syphilis or gonorrhea. So contact tracing isn't particularly well suited to diseases that are hard to transmit, and at least at times when these policies were being written in the 80s and early 90s, HIV was largely untreatable. So it's not highly contagious, it's not treatable, and so probably not well suited for contact tracing. Studies have actually suggested that health departments may diagnose more HIV cases using fewer resources with just random screening programs as compared to contact tracing. AIDS activists thus argued against that invasion of privacy posed by collecting the names of prior sexual partners. And it's not hard to imagine why. Just, again, put yourself in the shoes, a thought experiment here. You get a call from the health department, and they tell you someone you recently had sex with has tested positive for HIV. Now, imagine you've only had one sexual partner in the past 6 months, and I know this might be harder for some than others. So if you've only had one sexual partner, right, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out who this person that they can't name because of HIPAA, but you can sort of deduce by not too much logic. There are instances of married couples, for example, partner services, hard to imagine. So there's no way for health officials to anticipate this, right? Because they know the sexual history of the index patient, but not you, the referred partner. So that's the privacy risk sort of at play here, and I want to add a layer to that in my talk today. But despite these problems with name-based surveillance and contact tracing, they're basically universally practiced across the country. And this is true for HIV and other STIs as well. This practice has never been demonstrated to be a cost-effective use of resources. Instead, many health officials just believe it's a good idea. These debates over contact tracing and name-based surveillance mostly fizzled in the 1990s. Today, I think it's necessary to revisit them in the face of increasing criminalization of people living with HIV. What do I mean by criminalization of people living with HIV? In the 80s and 90s, at the same time that these debates were playing out, many states across the country passed new criminal laws that made it a crime, generally, for people to have sex with someone without disclosing their HIV-positive status. I'll refer to these laws today collectively as HIV exposure and disclosure laws. Virtually all these laws in the US do not require the prosecution to show that the defendant's partner contracted HIV because of their actions, or even that there was any risk of that outcome. The vast majority include felony penalties that can result in prison sentences upwards of 20 or 30 years. In some cases, in some states, conviction requires registration as a sex offender. While these laws were written at a time when AIDS was a terminal illness, medical treatments have transformed the disease. Many of you probably are aware. It's now more of a chronic, manageable disease than a terminal illness, in many cases with a 1-pill-a-day regimen. Yet despite the medical and scientific advances in the more than 3 decades since most of these laws were put on the books, we're still stuck with the laws based on 1985 science. Now, some in public health have reluctantly spoken out against criminalization, but practitioners in the field have rather mixed opinions about punishing disease. In some cases, public health departments have quietly engaged in policing-oriented policies that have transformed their work from public health to law enforcement, and that's what I'm going to talk about today. One way in which health departments have reoriented their work towards policing has been to harness the names-based disease surveillance systems that I talked about earlier for law enforcement purposes. These systems were intended solely to facilitate epidemiological surveillance, right? The data integrity was the goal here. They were never meant to be systems of recourse for police or for other kinds of investigations into people living with HIV. Yet my research in Michigan, as well as reports from numerous other states, reveal that this is exactly what's happening around the country. So what did I find in Michigan? I interviewed health department staff in 14 of the 17 jurisdictions in the state that have staff dedicated to managing HIV. I asked these officials how they identified people they suspected were what's known as a health threat to others, a legal designation that can have far-reaching implications. Today, I want to relay a few practices to me that suggest a policing orientation to public health practice in what they told me. The first practice is the cross-referencing of name-based surveillance systems and contact tracing, those two debates that I talked about earlier. So how does this work? Let's think about this for a second. You test positive for syphilis, gonorrhea, chlamydia, HIV. In any of those cases, the health department's going to give you a call. And they're going to say, who'd you have sex with? Contact tracing, right? And let's say, you tell them you had sex with Joe, Larry, and Bob, we'll say. In several jurisdictions, they tack on a second question. It's not standard practice. Did Joe, Larry, or Bob ever tell you that they were HIV positive? And you'll say, no, Joe, Larry, or Bob, nobody told me that they were HIV positive. Note that they'll ask you this question whether you test positive for HIV, syphilis, gonorrhea, any of those reportable infections. The health department staff member will take that information and launch something of an investigation. In some cases, health officials told me that they might automatically recognize the names of Joe, Larry, or Bob. If they don't recognize any of those names, they'll then call the state health department to ask that they run a search on the names-based surveillance system to find out if any of them has been diagnosed as HIV positive. If they get a match, let's say if Larry is found out to be HIV positive in the previous example, they'll investigate further and in some cases encourage the index patient to call the cops. Of course, they can't tell the original index patient that someone, the identity of the person who's named as, who's the named partner who's HIV positive. That'd be a violation of HIPAA, right? But officials describe tiptoeing around HIPAA here. Let me quote a Michigan health official I interviewed to paint a picture for you. There was a lot of tiptoeing, she says. There's a lot of, well, we'd like you to come back into the office and talk to you a little bit more about your situation. And that's when we'll try to say, have you had any other partners? Have any of your other partners said anything about being HIV positive? And at that point, sometimes we might say, well, we'd like you to report this to the police. Anecdotal reports from outside of Michigan suggest this practice is more widespread. For example, during a Tennessee court hearing against an HIV positive man accused of not telling his female partner that he was positive, describes that she learned of the defendant's status from health department staff, directly, a clear violation of HIPAA. Quote, the victim stated that she went to the health department on November the 27th of 2001, tested positive for STD, they don't say which, and at that time she gave the suspect's name to the health department and was told that he was HIV positive. Reports like this suggest that at least some health departments in the country are developing a policing orientation towards their public health practice. This was evidence in a range of policies, not just the practices I just described, but also, for example, in the quote-unquote client acknowledgement forms that many health departments ask newly diagnosed patients to sign. These are essentially forms that say, I know that I'm HIV positive, and if I do this or that, I'm going to go to jail. These forms were specifically designed to facilitate holding HIV positive clients legally responsible. Health officials explained to me that these forms were necessary because some individuals diagnosed as HIV positive would later claim that they had never been told of their status. And in this case, ignorance would be a legal protection. You must know you're HIV infected in order to be prosecuted under these laws. Forms like these have been introduced as evidence in criminal cases in Florida, Indiana, Mississippi, North Carolina, and Tennessee, just to name the ones, as well as Michigan, that we're aware of. Although the health department staff cannot itself file criminal charges against defendants, a partner has to go to the police, there was limited evidence of attempts by health officials to solicit sting operations against their clients. For example, in 2009, a health department in northern Michigan wrote to the county prosecutor to report an HIV-positive client they suspected of being a health threat to others. And in this memo that was obtained by a local journalist, they suggested 3 options, one of which was that the police set up a sting operation at the public restroom to catch this individual. Again, policing-oriented orientation towards public health practice. You might think that this pattern of practice would mean that public health practitioners assign significant public health value to disclosing one's HIV-positive status. But even this assumption appears faulty. In a survey that I conducted with the officials that I interviewed for this study, only 44% agreed with the statement that, quote, laws requiring that HIV-positive people disclose their status before having sex help to reduce the number of new HIV infections every year. Yeah, despite that less than half believe that these laws contribute to public health, 0% agree that they should be repealed. This suggests that the value of these laws in the eyes of health officials is not solely a function of their public health utility. There's good reason to believe that promoting status disclosure is not necessarily beneficial for public health. How could this be? It would seem obvious if a person was informed of another person's HIV-positive status, they'd be better able to protect themselves against infection. That's the sort of logic of disclosure, right? But there are 2 problems I just want to point out briefly with this argument. First, most HIV infections are the result of having sex with someone who had no idea that they were infected. In other words, someone who could never have disclosed, even if asked. This is because the virus is unchecked in their bodies, reproducing millions of copies of itself that permeate the person's bodily fluids. This makes it much easier to transmit the disease. Second, many people who go on treatment today, you may know this if you're in the healthcare field, achieve what's known as an undetectable viral load. This means that latest scientific tests cannot isolate the virus in their body. The treatments have effectively squashed the ability of the virus to reproduce in their body. Recent studies have confirmed what many HIV experts have suspected for many years, that people with undetectable viral loads cannot transmit the disease. This was most strikingly evidenced in the recent partner study, which observed gay and straight couples in which one partner was positive and the other was HIV negative. To participate in the study, you had to be having sex without a condom at least some of the time. They followed these people for years to see how many transmissions took place, right? After an estimated 58,000 condomless sexual encounters, 58,000 is sort of a staggering number, there were 0 link transmissions between partners in the study. And this is the best evidence we have now to support this claim that activists, they have this new message that undetectable equals untransmittable. Without a clear public health justification for these laws, health departments must stop aiding in their enforcement. The health department should not become the police, and they ought not to use disease surveillance systems for law enforcement purposes. At the very least, they ought to be much more transparent about how they use the information they do collect. Until this happens, I believe gay men, LGBT people, and members of other communities disproportionately impacted HIV have good reason to refuse cooperation with local health department investigations. We should not be made unwitting tools of an effort to punish the sick. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trevor, and good morning, everybody. I am Kellen Baker, your moderator. Move this off the screen.
1 second.
I apologize for my tardiness. I came down from Baltimore this morning, and your privacy settings here were set so high, I had a hard time finding the room. But I'm here, I'm queer, and I'm excited to talk with you all about health privacy in the LGBTQIA, that is LGBT, queer, intersex, and asexual community, electronic health records, and sensitive data. And I'd like to thank the moderator from the previous session for getting us started, and Trevor for diving right in. And with no further ado, I would like to invite Amy Nelson, the Director of Legal Services from Whitman Walker Health here in DC, to tell you more about Whitman Walker's experience with these topics. Amy.
Good morning, everybody. I want to congratulate and thank Deborah and Amber for putting together this amazing event, and thank you all for being here. and thank you to my co-panelists. Specifically, I want to thank Trevor for that stirring reminder of the stigma and ignorance surrounding HIV, a stigma that unfortunately continues to flourish today. I work at Whitman Walker Health here in DC, where we provide medical care and support services to more than 15,000 individuals on an annual basis, and of those folks, about 3,000 of them are living with HIV. Now, of course, this is a service we've been providing at Whitman Walker since the onset of the disease. The difference, of course, is that today our HIV-positive clients are living healthy lives and, for the most part, have their HIV well under control. But back in the day, we as a health center were in the crosshairs of some of the public official paranoia that Trevor described. Officials who were seeking to uncover the names of persons living with AIDS in the 80s. And so what I understand about the very colorful Whitman Walker history is that at one point, the staff actually maintained dummy patient files in the front office so that if and when government officials showed up wanting to seize patient records, the real client names, patient names would be safe. I also understand that we used to be home to an anonymous and questionably reusable coffin, and that is because surviving partners and families simply were turned away by local funeral homes. Point is, advocates and allies went to great lengths to protect the needs and protect the dignity of the community. So from those early days, back in 1986, Whitman Walker hired its first lawyer because some of our AIDS patients were being discriminated against at local hospitals and by others. So 31 years later, we're still at it. We pride ourselves in being the nation's oldest medical legal partnership. So today we still offer free legal services, and that's my job. I'm the director of legal services. There are over 20 of us in this department. So we help more than 3,000 people a year. About half of those people are living with HIV. A third of those people identify as lesbian, gay, or bi, and 1 in 5 identify as transgender. The folks who seek us out in legal tend to have poor health, or rather heightened health concerns and less stable income and housing than the average Whitman Walker patient. We help folks with legal issues including discrimination, immigration, elder law, public benefits, and other matters related to health. And one of the services we offer relates specifically to medical privacy, specifically privacy around one's gender identity, their sexual orientation, and/or their HIV status. So when do clients come to us in legal? Well, they come to us when their employers fire them. They come to us when their colleagues taunt or harass them at work. They come to us when their teachers expel them from school or refuse to control peer bullying. They come to us when their landlords kick them out. And finally, and perhaps most heartbreakingly, they come to us when their families disown them once they discover or even suspect that one of those 3 characteristics may apply to their child, their spouse, their classmate, tenant, or coworker. So today, that's a big umbrella of stuff. Today I want to focus on gender identity. As Trevor so carefully outlined, American homophobia has led to tangible efforts to criminalize queer behavior. Unfortunately, I think we can all agree those stigmatization efforts don't end with HIV or gay sex, but rather those systems have systematically targeted persons who are not gender conforming. Folks who identify as transgender, gender variant, or gender expansive. And I'm not talking about a small number of people. According to the Williams Institute at UCLA School of Law, more than 1.4 million adults in the United States alone identify as transgender. So 1.4 million is a lot of people. That's about the size of the city of San Diego. And we know from other surveys that transgender folks are particularly struck by poverty, discrimination, and violence. And we know that Black and brown trans people are disproportionately affected by those same issues. And as a result, the health impacts on those communities are staggering. Again, according to another Williams Institute study, trans folks report a higher prevalence of poor health outcome and report more days per month of poor physical and mental health than their cisgender counterparts. And perhaps most strikingly, the rate of HIV among transgender persons is staggering. The rate is 5 times that of the cisgender population in the United States. So 5 times among transgender folks, the rate of HIV. But when you talk about trans women of color, a subgroup that we talk about a lot because of the health disparities, their rate of infection is 22 times the national average. And more studies tell us that trans people tend to lack health care, they tend to lack health insurance, and they tend to lack access to a competent provider. In fact, we know that many people report being discriminated, verbally harassed, or simply refused treatment because of their gender identity, and that's one of the types of cases we take at Women Walker. Today, I want to talk a little bit about the evolution of coming out of the trans closet. That is, the growing social, legal, and medical recognition of the journey of transgender people, and specifically the need for transgender medical care, and how that evolution has collided with medical record keeping and implicated medical privacy concerns. So I think this group will be excited to hear that I want to talk about data collection. With so many actors in the healthcare puzzle, particularly electronic medical record systems, these actors are all struggling to catch up with the notion that gender requires more than 2 checkboxes. M and F is not enough. In fact, gender requires more than one question. Specifically, adequate EMR systems often lack fields to collect sex assigned at birth, current gender identity, or preferred pronouns. We at Women Walker are living through this as we push our software provider to update what they thought was an adequate system when they established those templates. So as EMR software engineers strain to catch up, insurance claim systems are equally suffering, and of course sometimes refuse to pay claims or when gender markers don't match. But unfortunately, it's the patient who feels the pain firsthand when medical providers and office staff call for or greet the patient with the wrong name or a mistaken pronoun, or in some cases, refuse to provide service to that patient at all. And data collection, of course, influences insurance coverage. A popular excuse for denying insurance coverage was the so-called pre-existing condition of being trans. We joke about the trans broken arm syndrome or the trans root canal, where insurance companies denied payment or doctors refused to treat the patient simply because the patient happened to be trans. And they knew that because there was a descriptor in the client's medical record. But of course, that status was completely unrelated to the medical need at hand. Thanks to the current law of the land and the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, we are not at the mercy of pre-existing conditions. But let's hope that remains the case. I think we all know that the alternative bill passed by the House would give states the option of allowing reinstatement of pre-existing condition coverage limits. Obviously, this would hurt a lot of people, including trans folks. Folks with a history marker in their medical record of being trans or perhaps being a sexual assault victim, a victim of domestic violence, or perhaps having had a C-section would be in danger of losing or at least paying more for their coverage. Thanks to the Affordable Care Act, healthcare has evolved, but with growing pains. The positive development, insurers and employers are now readily covering most healthcare needs of transgender plan members. That is, when the healthcare is not related to being transgender. So most broken arms and most root canal claims are paid for. But the challenge remains that some insurers, I should say, are openly denying coverage to trans individuals when that care is related to the patient's medical transition, when that care is medically necessary. Specifically, access to hormones and surgery. So for example, we get a lot of calls from clients who may go to the pharmacy wanting, let's say trans man wanting to fill his testosterone prescription, and the pharmacy says, okay, that'll be $100. And the guy says, well, I pay $10 copay for all my other prescriptions, why is this more? And they say, well, your insurance company has denied the claim, and that could be for a variety of reasons, and that's where we step in and attempt to problem solve. Now, before coverage of trans care was even a glimmer, many providers would simply list a code in the record that did not mention gender dysphoria, or at the time, GID, gender identity disorder. It's since been renamed gender dysphoria. So for example, in that testosterone case, a provider may simply list a condition as endocrine disorder not otherwise specified, and then the claim would go through. Some surgeons followed this lead and used other coding to secure gender-confirming procedures. While this approach ignored trans identities, it resulted in transition care. Today, accurate diagnostic codes are the norm, and advocates like us at Whitman Walker rely on a variety of legal arguments to ensure coverage. One such tool currently under threat from this administration is the Section 1557, which is the anti-discrimination language within the Affordable Care Act. So we use that to fight cases, and in nearly all cases we win. But, and there's a huge but here, the process is incredibly complicated. First, an appeal can span many months, even years, leaving the patient without medically necessary care that they need or sitting on piles of medical debt. And second, some patients, some clients may choose not to pursue the appeal at all because the insured primary party, which could be the patient themselves or a spouse or a parent, does not want to reveal the medical transition to the employer. This is particularly relevant in the case of an employer who may be self-insured. So the insured person simply doesn't want to pursue the claim, a real fear despite HIPAA protections. So I've seen multiple cases where young people who are in their early 20s who are still on their insurance plan are seeking transition-related care, and then once that care is denied, an appeal needs to be pursued. We contact the parent or the child contacts them on our behalf, and the parent says, you know what, let me just pay out of pocket or pursue another avenue. I don't want to pursue this appeal because I don't want to rock the boat at work. Because in addition to fighting the insurance company, we may in some cases file a Title VII discrimination claim against the employer. And of course, there's a lot of stigma around trans identities, and so the parent may not want to out themselves to their coworkers as the parent of a trans child. So in these cases, we help the patient pursue other insurance or payment options if any exist, but this is obviously not an acceptable outcome. There is one little piece of good news around gender dysphoria being a medicalized condition, is that the diagnosis can be used as a shield with some third parties, such as employers, schools, and the courts. Even when that receiving party is not a HIPAA-covered entity, but the mere mention of the word HIPAA scares them. Specifically, we've argued to local courts that a name or gender change petition should be sealed to protect the client's medical privacy, and we have prevailed. Some local statutes mention medical privacy specifically, while others talk about sensitive information, and in either case, we can use that language to our advantage. So, in closing, medical privacy around gender identity can be messy. Who needs to know, and how will they respond? Like HIV, ignorance and stigma, if left unchecked, may stifle the conversation or push it in the wrong direction. But access to transition-related care has gained more momentum than ever. The medical and insurance communities are starting to figure it out. We have a long way to go, but we're headed in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amy. And before we go to Q&A, I just want to give a brief overview. As I mentioned before, my name is Kellen Baker. I'm a senior fellow at the Center for American Progress, which is a progressive think tank here in DC, where I work on LGBT issues and data collection issues. And I want to give a brief update on a study that I have been involved with for the last several years called the Emergency Department Query for Patient-Centered Approaches to Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity. We somehow got that to be the Equality study. Don't ask me where the acronym actually comes from. What that study is about, it started in 2013. It's a collaboration between Johns Hopkins and Harvard Medical School. It is related to, as the name suggests, the collection of sexual orientation and gender identity data in one of the most fraught spaces for patient privacy and concerns, the emergency department. So the Institute of Medicine and the Joint Commission, as I'm sure many of you are familiar with, have recommended the routine collection of sexual orientation and gender identity data collection in clinical settings, particularly in electronic medical records. And the Meaningful Use Program and the subsequent MACRA program have included a requirement that certified EMR systems be able to collect, retrieve, and use structured data on sexual orientation and gender identity. That's not a requirement that any provider or any particular clinician has to ask these questions of their patients, nor is it a requirement that patients disclose this information, but it is a requirement that these EMR systems have the capacity to collect these data, meaning that nature abhors a vacuum, right? If there's a question there, the likelihood that that patients will be asked these questions increases. So this study was looking at, as I mentioned, the emergency department, and really what it focused on was looking at whether or not patients, sexual orientation and gender identity minorities, sexual and gender minorities, are willing to disclose data related to their sexual orientation and gender identity. And again, this is in the emergency department. So if I were to ask you all, what percentage of sexual minorities, LGB folks, would be willing to disclose their sexual orientation if asked in the emergency department? 100%? 80%? Anybody? 0. I see some votes for 0. Well, we asked a bunch of clinicians, and clinicians said, as many of you here have said, well, we expect about 80% of people would refuse. Actually, 10% of sexual minorities would refuse to disclose their sexual orientation if asked in the emergency department. These data come from, we did a mixed method study. So we did some qualitative interviews here in the DMV metro area with patients and providers in order to put together a questionnaire that would get at this question of, would you disclose sexual orientation or gender identity information in this setting? And then we took it nationwide to a survey of more than 1,500 self-identified LGBT folks, as well as about 450 providers. And these are where the numbers came back, that about 80% of providers in the emergency department anticipate that their patients would not share data related to sexual orientation or gender identity. Whereas when you ask the patients themselves, only 10% would refuse. So that sets us up for some very interesting discussions down the road. LGBT folks, when asked, gave a couple of different reasons for why they said they would share this information. They talked about recognition of who they are and what their families look like, what their specific health concerns might be. They talked about normalization, the desire for these questions to be asked more regularly as part of the recognition that LGBT people are everywhere, including in the emergency department, and the degree to which sexual orientation or gender identity, and particularly as Amy has just mentioned, gender identity being very relevant in many cases to the provision of care. Maybe not when it comes to a broken arm, but there are a variety of circumstances in which knowing your patient's gender identity is actually quite important for making sure that that person gets the right care. So finally, in terms of some of the last few tidbits of findings from this study, confidentiality, assurances of confidentiality were less important to LGBT patients than a private space to fill out the form, and patients preferred nonverbal self-report. So on a paper form or an iPad where they were not asked by a provider, but where they had the opportunity to input the information themselves. So this study was just released. The sort of first wave of papers is coming out. You can see it in JAMA. It came out in April of this year. And again, this is the equality study. So I will be happy to answer any questions about that study, but I wanted to open it up to general questions for all of us here on the panel. And if you could please join me in giving our panelists another round of applause for their awesome presentations. And do we have any specific questions for myself, Trevor, or Amy?
More toward Amy. Amy, my name is Stephen Cosby. I do group health plans for a living, and it was more just a comment. You mentioned that guaranteed issue was out there as far as no medical underwriting. I just wanted to let you know that medical underwriting is alive and well. There's a gaping hole in the law that employers have been taking advantage of, and they've been self-insuring and medical underwriting small groups, and the administration has failed to address it, or the previous administration. So in your quest to, fulfill your mission, don't ignore that or turn a blind eye to that. They're still asking medical questions. I deal with it every day. It's a challenge, and I wish it had gone away, but it's there. It's alive and well. So.
Yeah, thank you for that comment.
Question.
Adrian Gropper. My role is to pay attention to technology as it relates to health privacy. From the perspective of you, this community that you panelists represent, are there roles for technology or improvements that you see would be important?
I have some thoughts I want to invite.
Well, I think I touched on that a little bit, simply that technology has a long way to go in terms of collecting SOGI data, so that's our shorthand for sexual orientation, gender identity data. We, in legal services, we use an online database to track our legal work, and it's pretty malleable, so we've been able to expand those fields, but the EMR is a clunkier machine, at least the one that we use at Women Walkers. So I do think there's a long way to go in terms of normalizing what the data collection process looks like so that it's simple. And as Kellen said, if it's not safe and straightforward, folks may not disclose that data.
One of the most important things that I see coming up, in addition to what Amy mentioned, is the need for stratification of privacy settings on records. So we have a lot of concerns from LGBT individuals. They want to make sure that the providers who need that information can get that information, but they also want to make sure that any random person walking past a computer can't necessarily dial it up and figure out who is the transgender person down the hall. So I don't know the degree to which you've been involved in any work, for example, that might sequester information about, for example, a previous abortion or birth control access, anything, or psychiatric information, anything that might be a little bit more sensitive from a patient perspective, and whether that is applicable in the LGBT patient setting. But we also have a balance there between, as these respondents mentioned, normalization, wanting this to be a certain degree of basic demographic information, while also recognizing that some other individuals might have more specific privacy concerns. And how does the technology of the EMR reflect that?
To the extent that I am involved in, you asked the question, I'm not aware of any best practices that are being promulgated by the vendors, either in terms of how the EHRs, and Shahid left the room, actually, he would be a good person, or in the exchange of information. There's a lot of activity in trying to label and filter stuff, but not, as far as I can tell, something where there's a contribution by the community to say, this is what we must have, this is what is nice to have, for example, or anything like that. If there's anybody in the audience, maybe they would chime in.
And in particular, given the requirements under federal law for the different treatment of patient data related to psychiatric treatment, I would love to talk with anybody afterwards, or if you have contributions, I'd love to hear that. Another question over here?
I was curious if you had longitudinal data about the willingness to disclose, because I think people are a lot more comfortable now, or seem to be, on both sides of the fence, in disclosing and hearing it, so to speak. Have you got any?
We do not have longitudinal data from a single cohort, but we do have a couple of studies over the last couple of years that have shown an evolving willingness. In my work at the Center for American Progress, we've done several nationally representative surveys and have asked, would you be willing? And we have consistently seen above 75% of both sexual minorities, so LGB folks, and gender minorities, so transgender folks, saying that they would disclose this information to their healthcare provider if asked. But there definitely is a trend. I was myself surprised to find out that trend started at over 70%-ish several years ago. Question?
Hi. All right. Okay. Looks like this works. My name is Lauren Harriman. I'm an attorney in California and also an engineer. It's a strange combo. Questions for Kellen. In the equality study, so most patients don't know that they don't have to give their social security number when they're in like a doctor's waiting room or what have you. So what sort of precautions did you take to make it clear to patients that they didn't have to give you the gender information if they weren't comfortable doing so?
There was no particular information on the form that said this is not compelled disclosure, so it sort of rode along with the other types of information that you mentioned, for example, the social security number. I think that's a really good point. The degree to which, myself as somebody who considers myself pretty informed about my rights, and I'm sometimes confused about what information I have to provide. Yeah. So that is something that I agree going forward in this study, that's something that we'll need to make sure to keep an eye on. Do my fellow panelists have other thoughts on this question of what do people know? Do they know their rights, and how do they assert them?
Well, when we do intakes on the legal side, we certainly make it clear that that responding to the questions is optional. However, most people come to us because their issue is related to one of those underlying characteristics, so usually it's front and center in the conversation.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Lisa Matsubara. I work for the California Medical Association, so I mostly represent providers. We see this issue coming up more and more with the treatment of particularly transgender patients, and I think, you know, in California, we are pretty progressive in our laws. The only issue is a lot of times the laws are written so that the patient will, or the individual self-identifies, and that's what goes on the public record. And as you mentioned, the EMRs are not sophisticated enough to capture the different nuances, and in the medical context, it's actually an issue because if you're a transgendered patient, your medical needs may be different than what you have just self-identified as. And so do you have any suggestions to how to kind of change that discrepancy, whether that's going to come from the technology side or from maybe a regulatory or legal side?
Kellen, you want to address that?
The recommended, so there currently is no single standard for how to collect data on gender identity in an EMR. But as Amy mentioned, there is a gold standard, if you will, that has come out of the world of population surveys that is a two-step question. So first it asks, what is your current gender identity? And then it asks, what is the sex that you were assigned at birth? So there has been a lot of work. For example, the World Professional Association for Transgender Health, WPATH, has an EMR working group that has published recommendations for how to incorporate the two-step question into an EMR and then how to link that information from each of those questions to clinical decision support that actually makes sense. So for example, on the basis of the sex you were assigned at birth, you would then have an anatomical inventory, or you would have something linked to recommended screenings, for example, cervical pap tests for transgender men, individuals who were assigned female at birth and may or may not still have a cervix and need a pap test. And then the information about current gender, more driving things such as how do you address the patient, current issues such as transgender man, are you on testosterone therapy, et cetera. So that is really the main way that I've seen these systems attempting to respond to the reality that transgender people may have medical needs that are not immediately apparent on the basis of their current gender identity, but that should be available, data should be available in the EMR to make sure they're getting that care.
Do you know where like we are in the implementation of that in terms of like sort of the big actors in the EMR world?
We're working on it.
Okay.
So Epic, for example, has been in discussions with experts in this field for quite a while, and they're working on incorporating that two-step question into their sort of out-of-the-box, off-the-shelf product. We have seen a couple of major medical centers in California. Actually, the University of California at Davis was one of the first places to really pioneer the collection of these data in the EMR. So it's really sort of happening piecemeal. We were hoping that there would be a stronger statement from the meaningful use regulations that we really do need to have a two-step question. It's not enough to say transgender, because what does that mean? And how do you make sure you're addressing the patient appropriately and caring for them correctly? But it really is sort of happening very piecemeal. But I recommend to anyone, there are two actually articles in the peer-reviewed literature from the WPATH EMR working group, and they describe in significant detail how to actually implement this in an EMR system.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah.
Hi, Amy, you had mentioned that you leverage the regulations in ACA to advocate for your patients. With the new administration and the new American Health Care Act, particularly in pre-existing condition that is a little bit nebulous going forward, what are some of your concerns and how are you addressing that on behalf of your patients?
Right, thanks for that question. So we are very concerned because the anti-discrimination section of the Affordable Care Act 1557 is still the law of the land, but enforcement by the Office of Civil Rights at HHS was enjoined by a federal court in North Texas, embarrassingly my home state, on the last day of 2016. And so the Office of Civil Rights, OCR at HHS, hasn't been taking any action to enforce 1557. Now on the flip side, folks have been pursuing their rights under that clause in federal court with some success. So between that and, as I mentioned, Title VII, depending on to what extent the employer is implicated, we feel like we're optimistic. The hope is that the fight in federal courts can march forward, despite what may happen.
But even if the roof burns off, the walls may still be standing. That's kind of how I think about it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Amy. Good question.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Gerald Schatz, and apart from slipping on stairs, I'm a lawyer. And you had asked about different practices among the research sponsor agencies. I would point out that the National Institute of Justice is subject to 42 USC 3789G, which provides criminal penalties for unauthorized disclosures. On the other hand, the common rule agencies give behavioral and social science research almost a free pass from scrutiny.
Thank you. Any more questions? I have one that I would like to ask of Trevor really quickly, and actually this is sort of for Amy as well. Just in the sense of, as we're wrapping up here, how do you think current trends, you mentioned quite a bit about the state level, but also obviously local jurisdictions and the national level, how do you see these trends further exacerbating the vulnerability of patient privacy, particularly for LGB folks and people living with HIV?
Well, it varies so much by jurisdiction, and I think that's important to always keep in mind. So, if you live here in DC or in San Francisco, your health department is probably not engaging in the practices I've described. It's happening in places where criminalization is more rife. The South, the Midwest, more conservative states. So in those places, I think that's where we have to look. The best practices that make sense in San Francisco may not make sense, or need to be adapted somewhat in places where the stigma is not the same. Does that?
What do we do if we live in Dubuque?
You move. It's a challenge. I mean, I think many people, I know HIV positive people who have made a decision to move across the country. I know transgender people who have made a decision to move across the country because they couldn't get the health care they needed, or they couldn't, they were being surveilled and policed by their local health department. So if you're unable to move, I don't know how you manage that. I mean, I think unfortunately the stigma leads to less disclosure rather than more, because you want to contain who knows this information. And so I think it actually, it reduces the amount of disclosure that happens rather than increases it in these high stigma environments.
Mm-hmm. Well, and hopefully, I guess we'll have our national protections for as long as we can in terms of non-discrimination.
I just want to throw out one thing we haven't mentioned, which is RFRA. I think we all know that it's looming there in the background. And of course, it wasn't, it was invoked in one of the more recent executive orders, but it didn't target LGBT persons specifically, something that we were expecting to have happen. I do think that RFRA is going to gain traction in terms of a tool that folks can use to discriminate against LGBT persons, particularly folks with extreme health needs.
And could you say really quickly, what is RFRA?
RFRA is the Religious Freedom and Restoration Act. So that's the federal level, and then states have frequently, many states, I don't know how many have enacted their own RFRA-like state law.
Well, we are right at our time for wrapping up. I want to thank you all for being here, and one more round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much.
Let me thank all of you for this incredibly nuanced and important discussion, particularly about medical records and stigmatization. And well, as a psychiatrist, certainly I've been working for a long time with stigmatized populations, and it's very, very difficult to make decisions about what to reveal and to whom and what will happen to it. And so I think you brought a much higher, a more nuanced level to this discussion. But we're always going to have stigmatized conditions. And people should always have their own, be able to make their own choices about who knows what about them. And so it's an important problem to, and hopefully everyone doesn't have to keep moving, that there should be ways, of course, to segment sensitive information and for you to decide who sees it. And anyway, thank you. This was just amazing. Thank them again. And so upstairs, we have box lunches up in the, when you came up the step, anyway, you'll figure it out. There's food, and we'd like to start again at 1:25. So please come back. Have a great lunch. Thank you.
Yes.
love.
But I don't really work in that area. I don't know it particularly well.
Okay, my concern.
Also, I've become interested in positions. So
I need to get a picture of you.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not on Twitter.
No, you.
Oh, me too. Oh, great! I love it.
Thank you.
I know. Oh, Trevor,
Thank you so much.
are you gonna put it on Twitter?
Yeah, are you on Twitter?
It's at Nelson Amy's.
Oh, let me add you right now because I looked for you earlier. I didn't see.
It's kind of bad.
Could I just make you aware?
Oh, yeah. I'd love to talk more about it, yeah.
Quality reporting for questions like whether somebody is having HIV follow-up and stuff. And HHS intention is to collect all this data personally identified. And HHS also has a track history of turning around and then re-releasing the data that can be re-identified. And I am trying to move against having them collect any of this quality measure data.
Interesting.
So I wanted, if you go on their website, it talks about what's going on. And I just did a little document and it has psychiatric stuff, it has HIV stuff, all sorts of very private stuff that's going to a federal government papers, which will then be hacked, I can assure you.
Yeah. Did you give your card to Kellen? I'm sure he'd be interested as well. Okay, good.
Sorry, go ahead. I was just putting the phone together.
Thank you, yeah.
Thanks for your question. Yep.
So that's Thanks for having us. Oh my Yes, for their own risk. This is what you might be there. Probably. There's so many people who don't know. There's a line, but you can right. You know, they're going to have their position of power. They're going to close the door to the doctor. Right. Because of their own families and whatever. It's, I was first.
And you are?
I am Eric Gordon.
And what do you do?
I do HIPAA consulting for small practice.
Okay.
DC area. So I've seen you a couple of times.
Yeah,
this is right up my
ONC
alley.
has a huge focus on small practices, and I was looking at the proposed budget because that was one of my concerns where you guys are from now. And there's 15 people at ONC who do that work. Joy built with her 18, and then I inherited all these slots and really tried to push out a lot of work. And I was saying to Arthur Allen just a couple weeks ago, like, okay, so you move all those people over, where's that work going to happen from?
Are you concerned that you're going to try?
Yes.
I'm just scrapping.
Did you guys get lunch?
We're cutting everything else.
You guys can, yeah, you guys can
No,
pull
I mean, this is law. He's got to go to Congress, and they have to undo a law.
Okay, you don't think? Okay, you think it's pretty safe?
Nobody wants to have that debate in
Okay.
Congress.
All right.
Nobody
Fair
wants to
enough.
debate privacy in Congress.
Okay, it has-
Either way,
It has
get rid of it
popped.
or make it stronger.
Okay.
Nobody wants to have that conversation.
Okay, I never considered it would make it stronger.
Oh, well, once you open it up, then you have to have a debate.
Okay, yeah, but I did find out, I was like,
No, they're not going to get rid of it. They can't also because the health sector, you know, as you heard earlier today, the health sector is actually so far ahead of
steam turbine. This program will last half a day.
Because of HIPAA,
When you talk
it's not
about
even
that,
funny. We're like already 80% there. It's just a little bit of engineering here and there.
there we had a
Compared
situation
to
where we're worried
Google,
about how
Facebook,
kind of outbreak they
or
had.
Oracle, Microsoft.
You probably get all this too. You were talking about, is it W?
Help people get a job.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
If only. But when you mentioned, when you talked about the
It's interesting to me how there's all these people doing work and it's kind of all disconnected.
I kind of thought as I didn't want to interrupt the train of discussion.
My son and her.
But the opioid things are very similar. Yeah. And it's huge. And there's intersections.
So Kim then was 4 or 5 years old, and so they were talking. There was three kids in that survey always commuted to school together, and they were talking about what do you want to be. And I'm driving, and Sarah's into the doctor. And I was there going, yeah, I think she's saying.
She is absolutely the first trans president of the United States without a doubt. She's incredible. Well, I don't know. I will definitely tell her.
I think she's one of the most amazing people in the world.
She really is. She really is. Thank you.
Well, I got my, so please tell her.
I will.
Yeah, maybe we can follow up on
So many fines they're responsible for.
So the reason I don't think that they've taken
10% would retire. Yes.
But not only that, non-power consumers. Taking the next step and thinking not how
She thought it was elegant and really screw up to get consumers. Really, don't encrypt your data, lose it, then never notify it. That's what it costs.
So I don't actually know.
And how can you say, wait a second, there's no one fine here, you just don't.
What control does the individual have over their information?
Then we have the problem.
We never, well, before high tech.
That's why
I was going to say.
Well, I know, I'm kind of getting the cue. That's exactly.
I'm sorry I missed it, I got called out.
By the end.
Well, Sarah's an amazing find.
Do you know the one medical?
No, I know of that.
Yeah. Well, I think she was 2 when I first
No,
started.
they're medical clinics. They're providers. It's just on a different platform.
Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering about like trying to think about providers who are already in the space that's very,
Yeah,
very
here. So I work at Wisconsin Health.
Oh, okay.
So we're a health center, but also so I'm the director of legal services. So we're sort of like a legal aid shop embedded in the health center.
And is maybe frustrated.
I'm a very private person.
What is available at an institutional level.
Are you affiliated with Georgia Tech?
No, I'm the chairman of Patient Privacy Alliance.
I want to.
So, yeah, this is.
I want to design that presentation into this open source project.
Well,
that was one thing.
I just sort of.
Let me think about that because there should be
But what we're
some
doing
provider
is
who
we're really
nobody's coming
trying
to
to
mind,
take
but
this from a conversation.
Hi, I'm Lucia Savage. I used to be the privacy officer at ONC. So I was there when we put in the standard collection. So, and I get what you're saying about the way the physician behaves relative to the data fields that are there in a standard format waiting to be filled are 2 different things. But I wanted to, and I'm surprised Adrian didn't mention this, in that same rule is data secretary. There's a standard tagging mechanism. You can tag a document that's otherwise your document.
We have no access to grind. Let's get together. We will call the meeting. Let's get everybody at the table and see if we
I'd be delighted to have coffee with you.
have some
talk you
solutions
through
here.
it. Here's the thing about this. It's a demand thing. If the providers don't demand it,
You got a nice multidisciplinary audience.
No, it
But
really
it's
is.
already
This
there.
is the 7th year.
It's like, remember when airbags?
So where did you go?
Right, and then you put what your price to put an airbag in there, and all of a sudden people say driving safe.
But I've been here 20 years, so I like to think I'm
Just
My
is that
kids got those.
optional airbag.
I always say that, yeah, I always say that. In fact,
Or they won't put it in for you because it's an optional implementation method.
so how is it? So I'm very familiar with the idea that
That's an attack on your privacy.
On the cusp of voting. My mother still lives in Dallas, and she calls us, hey, what's the buzz? I'm like, oh, Mom, we're not worried. It's fine. It's going to go the way we want it to go. Make sure you get out there and vote, Mom. Your vote may or may not. Well, the way maybe someday it'll try to like tag.
Well, unless you live in Austin.
Right. And so she says of information that's prescribed. But the theory is that oh, Mom, I'm as you move from CCDH to smaller and smaller lumps, you can take the same tag. I mean, it's not required by law, but nothing prevents you from engineering it.
They're on a whole
say that
different
about
side
that.
of the
So if you
conversation.
had a visit summary that was the CCDA that said Lisa is a trans woman, blah, 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 you could tag it with the SUV and then it would stay in your system and you wouldn't disclose it without going back to the system.
But basically, she said she needs to plug in with this cord. Was trying to figure out how to then get her laptop to switch. What do we do?
When you push history out of the CCDA, out of a EHR to another provider, it arrives in right, that's the technical name for the computer document we created to hold a specified set of data. Look at a demographic, diagnostic, prescription history is in there. No, it's right now it's a whole document only, so you can't withhold just the transgender identifier by law. The regulation doesn't require you to tag. The regulation requires that you have it available to tag the document. But the 807 standard tagging,
I realized that was late.
Like, how do we promote
stasis
rather than
Can we get the like it registered, but it was
they complain about it. I mean, I've had privacy officers say, well, why didn't you buy it that way? You know, you're spending $5 million. You have 11.
There has to be a way that, that's what CPR
But
comes
you know, it's one of those things where the physicians,
we might,
and I think Adrian's right, you gotta find
clear
out
about
that
consent,
a lot of
in other
physicians
words, to
don't
have,
like
not
the fact
we don't
that
care about the jurisdiction, we're neutral about the jurisdiction. But we do care about, is this 109 page consent? Or it could be a community that defines the best practice. So you could do data mining that way, or you could
I had a
Okay.
But I also am a believer in having more robust rights to challenge discriminatory behavior. We would create better incentives for non-disclosures and not letting it do.
I will work that, and then I'll
approach it. Going back to my years,
because it might be easier for them. The only advantage.
Yeah, Mark.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
We try not to. Anyway.
Yeah,
so
I'll
the point is, right, you have disparate activities.
It's just easier to
Like,
do.
you have proven the
Okay.
data.
Interactive consent if they're interested, otherwise they can take it as best practice from wherever.
That's lock the data up to avoid that behavior. You know, you're going to get more bang for the buck if you have multi-million-dollar lawsuit fines or settlements if you create some privacy. And then you're going to have the data be where it needs to be, whether it's at Center for American Progress or the National Partnership or or at a research institution, people can say, but she's the one who's in charge of the part population. And understanding how
And you're here in DC.
We're here in DC. Where are you?
I'm in Boston.
Okay.
I can come down.
Yeah, well, I'll just by email to them.
Right.
That would be wonderful.
So that's
We
the
deal with actual
background.
physicians or practitioners.
We employ. Oh, I do in the sense that we share.
Well, the pre-existing condition thing is really gonna, it's gonna chill everything.
Is there one,
Everyone feels like it allows us to be reinstituted, and I come from California, so I know the problem. Well, if you reinstitute those pre-existing conditions first, everyone's gonna just, the system's gonna freeze up.
aside from these,
Anyway, Kate, like, what do you think? Well, okay, yeah, let's have coffee.
one document.
The 3 people thing
let you answer. All right. Thank you. Take care.
And so, that would be my take. If I could have this conversation, and with the
Have this
first
kind of
physician,
dream of the EMR.
and then she might come back and say, wasting your time, or she might say, no, talk to that person, they're putting interest maybe in doing this.
Was it WPAT?
WPAT. We don't have to suffer at the hands of
And you say that they have
the
a working
institutions
view
anymore.
on.
Yes. I'm saying, we have this thing called the internet. And license
As I mentioned, at least 2 articles there may have been
very helpful. Thank you.
I'm listening. I want you to feel like I'm on Facebook.
over the last several years with instructions for operationalizing those the 2-question format in an
Check.
There's also
He doesn't start a nuclear war.
this is more to the question of whether patients will disclose.
I really think we're going to have some.
Check.
We did some work about 2.5 years ago in several community health centers, looking at whether patients will disclose and whether they have preferences for what the questions look like. So that's I'm happy to send you some.
My students are my primary audience right now. I teach coming up teaching. They feel very.
I actually have to run
They
out.
feel
I
very
have a
disenchanted.
interview too.
That's the vibe I get, which is surprising.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, thank you.
I would have expected.
And I'm sure I'll have other questions as I learn more about you, about the WPAT thing.
I don't believe the political climate is.
It's a really big. I think it's a huge area, right? Because there's so much interest in trans patients, and there's so much.
Not a lot of organizing
Particularly
happening.
with the smaller providers who I'm more interested
It could be
in.
dissolving.
If I could somehow do something that helps differentiate them from each other. I mean, if someone says that, our EMR, so.
Maybe it's
okay,
just-
you really got my mind. I was like, whoa, what is he saying? But all right, but it's WPAT.
Great to meet you.
After summer and some rest, but I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna head up there in a second. You gonna stay for
I'm just gonna make some notes.
some
here.
boxed lunch?
Oh boy. What is happening here?
I know lots of cards. I'm bad. I have no cards. I have not ordered any yet.
How long have you been at Albany now?
This is finished my 2nd year. I need to do it. I'm like, tweet me.
When did you get down here?
Yesterday.
Okay.
Headed back to home.
So you got some quality time in DC.
Yeah.
That's good.
I have one of mine in here. So you wanted to talk about the technology for segmenting data?
Yes, please.
I worked on that. I'm a former chief privacy officer at ONC HHS.
Oh, great.
I've worked on data segmentation since way before I got there.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah,
Everybody says there's no technology. The technology exists. They just won't use it.
It's the.
It's been extremely problematic.
Problematic in a lot of areas.
Well,
Yeah.
yes.
So I would be very interested to hear more on how to get at this, because we've just really struggled with this question of, because I know that you can hold back entire sections of the record using the data segmentation.
That's what we did there.
The piece, but I don't know how to tell providers and provider organizations how to understand that. And I myself don't fully understand the degree to which you can hold back a section of a record versus particular data, whether you're tagging the data or tagging a part of a record.
At that level, you're probably better off. You can send me an email anyways, and I'll try to put you in touch with. You should talk. Yeah. Okay, this is good. Let me just put this on, because there are folks out there that are working on furthering the standards for data segmentation. In particular, HLC. They've got.
I have heard a little bit about what they're working on.
Who is doing this? ONC has their Office of Standards and Interoperability has a work group ongoing right now on a next step for the data segmentation
Really?
standards.
Oh.
Yes.
Interesting.
So let me write this, and I will send you the link to their work page.
That would be
'Cause
awesome.
you could. I mean,
Infiltrate.
this is the kind of thing that they're interested in. I mean, because
Okay.
it's going right now. Is they want public input on
Okay.
like, what needs to be done. What? Do you have a pen?
I
I'm
do,
sure there's
yeah.
one in the bottom of your somewhere. This is my Metro bag. You know?
I have the same problem. Like,
Well-
what is in the bottom of my bag? No one really knows.
Okay, so let's see, send link.
Yeah, I have to make notes on all the cards. So I'm carrying my pen.
They call it something else. It's another weird name.
Okay.
I will find it. I will send it to you because I think these are the people that you need to talk to.
That would be
because
very
you
much
are talking
appreciated.
about implementing standard this level,
Mhm.
and as a matter of fact, I know the guy. Let me give you this guy's name.
Yeah.
When you get on the website, you'll see that there's a guy who, I think he runs this organization, and his name, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
It came,
Yeah. In on one thought wave, out on the next.
have Paul, and I can envision him standing right in front of me. He's about this tall, he's got a British accent. He's just the most charming person.
Oh, lovely.
Who was, you know, just very determined. You probably can.
I have a tiny. I saw just the tip of the iceberg. I can't even imagine.
It was like, on a regular basis, I would go to the meetings and say, I don't care if you like the policy or you don't like the policy behind this. The policy is that people have the right to withhold some of this information, and our job is to implement
Is to
that
figure out how to
policy.
make that happen.
You go fight the policy battle, although I'm totally in that policy camp, but you go fight that policy battle somewhere else.
Yep. I can only imagine, because you know, and it's the same sort of thing with us, right? As moving forward on the LGBT side, like trying to, on the one hand, like really pushing the disclosure of like normalization, like all of this, and at the same time needing to be like, well, you know, we don't mean like take it all and do whatever you want with it. Exactly.
It's my choice whether I want to be
Exactly.
normalized, and it's my choice, for example,
Yep.
if I'm a black guy with HIV in a rural county, that's totally different
Yep.
than if I live in New York City.
Yep, and that's
those-
the struggle, because you know, because we hear, you know, from the sort of vendor or whatever sides, they're like, sure, well, we'll put it in, and the policy folks are like, yeah, well, then we'll just make everybody disclose it, right? Like an 80% threshold, just like the other demographic data. And we were like, well, maybe not, right? Like yes, include it, but don't make it mandatory. Like, don't have these requirements that you're forcing providers to ask and patients to disclose.
And you know, you have to think about how you can implement that in a way that makes sense, not only for the general community. One of the issues that has always come up with like substance abuse related information has been, if it's only missing from certain records, then
It means something.
it
Yes.
means
Yep. Yep. And that is really something that we struggle with. So I would love to talk to you about this in more
yeah,
detail.
feel free, we can talk sometime. Like I said, I've worked, this is one of those areas that obviously is very near and dear to me. I've worked on like trying to move us in that direction, just because I think it's just the right thing to do, just for people with sensitive information. You never know what's sensitive to a person, you know? But I don't think I need to send all my record all the time.
Yep. I agree.
You know?
Oh boy.
Well, you know, it continues.
So, yeah.
Never a dull moment.
That's amazing. That you would have to build a facility for that purpose? That's terrible.
Wow.
I, on the other hand, see, they're going to lose me because once I leave to get lunch, I'm just going to go home and do work the rest of the day now, unfortunately. Great to meet you. I thought this was really interesting. I need to get home in time to see.
That AI would foster some big data center and some,
I mean, it's like the shaving a penny and back up. You get a penny, right? Like, if I take one penny out of every paper, I can make $1 million from it.
and most people get that now. You wouldn't 15 years ago.
And the scary part is now the computers are in mass, large scale. Like you can legitimately, you had a way of writing these for a billion computers do that all day.
While you're sleeping. You know, if I forget, you might still know. If you get in the car, I'll let you know.
Yeah, and we've got, I'm not the only actor, I'm most a security guy, but we have to keep people in the elevator, right? So the last one we have, he's like, he's acing that. I just say, yes, sir. Then he deserves that. Well, he deserves that.
You know, the security, the right people in security, this can be done. It doesn't cost. I think the lawmakers and legislators
And that's my message. Is we can't achieve reasonable expectations, or align with reasonable expectations, right? And it will meet all these communities' needs. So the speakers right there, some people like it's interesting. You really can defend the issue otherwise. You can't be ahead of it.
If you push the table back, you put the chairs there and just hook them up with glass and it would be a complete package.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be great help.
Thank you. Yeah. I'll switch to that for you.
Oh, I see you in my, okay. Haven't yet. We're gonna start that out right now. We have 15 minutes to figure it out. Well, 20 minutes.
So if these are on and they're using them, and then when we have the panelists come up, we don't need to, we can just set these down and the panelists can speak here, and these will automatically still be connected.
Correct. Well, I just thought of one other issue. All these mics are taped to the ground.
Deb?
You can't really move the table because
Oh,
everything's
okay.
taped down. Do you want to sit in chairs, or can you guys sit?
I guess we could sit back there.
So if you're sitting back here, then are you fine?
Yeah, we'll sit
just
there.
using this, or do you still want to be?
Maybe we really don't need it if we're sitting here unless, I mean, I guess if there were chairs to move, we could sit them in front and wear the things.
The problem is you can't be like in front of this line with the microphones because the speakers are right there, so they just start feeding back as soon as you cross this line.
It's fine, it's fine, we'll do this, that's no problem.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Even just
it's
sitting here
totally
then?
okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, of course, no, we,
Okay.
you know, it's,
So then we
it's
can
still gonna
do-
be a fireside chat, even though there's not a fireside. So it's like, no big deal.
I'll put new batteries in them and I'll
Okay.
put them up here just in case anything happens.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
gone into it the last couple of years, and I'm really sad that I missed it. And when she was apparently one of the main reasons that it's in the no, I was never sure. They used to have the portals and same time.
Oh, yeah.
Whenever, and I swear, I would have to go. Just for a second. I would definitely, but now that apparently the shows have to separate the numbers.
Yeah. So one of the neat things about this is that you can make the That's also what I'm talking about. I mean, I checked this about halfway through on this. Of course, and all of the traffickers.
He's Mr. Darkwood.
No.
Or Jack Wood.
No, for himself.
No, block chains, block chains. You don't have to tell.
No, it's a public ledger. Well, we're gonna start here.
You should go ahead and do I do a lot of these. I know you.
I even love that it's called WannaCry. The virus is literally called WannaCry.
What pisses me off, there are two things that piss me off about ransomware. When you hit the security, tell me to why do we need a free card in this kind of stuff? And I go,
That's basically insuring yourself.
being able to, so then, then a few years later, we have the ultimate ransomware, which we call Katrina, which knocked out everybody. So if we had a guy that got involved with ransomware, as far as I'm concerned, so now, what do we do with ransomware? So now we should just die. I'm not very secure. I'll make it up.
The one caller that has never been called until now is sort of the last all the other ones. And AI, I would say that AI is just sort of, it's like cars. Like cars just get better than AI. You get to hear me tonight. It's like, oh, okay. It's not working.
It's just, when you move the mouse, it's just backwards or forwards.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
That's the next group.
Ah.
So, or you can go and
Okay.
End it to get back to the desktop to do plug and play with, but
Okay.
we're good for right now, so you should have.
Okay. And
Cool.
we have how much time? It's supposed to start now. Yeah, but how long do we have? I keep that thing right in front of me right now.
It said until 2. Here, I've got it here. Oops. It said until 2:10.
So you can sit on the right or the left.
I don't
Which
care.
one do you think? Are you a righty or?
I'm still gonna hit you either way. So.
Guys, have fun.
I'm gonna throw you softball. No. I think it's these two.
We're going to get to this one, and we'll do this one, and then that's what's going to lead me into, so let's do this. Because you wanted to do the hype one.
Oh, all right.
Why don't we do this one? Just give me, please give us a quick intro, and then we'll do hype,
Oh, yeah. That's a good question.
right?
Yeah, sure.
Why? How much is right? And then this one, and then these were just because is it possible to build a patient-centric EHR? This is going to give me the chance to take selective disclosure, reducing the precision to preserve privacy. Technology can be great. Yeah.
Hi, welcome. I just wanted to make a little announcement because several people have asked me, how do I choose between the two sessions during the breakout? And is there going to be a video of the other session? The answer is yes. And we wish we could do a longer program, but you won't have to miss anything. A couple of weeks, a little bit after the summit, we will get these videos up and you can see what you missed. So don't feel deprived. Pick either one, you will get to see it. Anyway, let's get started. I'm very excited to introduce David Huseby. He's the security maven for Hyperledger. This is a big blockchain project, and this is the latest magical word, right, in healthcare? Blockchain. What's blockchain going to do? So we're going to get to talk to him, and just to make sure that the questions for people who know very little about blockchain and technology are answered, I'm going to do the interviewing instead of our Chief Technology Officer, Adrian, to make sure that it's really, that we really start from the base and move up to more technical things. So let's get started.
How close do I have to be? Oh,
yeah. So do you want to say a few things about yourself and Hyperledger first?
Sure, yeah. So as she introduced, I'm the security maven, which means that it's my job to coach all of the open source projects at Hyperledger on how to do open source software correctly. And that's sort of the general term. I have a long background in security and privacy. I previously worked at Mozilla, and then I worked at Linden Lab, and I've done work in aerospace and gaming, all kinds of stuff. So all of it's been mostly geared towards platform security is sort of the general term. Okay. Hyperledger is an industry group that's hosted by the Linux Foundation. It was created to fulfill the need of cross-industry cooperation for blockchain technology. And the reason it's at the Linux Foundation is Linux Foundation's mission is to build foundational technologies that are used for things like, little things like the internet. So the Linux Foundation has the Linux kernel project, and they have the Apache web server project, and OpenSSL, and lots of foundational technologies that are used in all of the electronic systems that we have today.
Can I ask one really dumb question?
There's no dumb question.
Why is open source so important to you? It sounds like that's mainly where you've worked.
Yeah. So
or maybe what is open source?
Yeah, let's start there.
Really basic. Okay.
Let's start there. So open source software is sort of the counterpart to commercial software in the sense that it's software that's developed in an open and transparent way. It's an open community. Anybody is invited to participate. It's a spontaneous cooperation to build some piece of software. So Firefox is an open source web browser. So back when Firefox started, when Netscape open sourced their browser, they released the source code to Netscape. And almost immediately, the Mozilla Foundation was created, and a whole bunch of developers all over the world, and translators and artists, and it's a really beautiful community, just people from all walks of life, said, hey, we all like these web browser things, let's make the best one. And let's make one that can be owned by the people almost, right? And they all collaborated and coordinated and built the Firefox web browser, and it's still a beautiful browser today. So open source is used to just leverage everybody's individual talents and their motivation to build tools that we all can agree are, good and work, right? They're not free from security problems, far from it, but the theory is that the more people you have looking at something, the fewer errors there are, right? And so this is why almost every foundational technology that requires trust is an open source piece of software. So the Linux kernel runs basically all of the servers on the internet because everybody has to trust the servers on the internet. So they want to know that it's running an operating system that hundreds of thousands of people have looked at and it's trustworthy. The Apache web server is a good example. MySQL database is a good example. And very specifically, just to kind of head us back in the direction of blockchain, in fact, every piece of encryption software is open source. And the general rule is that if you can't see the source code for encryption, you can't trust it. So the thing you're trusting to keep your data secret is a piece of software that is almost certainly open source.
And that means that millions of people will be looking at it. And
Yeah, or that it's completely auditable, right? And there are regulatory issues about this too. So like if you want to claim safe harbor, you can say, look, no, it's open source, it's been audited, all that kind of stuff. It's not some piece of software that we incorrectly implemented and that's why our clients all lost their whatever, right? Like open source has many, many utilities, both in legal, regulatory, and just general trust.
So it's good stuff.
Yeah, it's really great stuff. And it's actually fun. I mean, pretty much all of my friends that I know all over the world I've met through open source projects. So you want to be a cool kid, get involved. Because I can go to Paris and I have a half a dozen friends that are like, hey, you're in town, let's go drinking. You know, like if you want to be one of those people that just has friends all over the world, open source is how you do it.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
It made me a cool kid. Well, in my mind.
you're-
In my mind, it made me a
Dave,
cool kid.
You're cool. You're cool.
All my friends were like, nerd.
Okay. So now that you've explained open source,
Yeah.
here's your big question.
Sure.
What's blockchain? What does it do? What doesn't it do? Let's start there, and then we'll get into how it applies to healthcare. How about that?
Sure.
Okay.
So,
Because it's a magic word. You have to
I
really.
realize.
You have to get really basic.
I realize.
Really
It sounds like it came from a Harry Potter novel, actually. So, blockchains are a new way of storing data. Think of them as similar to a database. But the data is organized in a way that as more data is added, the data that was added previously becomes more and more secure, because to modify that data that had been recorded previously, you would effectively have to rewrite all the data that has been added since then. Okay? And so you can think of them as write only. I don't know if that's too far of a computer science term for you guys, but write only meaning you can only append data to a data structure or to the blockchain, but you can't ever go back and delete it. You can't ever go back and rewrite it or change it. You can only just continually add to it. So that's what a blockchain is.
It's immutable.
It's immutable, yeah.
And it's a ledger. That's why you call it hyperledger.
Well, yeah, they call them ledgers because they're very similar to how a bank handles transactions. They never delete old transactions. They just say, well, $100 went into your account, now $100 went out of your account, and then, it's a continuous ledger of all of the transactions that happen in a bank. So that's where you're getting all these terms. Like it's a ledger, there's transactions. The blockchain itself is just how computers themselves store those transactions. And they're stored in such a way as to give end-to-end integrity. So if anything ever changes, you can immediately spot it, right? And you can continually, anybody can look at it and go, yep, all the data in this blockchain is correct. It has not changed since it has been written to this blockchain, okay? And that is one of the first key pieces where we can start building trust on the data itself, which then leads to the other problem that it solves, which is called distributed consensus. Now, distributed consensus is what it says. This is not a fancy term. It's how do 5 people come to an agreement about something, right? The New York Yankees are the best baseball team ever. Let's all just agree on that right now. We can do a distributed consensus. Right, I'm in DC now, aren't I?
Yes.
You can boo me, it's okay.
Different team.
But it's exactly what they mean when they say distributed consensus. It's a bunch of parties coming together and coming to a conclusion. And that conclusion is that the data in the blockchain is correct. Okay, that's all it is. Hopefully that dispels some of this. It's when you start talking about applications of blockchain that you start getting into like esoteric stuff. So there are 2 different ways that consensus is met in these networks of participants. One is called proof of work, which is Bitcoin, okay. And related cryptocurrencies. I can solve a math problem faster than you, and because I solved it first, I get to make the next block in the blockchain. And that math problem is the throttle on how fast blocks are created and which transactions get into blocks and all that stuff. The other way is proof of stake, which is more in a line with the rest of the world because it requires all participants in the network to be known or to be permissioned is what the word is. They call them permissioned networks. And you can think of this as like, let's say the PTA at your school. The board members of the PTA are permissioned. They were elected or they volunteered or whatever, and they are entrusted with making the decisions for the Parent Teachers Association and helping out with the teachers and all this stuff. So when they come to a consensus, they are permissioned representatives for all the parents who come to a consensus that, yes, we're going to do end of the year gifts for all of the teachers. Okay, so most of the world uses permissioned networks, and blockchains are being applied to that segment just as much as they are for cryptocurrencies, because like proof of work in Bitcoin is a very narrow application. It's just currency. And basically every other system we have relies on some credentialing, some permissioned network, right? All the banks in the SWIFT network that clear their books at the end of the day, they're all FDIC regulated institutions, so they're permissioned to be on that network. They could use a permissioned blockchain to clear their books at the end of the day. In fact, there are a lot of pilot projects to look into this. When you're talking about healthcare, you have credentialed physicians, and you have regulated insurance industry, insurance companies, and they could participate in an EHR system that uses blockchains to back up not necessarily the storage of patient data, but the transactions related to patient data. So, and that's just sort of steer us back into, so that we're on topic here. Yeah, so I hope everybody in here is going to go, yeah, I think I get it now.
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay, what's the next question?
Okay. Well, there's a lot of hype about blockchain, like that it can create security and privacy, but is that true? Privacy being defined as your ability in healthcare to keep something private.
Yeah, so we're going to, okay.
As opposed to, security breaches, that kind of thing.
Sure. So that is a function of the application of blockchain. Okay. And I should point out that Hyperledger is not in the business of application development. Okay. We're in the business of building the tools that make blockchains a utility, something that you can deploy. It's a foundational technology. It's the bricks you build your house from, right? That's what Hyperledger is focused on. But we can get into the application stuff, and we should. Okay. Before we go there, though, I wanted to make one last point, which is the reason why everybody's talking about blockchain now is because it's a solution to one of the last computer science, like big computer science problems. Okay. When computers became a thing back in the 50s and 60s, there were a whole bunch of problems that had to be solved, like how do you store data in a computer? How do you sort data in a computer? There are countless numbers of mathematicians and computer scientists who wrote their PhDs on just how to sort data faster, right? And then it became, how do you store it at large scale, like big databases? And that dominated the computer industry through the 80s and 90s, and we got big companies like Oracle out of this. So these were huge problems that computers could be used to solve. And there was this one persistent problem that nobody had ever solved, and people have been working on it for decades, which was how do you create distributed trust when the people participating in the network could be adversarial? How do you do distributed consensus? Okay, and there's this anonymous person who goes by the name of Satoshi Nakamoto, wrote this paper back in 2008 that said, hey, if you stack these things that we already know, how to do a proof of work, how to do hashing, how do you do all this stuff, you can build a system where everybody's adversarial and you can still get distributed consensus. And then when that happened, everybody went, wow. Okay, now let's look at the computer science behind this and figure out how consensus is created in this system. And now we have these systems that have moved on. Like we have all of these applications. So it solves this last big problem. And there's basically anytime you have an industry where you have people who have to cooperate and they have to all agree on the state of the world, you can apply blockchain to that. You can apply a distributed ledger to that. And that's why this is all you're hearing about, because it's the last big problem. We all have databases, we all have web servers, we all have browsers, we can all store huge amounts of data, we can all back it up, we can encrypt it, we can sort it. But now we all have to agree that it's correct. and we all are not correct, but it has integrity, that hasn't been modified.
So it's really good for knowing that the data are not altered, but it doesn't reveal the data.
Well, this is now you're venturing into applications. Okay,
Okay.
so
Okay.
you asked me if it could be used to protect patient privacy and security. The answer is yes. The application of it could be. There are a number of groups that are working on this. They're starting with the identity problem, mainly.
Oh, yeah, please talk about that, and use of blockchain for identity. It's
So-
supposed to help with that, right?
Yes, because you can create a distributed consensus that tracks all of the transactions that would be related to any credentialing.
Like an MD or an RN?
Or I was born.
I was born, okay.
Right.
There
I
are
was born-
debates about that,
Yeah.
don't forget.
Or that I live in Nevada, or that.
Okay.
I'm from Las Vegas, by the way.
Waving at Stacy, yeah.
Yeah. You can build a system where you can do computational proofs that are cryptographically sound, so meaning you can trust that no human has messed with it or no computer has messed with it, to do automatic credentialing. So the DEA does this with physicians who are allowed to prescribe controlled substances. There's a database. You can say, here's their DEA number. Is this person credentialed to do that? That works because we all trust the DEA in this regard.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the system we've set up.
Yeah.
But if you apply blockchain to this, then we can have public utilities that are run by nonprofits that can prove that, yes, I'm an American citizen, or yes, I'm a credentialed physician, or yes, I'm over 21 and can buy alcohol. And it can be an automatic thing. That's why people are really excited about this, because I could have a smartphone that I flash at the bartender, and he scans it with his smartphone, and it comes back with a big thumbs up and
You're over 18.
Yay, you're over 21, you can buy the alcohol here, right? And because we trust this distributed consensus and that it's backed up by real records and all that stuff, that's a proof that I'm over 21 that they can trust, okay? And one of the neat things about this is if we design the regulatory framework correctly, that could then provide that bartender a safe harbor, because if we all agree as a society that we're going to trust these systems, then the bartender can go, well, I just saw the green check mark, right? Like, that's all I'm ever required to verify. And so I'm not liable for that person. It's their bad decisions. This is getting into law, and I am not an expert about this at all, so take that with a grain of salt. I'm not a lawyer. But there are a lot of advantages to these systems because it creates a distributed trust framework and transitive trust. One of the neat things, so what I was getting at here just a second ago is that in terms of privacy, we can build systems, like blockchains could be used as like the most horrible surveillance system in the world. It can be an immutable record of everything you've ever done. It's 1984 on steroids, okay? We don't want to build that. So if you ever hear anybody saying, I'm just going to record everything in the blockchain, just shake your head and just walk away. Just like, no, that's not right. It's not how you do that. But it can serve as an immutable record of manipulation and access to data.
So we could have accountability
so that you can have
and
transparency.
Who's been in your record?
Yes. So I'm very new to the healthcare industry. I don't really know how it works, but I would assume that if I sign a disclosure form in a hospital, that I'm also allowing anybody at the hospital to access my medical records. I'm just assuming that's true. I don't know that's true, but maybe it is, maybe it isn't.
Pretty close to true. Some hospitals have role-based.
Okay.
But they don't have it to where it's just your physician, and then whoever your physician writes, whoever fills the orders or does the procedures that your physician orders, then they get to see your record.
Okay.
So right now so maybe blockchain would enable that kind of protection from the other 9,975 out of 10,000 people that work there. Only the ones that are, maybe it could enable only the ones that are working with you to help you. The ones that are treating you would be the ones that would see you. Is that possible?
Well, the access piece is an application, but I would say that my ignorance of
Okay.
how my records are handled
Okay.
is directly a result of not having a blockchain that I can look at. So if we were to deploy this where all access to my data, all additions to my data were recorded in a way that I can audit them, then I wouldn't be so ignorant, because I would, next time I go to the hospital for any reason, I would go, just because I'm curious, I'm naturally curious about this stuff, I would go and see, like, oh, okay, this physician looked at it, this, you know, this is what happened to all my data. Here were the records that were added, here were the records that were changed, just to see. And I would be a lot more informed as to what data they have on me and how it's handled.
That's what we thought. That's why we worked in the last major electronic record reform, high-tech, to try to get the right to accountability and transparency into it. And we were supposed to be able to get just what you're talking about, an accounting for all disclosures from all the different hospital data sets. But the regs have never been written.
Huh.
So we don't have it yet.
So it's politics.
So good luck.
Big surprise.
Yeah. It's politics. Yeah, I think it's politics.
So I want to make one point, touch on something earlier when they were talking about the GDPR and compliance. One of the panel members here said, what we really need is like a really great, like immutable way of recording all the accesses to the data. And if anybody requests to have data deleted, have a record that cannot be deleted, you know, like once we've recorded it, that will always be there that they had requested that it was deleted. And then when it's deleted, we can record that. And I was sitting there thinking, yeah, it'd be funny. Like, what kind of technology would solve this immutable record of the access and management of patient data? And this is why GDPR comes up all of the time. Almost in every meeting I'm in, we're talking about compliance and how it can be applied for this. But just to get back to privacy, I'm actually going to take my Hyperledger hat off for now, because on a personal note, I came from Mozilla, where I worked on web surveillance and web privacy. And prior to that, I worked on Second Life at Linden Lab, where we did a lot of privacy-related things, because it's people of all walks of life are there, and we did all kinds of privacy protections for people.
What kind?
Just like allowing them to.
Linden Lab.
It's Facebook stuff. So it's a big virtual world. Second Life, if you don't know about it. And there are adult-oriented subcultures in Second Life, and who are very, very keen on maintaining privacy, because they literally were second lives. You know, people who live one life in the real world then go and pretend to be somebody else in a second life in this virtual world.
Okay.
And so that's when I really got into privacy. It was about 10 years ago.
Okay.
But we've been fighting this fight for a decade, and listening to everybody here, I was just kept thinking that when we were finding solutions to defend people's privacy, we ultimately came down to the fact that this is an information theory problem. This is a math problem. It's not a regulatory problem. It's not a legal problem. It is legitimately a math problem. Total data sovereignty and embargoing personal data is mathematically impossible, because you would have to be completely isolated from society to maintain airtight privacy. At some point, you have to go and tell a doctor that my tooth aches, or a dentist my tooth aches. At some point, you have to tell, you know, somebody else that you think they're cute, right? Like, at some point, you have to talk to other people. You have to convey information. And that information, if observed by third parties, can be used to correlate things about you.
Of course.
Right. It's just like, you know, if I go to Target and I buy car seat covers for a truck, the fact that I bought car seat covers for a truck, Target can make the assumption that I own a truck, right? It's a correlation that, because why would I buy car seat covers for a truck if I didn't own one, or if I wasn't riding in one, or whatever, right? So just by having a third-party observation of some action, you can confer, or infer, I guess, other things to be true about a person.
Yeah.
And on the web and on the internet, they're super good at this. It's in real time, and it only takes a few bits of data to uniquely identify you and uniquely track you across every web page you go to. And so when we were modeling how to fix this problem, we realized it was a math problem, and that the only way to do this is to slow down the data that gets released, and to make sure that the data is not precise. And what I mean by that is you would have to disclose data that was not unique to you, but was something unique to, say, the class of people you are in. So let me see if I can explain this better. So if what this gets into is aligning technology with people's reasonable expectation of privacy. For instance, me personally, I have no problem with companies knowing that I'm a man and that I live in Las Vegas, right?
Okay.
Because there's exactly, what, 1.2 million men who live in Las Vegas. I think that's like reasonable privacy.
You think you can
for me.
hide? Okay.
I'm pretty sure I can hide amongst 1.2 million,
Okay.
right?
Okay, just ask.
What I do have a problem with is that they know that I'm Dave Hughesby and that I live at this address and that I visit this Starbucks and then I go here and then I like to do this on the weekends, and like knowing all of these other things about me that they then use to get out ahead of me and predict my future behavior so that they can be the store that I drive by next, or that they're the ad that I see on the next web page, and that the message is tailored very specifically to entice me. Like, I don't want them to be out ahead of me in terms of my behavior. So I want the data to be imprecise enough that they can't individually identify me. I'm part of some bigger class. And I think if you just talk to people, next time you have a cocktail party at your house, ask them what they think about what their reasonable expectation of privacy is. And my litmus test is, does my mom feel like her privacy was violated? Because she's not technical. But she does come to me and she goes, how did they know that, I wanted to do this? And I'm just like, because they're not nice people, Mom. And they built a system that's tracking everything you do, and you're typing in all of your information into every form on the web. That's how they know this. And actually, it's not even that. It's like you need to just turn up your privacy settings a little bit. So to get back to health.
Okay. Yeah.
In the LGBTQAI,
Yes.
did I get them all?
Yes.
In that panel,
IA.
Sorry, excuse me. I think it was it Amy that was giving the talk? No, it was, I don't remember who it was. I apologize. But they had said to the effect that physicians are reporting transgender as endocrine condition, otherwise unspecified.
Yeah. Unspecified endocrine disorder, yeah.
Okay, this is a perfect practical example of giving imprecise data to protect privacy. Okay, this does not tell anybody that they're a transgender person. This just says that they have an unspecified endocrine
That's right.
condition.
Endocrine disorders are much broader than what sex you are, absolutely.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think what they've found is that this is a sweet spot of we can report just enough data that the insurance company is happy and will reimburse whatever medications or whatever that are prescribed, but they won't violate the patient's privacy, right?
Okay.
And so what I want to see happen when you apply blockchains to build these systems is that you do what's called hierarchical data, where you have macro data that has less protection around it, all the way down to like the fine-grained stuff where I have total sovereignty over it. So I don't mind that my insurance company knows I'm a guy, and then I like to work out and I like to do these things, but they don't need to know that I broke my distal metatarsal 4 years ago and it still bothers me sometimes. And they don't need to know that, but my podiatrist does, right? My GP would. And so what I would want to do is, if it's really bothering me and I want to go on a hike and I want maybe some treatment for it, I could go to my doctor and I could issue an authorization for them to one-time access that data, or at least the treatment history of that condition that I have, and then go, oh yeah, okay, did that last medication work for you? How did that work? And I'd be like, yeah, it worked great. Okay, here's a prescription, right? And then have them report it to the insurance company as, muscular skeletal issue, right? Like, they don't have to tell them that it's because I had a broken bone in my foot. I'm hoping that's the system we can get to.
No.
Yeah, well, so
okay, yeah, maybe I shouldn't talk as a doctor, but here's the problem. As a psychiatrist, I did a lot of that imprecise, I think, what did you call it? Yeah,
reducing
imprecise.
precision.
Yeah. I might have told you all this before, but, virtually every psychiatric or addictive diagnosis is horrendous. It'll destroy somebody's life. So who wants to do that? And you want to help people. So pretty much everything until we're up against the wall is anxiety disorder not otherwise specified. You know, and that's called downcoding. But the problem, of course, is with the medical records now, if you put down a diagnosis, all of the other supporting data better be there, or else you're a fraud, possibly.
Oh, you're saying you could be
Yeah.
accused of prescribing
like,
medication to people who are just addicts and not really.
Something, yeah, exactly. And so we're kind of caught in a trap, and we used to be able to protect people. But this is such an interesting idea about, you know, really, the truth is you might not know this, but also the law changed to where physicians went from, what was it, y'all, about 25,000 codes to 250,000 codes, okay? Like, let me just ask you this, all you patients out there. Do you think that having more names for what's wrong is going to substantially help your treatment? Well, a lot of them are fragments of diagnoses, and then there's just weird ones like ran into a light post or bitten by a parrot or something, you know.
That was my favorite.
But
I went to my doctor and said, "Can you just put it down as bitten by a parrot, please?"
Yeah, no, and you know, it's created a whole new. Actually, it's a job creator, right? Because who's going to learn all these anyway? But it's mainly driven by you know, the billing and insurance industry, so that they can capture every possible thing about you to bill you. So it's a problem. I mean, anyway, I think this is a great point for. We have 10 minutes of questions for him. Please come and ask him, particularly about health and how this can work or not work for us. But I mean, the idea of imprecise, I mean, is immediately appealing to me because I'm in a sensitive specialty.
And there's one other piece of technology we're starting to see now that's privacy enhancing, which is you said you would have to have this extra data, right, to support that kind of a diagnosis. When you start putting data in these structured formats and you're tracking it with a blockchain, you make them things that you can do computations on.
Yeah.
Okay, you make the data computational. And then there's this whole other branch of mathematics called zero knowledge proofs. And it would allow you to cryptographically, like to securely prove.
Put the proof there.
Prove that you have the supporting data without disclosing it.
I wonder if they'd buy that.
It is a mathematical thing. This is not whether you should trust me or not. Like math is math. It does 1 + 1 = 2. These zero knowledge proofs are math formulas, and they're statistical ways of proving something to be true without actually disclosing the pieces. It comes from a long-standing problem of like, you want to buy my land, I want to know you have the money, and I'm like, I want to know you have the title. Right? So there is a way to do this mathematically using like information theory, game theory. So you can do zero knowledge proofs without disclosing this kind of stuff. So you could eventually protect your privacy of your patients and still protect yourself by doing a zero knowledge proof that you've done due diligence as a physician.
Adrian, you want to start? And then we'll go to you.
Yeah, Adrian. This guy grills me all the time, by the way. I like him.
I like you. So you mentioned two things that I think I'd like to dive into a tiny bit deeper. You mentioned the importance of blockchain technology for identity management and for credentialing.
Yes.
And one of the things that sort of drove the huge investment in Bitcoin and the progress that it made as a currency is the fact that it enabled people to interact as individuals across borders and without worrying that they were unbanked. So it became a very popular way of, say, doing remittances from a rich country to a poorer one. Now, in the case of currency transactions, people then had to scramble to put back the know your customer laws, the anti-money laundering laws, the functions of a bank as a trusted institution. And you mentioned the issue about having this consensus, for example, or whatever it is. But now, when we apply this, and I completely agree, this blockchain identity and credentialing component to healthcare, to health records, all of a sudden now the principals, Dr. Peel, with her DEA number, no matter whether it's republished or managed by some other intermediary, are now, we're back to the days of paper prescriptions, where there didn't have to be a hospital involved.
Correct. Yeah, this is reestablishing the original order of medicine.
Okay.
That
So
sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
given that-
and
Doctor-patient?
it's like encrypted email restored the original order of writing letters, and why the Fourth Amendment says persons or papers, right? Like papers.
So there's two questions there. So first of all, do you agree that this is a qualitatively more interesting application of blockchains than just currency transactions?
Absolutely.
Okay. And
Absolutely,
the second
without
thing,
doubt.
which again gets to the Linux Foundation mission, as you described it, is will this introduce a new way of scaling health records, where we're no longer concerned about health information exchanges as institutions or even hospitals or the data brokers that we like to talk about at PPR occasionally, that the scaling problems as a foundational technology that, as you mentioned, the last problem that we know of so far in computer science, will this change the scaling rules by taking institutions out of healthcare?
No, but by shifting the power back towards the patient and the principals acting on this, we can use blockchain to enhance the portability and to enhance the cooperation between all the industries. Like right now what you have is siloed data. The hospital has a big pile of data on you. Your insurance company has a big pile of data on you. With blockchains being a ledger that tracks all of the access and manipulation of this data, we now have a real reason to say, no, you guys all need to pool the money, or sorry, pool all the, wow, that was a Freudian slip.
Oh, dear.
Pool the money. You mean I meant the records? Pool the records all in.
Yeah, that is what it is. It's very valuable.
And in some way that, like, wasn't the purpose of HIPAA to be portability? Right?
It was the
health
you're correct.
Health
Portability.
insurance, portability
And accountability act. And we don't have portability or accountability, so this is great.
And honestly, I would hope that in the same vein that the Sovereign Foundation is trying to build a public utility for identity, that I would love to see a health records foundation or a health records nonprofit that says, you know what, we're just going to run a whole bunch of servers and we're going to store all your data encrypted in these things as a nonprofit service. And we'll actually be a principal on the blockchain, and then everybody else will participate, because the health records are not going to be stored in the blockchain. They'll be stored off, and they'll have to be in a database, a traditional database, a traditional data store. But then the access and validation of all that will be recorded in this blockchain that will be a public utility. And I would like to see this data.
Good.
I would like to see this data just like, you know, through osmotic pressure, get pushed into sort of these nonprofit entities that we as a society can be like, yeah, you know, it's great. I mean, I would love it if when I wanted to go vote, if I could give the polling place a verifiable claim, which is a cryptographic proof, that they then run against a blockchain that the
Las Vegas voter registration.
Whatever, yeah, or like you know, any civil rights organization, and have them go, yep.
He's a person.
He can vote in your jurisdiction.
In this place.
And I didn't have to disclose who I was or how old I was or whatever.
Yes.
I gave that
would be ideal for voting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Next question.
Great discussion. Thank you to our host and David for flying out from Las Vegas. Dan from the Government Blockchain Association.
Government? Government is working on blockchain. Wow.
We're trying to brief federal, because we're here in DC, but global governmental organizations about these issues. So, David, blockchain, we see it as an opportunity. Fraud is rampant in the trillion-dollar level globally in all types of fraud, and certainly the WannaCry virus. I think as a globe, we're craving security without a loss in functionality. So could you put a sharper point on that trade-off? Technology is neutral, we talked earlier.
Yeah, it's just a tool. It can be used for good or for evil.
And then maybe a smart contract and how that can enable some of these higher security with greater functionality.
So let me take what a smart contract is. You guys are going to start hearing this too. So what I was saying earlier is when you start storing data and managing it using a blockchain, managing the access to it in a blockchain, you can make it computational. And a smart contract and a verifiable claim all verifiable claims are smart contracts, but not all smart contracts are verifiable claims. And really what it is it's just a piece of software that says to any computer that's participating, it says to that computer, if you go and look at this piece of data and you do a calculation on that data, the answer you get will be this. okay? And I can claim that I know the answer, and I can say, look, I know this record exists, and that smart contract will say, verify that this record exists. And that record could be my birth certificate, right? So the birth certificate exists. I was born, okay? So that could be one thing it has to do. Okay, and then the other has to do, like, extract the date of birth year, right? And subtract it from the current year, okay? And then store that number. And then if that number is greater than 21, then this entire smart contract comes back as logically true. Okay, I was born in a year that's more than 21 years ago, so the answer to that verifiable claim is true. So it becomes like a logic puzzle that a computer can solve, and we can trust that it's true because the pointers to the data are stored in a blockchain that can't be ever changed. And the data itself has integrity checks that are also stored in the blockchain. And so by looking in the blockchain, you can prove that the document existed, that it hasn't been changed, and therefore the data, and that it exists, and that the data that's on it is valid, and then you can do this automatic calculation to say, yep, he can buy alcohol. And it's all backed on cryptography and math, like numbers so big that you could count all the stars in the universe multiple times, right, and never run out of numbers. So it's really big math, really solid science that allows us to do these operational decisions.
So you think science is going to fly in the current environment?
I mean, I assume that it's...
I'm hopeful, but
I think the reason we went to science was because the common sense argument
didn't work.
Didn't work. No.
Tom? I'm sorry, this will have to be the last question. He's fabulous, but he's here all day. Okay?
I have to take off in about an hour, but
an hour?
I have a meeting tomorrow morning in San Francisco.
Okay.
So, but I'll be out and about to answer questions.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Since you came at this from a mathematical paradigm at one point,
yeah,
I want to ask you a question in that perspective. I think blockchain is a good possible next solution around privacy. At what point, though, let's just say I'm Google, and currently at the moment I can do 100 trillion correlation operations a second.
They can already do that, I think.
Though they can. They're over 100 trillion.
Yeah.
They're over 100 trillion. So with that processing capability and that correlation mathematical modeling capability, at what point does having blockchain become irrelevant? Because there'll be enough individual data points out there that I can correlate those and be very specific on who you are, what treatment you've had, where you're going, what your mental health is going to look like for the next 50 years in a mathematical probability modeling perspective.
Yeah.
Is there some point in time that you see that making this other conversation irrelevant?
No, I think this modifies that conversation. So in the world, we don't have any real privacy. In fact, I think I just read a couple weeks ago that some AI was able to diagnose cancer like 6 months before the doctors could.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how good correlation's getting. Yeah. But I think, I mean, I'm not a politician.
Let me
I'm
ask
not.
it another way. Can we use that modeling? So Joe Kanatachi, who's the head of the United Nations Privacy and Security.
First special rapporteur for the right to privacy.
His concept is a sphere of privacy.
Uh-huh.
So in other words, there needs to be a capability where that sphere of privacy is defined so that correlation of data then cannot pass through that membrane, the sphere of privacy. That's a total different conversation than what we've been having here.
No, it's exactly what I was talking about earlier. So I think that model's wrong. I'm just going to say it right out. Because it's based on the assumption that you can have total privacy or not total privacy, you know, and
no,
that
it's
that
based upon you can define privacy and then have rules as to who can access it.
Okay, so maybe that's in line with what I was saying. So the stuff that's inside the sphere would be the extremely precise data that I would have sovereignty over, but the stuff that's outside that sphere is sort of the more broad stuff, like I'm a guy who lives in Las Vegas. That's not really secret. In fact, there's a million ways to determine that. And just by me going to the store, you would know. So, or me hitting a web page where my IP address was revealed. I like that model, and I think that's only possible with blockchain, honestly.
Okay, that's
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you all learned something about blockchain, at least a little, and
Oh, yeah, we were up to
we really appreciate you coming here and talking.
Anytime.
Thank you. All right. So we are about to have 2 panels, and the one that's in this room is going to be on state health databases, the re-identification of patient records, and the expansion of the data map. So, Jisoo, I hope you'll come up and with the students. And in room 200, we're going to have Ifeoma Junwa and her panel on wellness, workplace wellness, and genetic testing, employee genetic testing. Should employers and insurers have access to genetic tests? These are tough choices, but whichever one you pick, you can see the other one later. So, stay or go. Time for the next session. Thank you.
I'm going to step out right here, so if you have more questions, I'll be right out.
Thank you, David. Would you all mind going outside, David? You're fabulous. But we have this amazing panel coming up right now. The leader of this panel is going to be Jisoo Yu, and she is a research assistant at Harvard with Professor LaTanya Sweeney's Data Privacy Lab, and we are so honored to have her here. She is going to begin to, as you know, every year LaTanya comes herself, and she'll be here tomorrow. But this is part of her team, by extension, to help expand the data map. And I think everybody already knows we don't have a data map, and the need to build one out is critical. And so let's please welcome Jisoo Yu, and she will introduce the wonderful panelists who also contributed to the data map. And so thank you.
Yeah, hi everyone. Like Deb said, my name is Jisoo. These are my students. I teach with LaTanya Sweeney at Harvard. 2 different courses. So 2 of the students are from a freshman seminar called Technology Science to Save the World. And one of the students was in a government class, and the name of the class was The Politics of Personal Data. So as you can see, they are both coming from a different perspective on how they look at patient records, right? One from a government lens and another one from a technology lens. But we still had them both work on re-identification cases because it's exciting, it's different, and it shows them a lot of the real world impact of looking at databases that are widely shared and widely
distributed. So they are going to come up and talk about the methodology that we used for these re-identifications a little bit after, and they'll introduce themselves as well. And I am going to just talk to you very broadly about why we're doing this, what's the point, right? It's just LaTanya and her team. It's a niche group. Who's going to be affected, right? Who's going to actually look at these very, very fine-grained data line entries that some random electronic medical health record inputted and distributed out, right? So really quickly, let me tell you a story. It's a true story, but I'm going to use an alias because as we're trying to protect patients from their information being distributed everywhere. But Steve Hannigan, he was in a car crash, and his condition, his diagnoses, formal and very accurate medical information was inputted into an electronic medical record. Now, he expects that his information will go to his doctor, that it will go to his hospital. It will also go to his insurance claims, etc. But he does not expect that his data will go to everybody else, including sometimes your employer, your life insurance company. And he does not expect that his information will go from him to the hospital to becoming discharge data, de-identified, of course, but that people will purchase this data. And these people include large insurance companies. Now, these are the flows of information that are covered by HIPAA, the ones that are in straight lines. But of course, HIPAA being the Health Information Portability and Accountability Act. And that means that, these are covered entities, and the United States has said that HIPAA governs the privacy of personal health information in this sense. It dictates who can get this information, but HIPAA covers less than half of this data sharing that we're looking at. And this information was revealed to us through data breaches that we went through. And this is the very essence of the data map. But what we're looking at now is, okay, so what about these discharge data? Right? So we look very specifically at the discharge data, and what we get, if my pointer will go, is some of the statutes, right? So this is an example of Vermont's statute of the mandate to share discharge data. So Steve is in this data. He doesn't know it. He might know that something about him is floating around in the air, right? But states are really, how shall I say, concerned and want to really favorably release this data so that research, innovation, and possibly good healthcare reform will come out of the data analysis, right? And what happens is that Vermont has been sharing this data since the 1980s, right? And this is just an example. There are 33 other states that share and sell information as hospital discharge data. But let's look at the very specifics of Vermont. There is case-specific diagnostic data, sociodemographic data, the medical reason for admission, treatment and services, duration and status of the patient, stay, not in years, but in specific days, and information about services, right? And this all has to do with specific diagnostic codes. So then, what is the nature of this? We have age groups, we have zip code, we have the gender, hospital service area, and different. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'll stay on the mic. Different information about the discharge of that particular patient. Now, seems my slides are out of order. Now, these are the people who are going to be able to purchase the data. The states also share who are the major people who purchase this. And we've compiled a list of some of the major purchases of different states. Now, I'm wondering, what are they doing with this de-identified data, right? They're healthcare companies, it makes sense, they run data analytics. But another thing that happens is that it's not very clear who is participating in these data sharing agreements and who is standing to benefit from these agreements and who is standing to be harmed from these agreements. So there's another story that I want to share with you of a woman whose alias is Amy Sanders. Now, Amy, she is from out of state. She also went to Vermont and she got in a car accident. She was one of the only few pedestrians who was hit by another car in this entire database. We were able to find her, and my students will go over the methodology, but we were able to find her and we were able to see that not only was she in a car accident, but she also had several different drug overdose instances, that she had cocaine dependencies, that she had different psychological issues. And this is the specificity of the data. I don't know if a lot of you are familiar with ICD-9 codes, but they're very specific. So we also understand that there are marital problems that are reported in discharge data, and all of this information is divulged to us by re-identification processes. Of course, we wouldn't know this data if hospital discharge data didn't include all these previous diagnoses, right? So we don't just learn about the specific instance that a person went into the hospital for. We learn about their entire health history that is more or less very, very private information. There's also a story that I want to share with you of a college student who was in an accident as well. And she was also a pedestrian and she was hit by a car. And she had a broken leg, and as the ICD-9 code suggests, she's the pedestrian in the motor vehicle accident. We also learned that she has anxiety, she has depression. Now she's a college student, and this information is not something you want around when you're a newly minted undergrad, right? So these are real people with real consequences for what if their information does get out, this aggregated information. Now, HIPAA provides very limited protection for them. And even though HIPAA provides limited information and we can, trash talk on how bad HIPAA is or how, maybe we still believe that it is a good enough measure for protecting patients, HIPAA standards are not used when state health databases are shared or disclosed, sadly. As I mentioned before, 33 states sell or share personal health data, but only 3 use HIPAA standards. And when we did a survey of what types of fields were disclosed, we were able to see, the level of HIPAA compliance. It's very strict when it comes to demographic fields. And this might come from a belief that, if we suppress all the demographics, no one will be able to find them, right? If we use k-anonymity to generalize, the 5 patients that have very unique records in our database, we won't be able to find them because demographics are all that matter. But that's not true, as we will show. And we also have this belief that, we can let admission and discharge fields be as specific as ICD-9 codes because no one will use them to find anybody in the database, right? Because we don't think that those fields can be used to find people in this data. Now, in the winter of 2015, Professor LaTanya Sweeney did a re-identification of Washington State's healthcare database. And what she found was that 43% of news stories that she went through, these news stories reveal information about local car crashes, local accidents, etc. She was able to find 43% of those news stories corresponded uniquely to people in the Washington State database. And this is the method that she used, basically taking the public records, which is like, there's information online about your zip code and address. And then she was able to match it with your age, residence, and name that appeared in news stories. And the news stories would then reveal more information about this particular person, such as their gender, hospital that they were admitted to, and admission month. Now you take that aggregated data set that we just constructed, and then you use it to find the people in the hospital data. We're gonna use a similar methodology when my students talk about specifics of Maine and Vermont. We didn't use public records in Maine and Vermont, and we still were able to find them. In any case, news stories have information that others know, right? But in this way, we're able to tie it to a very official health record. Now, we had really good response in Washington. After we published, or after Tanya published, there were 2 states that responded very favorably, and they changed the way that they released the information. So, you know, we have those check marks, and we're like, yes, we're making change. And the point of these re-identifications is not to say, okay, here's pointing a finger, shame on you, because you know, we were able to find them. But it's more about, you know, we're exposing just the existence of a vulnerability in hopes that improved methods will arise out of this, right? And we're not here to say, oh, you should have this particular method or this method. It's more about, here is the existence of a vulnerability. And now we're gonna go into the specifics of how we went through this data. And they are Harvard students, they're fantastic, accomplished people, and it's really great to have had the privilege to work with them and also to get them interested in a particular field of understanding patients and their privacy, as well as how they're interacting with government systems. And they individually also have some interest in medicine. Alexandra, who is going to talk about Vermont, is a government major, and she is also a pre-med. So, you know, she has a lot at stake in terms of understanding what is important when she interacts with her patients. And then our 2 freshmen are thinking of, Basina is thinking of concentrating in history of science with a minor in computer science. So we have people who are computer people thinking about the ethics and the privacy aspect, which is exciting, right? This is the progeny of this community. And then Harshta is also thinking computer science, I think, but she has a lot of talent. So she's like also thinking, what were you thinking?
Social studies or computer science, yeah.
Yeah, social studies as well. So we have people who are very interdisciplinary minded, and they understand that this takes a component of technology and also takes a component of what is already existing and how technology is influencing the ways that we look at electronic health systems and data sharing paradigms. So with that, Ali, do you want to come up?
Hi, so as Jisoo mentioned, I'm Ali Thaler, and I'm going to talk about the methods and results that we obtained from Vermont. So here is just a few screenshots of the data that we found on Vermont's website called healthvermont.gov. As you can see, there are many, many data fields, and we extracted data that matched 8 of these, but this is to show that there's a huge wealth that's being recorded that we didn't even need to use in order to match various patients. So how did we go about this in Vermont? We first obtained articles using LexisNexis, primarily from the Keene Sentinel from New Hampshire, but with Vermont references, and the Brattleboro Reformer. And both of these newspapers included people that went to hospitals located in Vermont. So in order to find articles that would be relevant to our study, we used different keywords like hospitalized, transported, injured, hospital, and medical, and obtained the 8 data fields that you can see to the right. And by using these data fields, we were able to extract information that would be able to connect us with the patient record. Next, so out of the 69 total articles after our search, 14 of those articles mentioned patients that went to Vermont hospitals. Some of those patients that were involved in accidents went to a hospital on the border in New Hampshire, but that wasn't relevant to our data set, so we ignored those. That's where the others besides those 14 articles went. And out of the articles, we extracted different parts that would be necessary for cross-referencing. Those included the hospital code, for instance, Brattleboro Memorial Hospital, the sex of the patient, age, zip code, and date admitted, and then those translated into codes. This next slide shows exactly how that information was pulled out of the article. So as you can see in red, the Brattleboro Memorial Hospital is coded as 15 in the data set, and continuing on, the age is also coded. The age has a range, but it's still specific enough to be easily used in identifying patients. Again, same thing with the zip code. It's also in a range, but that didn't stop us from re-identifying either. The sex, 1 for male, 2 for female, and as you can see, the newspaper article describes facial injuries, and we found in the unique match that is shown to the right, the closed fracture of orbital floor is exactly describing the facial injuries. Just to further confirm, the E code, which is also an ICD-9 code, also matches the other motor vehicle traffic incident involving a collision. Again, corroborates that this is indeed a match. So initially we filtered using Excel just as our preliminary result, or to get preliminary results. After using the fields that I mentioned previously, we distinguished between similar matches with the diagnosis and emergency codes. And then we saw that not only could we re-identify, but we could also include additional diagnoses that were often unrelated. So it goes beyond a simple match. We could find more, as Jisoo mentioned a little bit. But anyway, so our initial preliminary result was 42.9% of the newspaper articles could be successfully matched to patient records. And this is using only Excel. So with that, we decided to expand, and now we included 201 articles. They were again categorized, and this time we automated it using Python so that we could cover more ground quickly. So the first one, this is also an alias, John Richards, and this slide is, I guess, most startling to me. The man from the article on the left side of the screen, you can see what we learned from the article is that he's 49 years old, a resident of Lebanon, New Hampshire, was taken to a Vermont hospital, however, so he's out of state. He was involved in a motor vehicle accident on a highway and sustained facial injuries. That's all we know about John Richards. After we cross-referenced and re-identified him successfully, now we know that not only did he sustain facial injuries, but he is a diabetic, he's morbidly obese, and he has hyperlipidemia, which is a disease with an abnormally high concentration of fat in his blood. So that shows beyond simply matching him to a record that he has very serious pre-existing conditions that could be used to discriminate against him, and you would never know any of this information about John Richards had he not had the misfortune of being in a motor vehicle accident. So that, to me, is the most astounding part of the re-identification. Overall, just to give you a quantitative summary, we had 270 articles returned in our LexisNexis search. 46 describe patients taken to Vermont hospitals. 32 returned results in the cross-reference process, which means that they included all of the fields that we needed. 12 out of those 32 could be matched to one unique name, 30%, and 19 were successfully matched with a bin sizer 1 or 2. So that was a very large percentage of matching. So just where has this gone since the 2011 data that we have used in this project? The ICD-9 codes are now updated to be ICD-10 codes, and those include, for example, this is one of the additions, a large degree of specificity in unemployment status, including change of job, or these are listed as diagnoses that you would find even if you got in a car accident. Change of job is a diagnosis, threat of job loss, stressful work schedule, discourse with boss and workmates, uncongenial work environment, other physical and mental strains relating to work, and sexual harassment on the job. So those are unemployment status diagnoses that really are completely unrelated to if you broke your arm in a car accident. All of a sudden, just because you happen to get in a car accident, maybe on a rainy day or something, all of a sudden now the public can know that you have an uncongenial work environment or are being threatened with job loss. So maybe were you distracted when you were driving your car? I don't know, there's lots of room for speculation. So that's just one example of how specific these codes are getting and the definite vulnerability in the way that data is publicly available.
Ali, really quickly, can you talk about what a bin size is?
Oh,
so
yeah.
you talked about 1 or 2 bin sizes. If you want to just explain that a little bit.
So the bin size means that when they were cross-referenced, if we weren't sure if there were 1 or 2 matches, so all of the fields matched and we got 2 returns on that, then we would say, okay, well, it's a match to 1 or 2. So it wasn't a unique match, but it was still between 1 or 2, if that clears that up.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Basina Ganther. I'm a student at Harvard.
My name's Harshita Gupta, and I'm also a student at Harvard. Cool. So we're going to talk about the data that we re-identified for Maine. Yes, we had Maine inpatient records from 2010, which list admits to the hospital with all of the information that Ali described previously. We'll show you the database details, specifics in a bit.
So we use Nexus. We use LexisNexis, the database, to search through newspaper articles, and we found that most of our articles came from Portland Press Herald, Bangor Daily News, and Portsmouth Herald. We found 270 unique articles that involved patients being sent to a hospital in Maine.
You can see what the inpatient record for Maine looks like in these fields. Just to point some of them out, you have race and ethnicity, you have the typical demographic codes, but you also have things like the revenue codes, which list specifically what the insurance was charged for. You have up to 10 diagnoses, and these include pre-existing diagnoses, which are entered in for all patients irrespective of what they come in for. You see a bunch of this information that once we just match on simple fields, like we'll show you, we matched for patient sex and a bunch of demographic information, but we were able to find all of this rest out. Maine is not HIPAA compliant, unlike Vermont, so the data has very specific information on the geographic area. Geocode is one of the fields listed in the inpatient records, and that lists a very specific town and area. It's very easy to find the key and legend for what geocode corresponds to what area, and these are publicly available. So this is kind of the data that we were working with and matching to the newspaper articles.
So here's just another example of collecting data from an article. So this is an article we found about a man whose car collided with a moose, and they were sent to the hospital. And so you can just see we basically just pull out basic information from the article and match it to the different data fields that we were going to search for. So once we found the different data fields, we then basically converted it into inpatient data. So if you see the data publication, the article was published in September 2010, so that matches to Q3. So all of the inpatient data, the year, because it's not HIPAA compliant, it's based off of the quarter for the year. So Q1, 2, 3, or 4, based off of the time it is in the year, patient's age, patient sex, the geocode, which was actually one of the most important parts of it, was being able to find the geocode, because some of these people came from really small towns where there weren't that many, like it wasn't that hard to pinpoint it because the town was so small and there weren't so many people living in each town. And then hospital codes, so where they were sent to hospitals, especially for smaller hospitals. Oh, okay. Oh, so the inpatient data, it's free and available online. So we found it for,
So this is from 2010, so it is no longer available. And Maine has updated the level of application and how they release the data. So for Maine now, you have to, have a data use agreement, et cetera. It's 2017 now, but this is 2010 data, but the fields are still very similar.
For Vermont data, it's readily available to download online. The 2011 data all through 2016, I believe, is accessible on healthvermont.gov. Anyone open to the public can download the data set.
The question was, is there a Maine statute that required the disclosure of the geocode in 2010? Required the disclosure?
We don't know the specifics of whether the geocode was required to be disclosed. We just...
Oh, no.
Well, the way that we talk about HIPAA compliance is when you are sharing data and you de-identify the data according to Safe Harbor Agreement, you should take out anything that's smaller than a zip code, depending on the population density of that geographic area. But what happens with Maine is that it's smaller than a zip code. So that's why we say it's not HIPAA compliant. I wouldn't be able to tell you that. Oh, the question was whether there was a Maine statute that required the hospitals to release the geocode in addition inside the database, or whether the Maine hospitals themselves decided this. We wouldn't be able to tell you. We're not lawyers, so we didn't look at, the hospitals didn't want to release it, but they were mandated to, right? We just know what we have, and we say, okay, this is what we have, then this is what we work with, right?
So the data that we have here is what we use to run through our Python program and find matches. And then once we had matches, like Ali said, 2 or 3 matches might come up for a single newspaper article. And then we use the ICD-9 codes, which list specific diagnoses to figure out what is an exact match. So if the newspaper article described a head injury, we would look at the 3 matches that came up for the given demographic information, and then use the diagnosis as a confirmation for which match is the one that lines up with the newspaper article. This is kind of different than Ali's approach because we just use demographic information. We aren't matching to begin with on diagnoses. It kind of shows what the non-HIPAA compliance does for us, the fact that Maine's demographic information in the inpatient data is pretty specific and allows us to, in a lot of cases, led to a unique match almost immediately, and then we were able to find diagnoses from it. So
in this example of David Jameson, we were able to find that they were patient ID 954. these are not the actual numbers, like accurate numbers. And through that, once you find the patient ID, you're then able to find other records for this person that were not going to be, that would not have been available had they not had the newspaper article written about them. So we were able to find that David Jameson had depression, PTSD symptoms, and burn tissue, all just from the newspaper article, which, of course, these symptoms have nothing to do with the car crash that David Jameson was in.
Yeah, this is just a comparison of what came from the article and what came from the data after we re-identified it. This is another example of a Jane Doe alias, of course, and this stood out because she was mauled and dragged by a bulldog, and there was a lot of press coverage on this. There was a lot of community organizing around supporting her. She had pretty serious head and arm injuries. So a lot of media coverage, and because it's such a unique injury and it's a dog bite, the ICD-9 code was very straightforward. There's a code for a dog bite. We have it listed up there. There was a single match, and we were able to find pre-existing conditions of tobacco use disorder, asthma, meningitis, and a lot of press coverage around this, so it's one of the most easily identifiable records in the database and tells us a lot about the patient. And here you see, this is all of the information we were able to find about this patient. This is the entire inpatient record with some of the codes swapped out for their word descriptions, but you can see all of the insurance charges are here. You can see pre-existing diagnoses, and the dog bite one shows up here, and then the wound to the elbow, tobacco use disorder, asthma, etc. And yes, you can see the hospital code. So this is part of what we used for the original match, hospital service area of the patient, and then the geo code as well, which matched the area listed in the article.
So so here the final results are, we found about 1,112 articles were returned from the LexisNexis database, and of those we were able to find 270 unique articles about patients taken to main hospitals. When we went through and used Python to match it to inpatient data, we found 132 that had matches, and of those 132, 53 of them could be matched to a specific name, so that's about 40%, which is quite a lot.
And just for clarification purposes, we didn't look for articles that gave us all of the fields we needed. We took the ones it was able to give us, and then we matched based on those. So not all of the 8 fields were necessarily met, but we were still able to find matches with, like, say 5 of those 8 met. So, yep, this is just a summary of our work, and we will turn it back over to Jisoo to wrap up.
So thank you guys for discussing some of the specifics. As you can tell, like this was a work that was done in a class, but it really means something when you take sometimes disillusioned students who are like, oh, this is all theoretical government work, or this is all, mathematics that I'm never going to use, and they actually apply their skills into a real world issue, and the light kind of like shines in their eyes because they understand, right? This is something that could impact me if I have different information in hospital data set. And we didn't even think about, the crossover between these two states, right? If I'm able to find somebody in one state database and then I can find them in another one, because like Ali talked about, a lot of the people who are going to Vermont hospitals, we could also find them in New Hampshire hospitals because they share such a large border. So there's a lot of ways that people can kind of disentangle a lot of the details. And we didn't even begin to cover all the different examples that we saw, not only with marital condition and mental health problems, we also saw birth data, right? There were defects. There was information about any complications during the pregnancy. So I don't know about you, and I don't think this is speculation because I have heard of many stories in this auditorium about people being blamed by their employers or being single-handedly pointed out because their children have birth issues or they had a complicated pregnancy, right? So there are ways that, if I was an employer, I don't know if this happens, but I know of very specific incidences where employers will be able to find out who had raised the rates for everybody else in a small company. So there are very financial, emotional, and a lot of consequences that can arise if these methods are used not in order to make healthcare available for more people or for health outcomes to improve. Now, the next step is to expand this study to other states. And our goal is not to say, okay, stop sharing this hospital discharge data. And our goal is not to say everyone should be HIPAA compliant, because HIPAA has its own issues. But we're here to say, okay, we need to examine what are the better ways that we can start sharing this data so that there's a lot more utility and a lot of more preservation of privacy, right? So we have 29 states to go out of the 33, and we're hoping that we'll get favorable responses to understand that there are some real-world vulnerabilities here. Like I said, we're not asking specifics, right? Because we know that HIPAA, it's not enough. And in our upcoming publication with me and Professor LaTanya Sweeney, we're looking at data about specific individuals that has been redacted beyond HIPAA. We're talking about dates being reported as decade groups. We're talking about suppression of different fields, and we still have 20% re-identification rates. So again, the answer is not more suppression or more generalizability or more sophisticated statistic methods. It's about considering what is out there and what vulnerabilities will exist through experiments like these. So thank you all so much for listening. And I think we have time for a few questions. I'm not sure how long, but okay, great.
I just have one question. You mentioned that you're going to be doing studies at some of the other states. You already have results from 4 states. Why can't you just go to those other states and say, hey, these are the results of the studies we have done, so therefore you might want to look into your practices?
I wish, right? But what ends up happening is what we saw with Washington. So, brand name Professor LaTanya Sweeney pushes out this publication and says, there is a problem that you might want to look into, right? And even then, people say, oh, no, we aggregated our zip codes in this way, and we changed the demographics in this way, or we changed the way that we report. Now we have data use agreements. Now we have, very specific requirements about who can get it. So they have these ways of saying we're not part of Washington. Our data is not the same as Maine. We're not a small town state like Vermont. So that doesn't apply to us. And you can see there's a lot of incentive to not want to change a lot of the things because either you don't perceive it as a threat, or maybe there are other ways that you think fixing the problem will work. So I can't speak to why they haven't changed it. I can just say that they haven't changed it.
Was this study presented to an institutional review board, and if so, how did the board respond? Was this study or series of studies presented to an institutional review board, and how did the board respond if it was?
Right, so the question is about whether this study was submitted to an IRB review board. And the answer is Maine and Vermont studies that we presented to you, they are under review. They are under review under a journal, but it's not specifically submitted to IRBs. So yeah, we're not specifically submitting it to Harvard's IRB. We're just submitting it to a publication.
When
health information exchanges began, I had very big concerns about just exactly what's happening. And it's even worse because if any of you have read Adam Tanner's book, big businesses will be taking this information and building even bigger databases about all our health information that they have and can't sell. Adam did not mention, he didn't find any examples of where it's being sold, but I have an example of where it's being sold. So I have been against it from the beginning, and I've always thought health information exchanges, if put up by states, should be like telephone books. If you want your name in the telephone book, it can be in the telephone book. Then where you've received care so that your data can then be requested from that doctor or that hospital or whatever, can be delivered if you've asked for it. But otherwise, I don't think any of these places, including the federal government, which is doing it, should be collecting these kind of databases in the first place. It's a huge privacy violation. And they keep saying they're going to have great conclusions about it. It's going to make our health better. So it's a greater good. But frankly, you know, from time immemorial, you're supposed to be able to go see your doctor and have that information kept quiet. And the government is actually promoting and making this worse. Thank you.
So I actually just looked it up. The Maine statute does require the disclosure of those geocodes. So might one possible solution to this be, and let me back up, the HIPAA privacy rule is obviously a federal floor of health information confidentiality.
Get closer to the microphone, please.
All right. So I'll just shorten my question. My question is, if state law requires a covered entity to do something, that is allowed under the HIPAA privacy rule at 164.512A. So might one solution, if you're having disclosure of identifiers that can allow the re-identification of the patients, to go to your state legislature and say, you may not have known this, but by requiring the disclosure of this patient data, it allows re-identification. So what we need to do is shrink or curtail or kind of shrunk down the state law, because once something is no longer allowed by state law, then it becomes now again prohibited under HIPAA at 164.512A.
I'm not sure what the question was. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I don't think I caught the specific number of legislation that you're talking about, but basically you're saying that if patients rally and talk to their legislature about these geocodes being the most identifying factor, then maybe we can kind of overrule the disclosure of the geocode specifically? Is that what you're saying?
So there's an exception in HIPAA that basically says if some other law requires a disclosure by a hospital, say, to, say, a state public entity, that the hospital can do it and it's not a violation of HIPAA, which is why I asked about why are you saying this is not HIPAA compliant. And I looked it up, and Maine actually has a regulatory provision, which would be another provision of law allowing the disclosure, not allowing, requiring the disclosure of all these identifiers, including the geocodes. So my thought is maybe one thing that we can do is go to Maine and Vermont, if this is the goal you want to achieve, and it might not be, and have them shrink down the number of identifiers they are requiring to be disclosed, right? Because under HIPAA, this is all allowed under 164.512A now. Right, to say it's not HIPAA compliant, that's not actually accurate. What we need to do is fix the state law that you normatively or substantively disagree with. I don't know if that makes sense, but.
Right. So yes, the geocodes were important, but it wasn't just the geocode, right? So there were all these other demographic factors. And so we're not here to say, okay, this specific field needs to be suppressed or anything like that, because we have no evidence that that will be the most efficient method. So yeah, like I said, we're just here to say that this is one way the problem exists. There may be plenty of other ways to do re-identifications that we haven't explored, because as you saw, there are so many fields. That might be up to somebody else if they want to do that. But yeah, we're just here to say, okay, here's one way that it was there.
No, I think this is fantastic work, and all I'm trying to say is that I think the states don't realize that with their mandatory disclosure laws, they are opening this up under HIPAA and allowing the amazing work that you are doing. Like, I'm laughing because I'm from the border of Vermont, New Hampshire, so when you say, oh, the hospital on the border of Vermont, New Hampshire, you're talking about Dartmouth, Hitchcock.
Yeah.
And then all my relatives have gotten into motorcycle accidents, so I actually thought that was my cousin up there. I mean, this is amazing work. But at the end of the day, legally, it's Maine and Vermont's fault if we want to blame someone. So the question is whether we need to fix that or not.
Thank you.
Hi. So, first off, it's absolutely amazing work you're doing, and thank you for doing it. It really drives home an important point. In reaction to, I guess it was a couple of questions ago, have you brought this up with, you showed a lot of stuff in the 4 states, have you brought it up with the other states? Have you thought about any approaches to sort of crowdsourcing or distributing what you're doing where you can get people, get some volunteers in some other states who are animated and moved by what you're doing to try to do a little bit of work in their state to show one re-identification that shouldn't be able to happen, or push back against the arguments the states are making back to you when they say, oh, we're not like Vermont, we're not like this state, we're not like that state, here's why we're different. If you can get some volunteers in other states to help you, I think you could show them. I don't know if you thought about that. Or is it possible? I should ask as a question.
Yeah, so we are not like one of those nonprofit organizations that has like that crowdsourcing power. Okay. We are just very humble research assistants and students. Okay. So yeah, we try to tackle one thing at a time. Okay. But I mean, I think somebody else could do it. As you can tell, our methods are not complicated. But yeah, we're not advocating for anything. I don't think we have enough knowledge, as she demonstrated, about the laws and specifics about how this could play out. We just are here to do a good job on the work that we are able to do.
You're doing an amazing job. I think everyone in this room agrees.
Thank you.
Hello, Jisoo.
Hi.
Thanks to you and your team. And in summary, I just want to kind of state the obvious, make sure I get the message right. And that is, you're taking health information that's anonymized basically from the public domain, or at least it's easily accessible through relatively informal methods to collect it. You're then taking public information in the form of newspapers, articles, and just correlating those two together to reveal that anonymized data can in fact be de-anonymized and reveal big vulnerabilities about human beings and the potential impact to their lives, and you've done that at a scale of a few hundred. Is that a fair assessment of the work? So the obvious question on a conference that includes the ethics of using machine learning, I always think of how do you scale things out, and you start to ask yourself, well, could we use public records like property records? Could we use social media records? Could we use just your Facebook profile? Could you use a whole series of public information, use machine learning to then correlate that against the public medical records that are anonymous and really scale this out to reveal, a much grander vulnerability than just say 40% of 200 records? And you have a suspicious look on your face. I'm going to give that back to you.
Thank you. So you're asking, if I got it right, whether machine learning could be used to scale this up. So our version of scaling up was going from just visually inspecting these records and these newspaper articles and using then a Python program that was maybe a few lines long. I think you and I and most people here know that the answer is yes. There's a lot of room for algorithms to take what we've done and take it up to scale, but this is what we've been able to do. So if you can imagine somebody who has a lot more resources, maybe it is possible. I don't think I can say what the identification re-ID rates would be for that, Yeah, I just know that what we found was 40%.
It just seems like it could really, if you had intentions, if I were insured and my intentions were toward predicting future health and maximizing my financial position, that if I really wanted to, I could scale this up with relatively easy technology, or well, I shouldn't say easy, well understood technology.
So you're saying that if you had, relatively well understood technology, you would be able to, machine learning, you would be able to rev up everything that we've done. I have no doubt in your abilities to do that. But as I said, I don't think I can predict that number for you. I can't predict, given X amount of resources and this amount of expertise, you're going to be able to get this much more. This is just.
My motivation would be to be able to demonstrate, to extend your work, to have it be more impactful, to make greater change, because it'd be revealing a far greater problem than just a couple of hundred records, right? And it would be, if you did this at some scale, and obviously you would want to keep your results anonymous, but you could statistically share it. It could have a really big impact. Far greater than just a couple. That was my only tip.
Thank you.
Okay.
Fabulous. Aren't they wonderful? And yes, Kurt, if you know anyone that has some of those resources, I know the Data Privacy Lab would be glad to do that. We'd love to. That's been a major problem. Where's the resources to scale this up? But I think this was such a terrific panel because we've got young, brilliant people beginning to work on this issue and seeing how important it is. And it's I don't know if it's a coincidence that you're all women, but it's a lovely coincidence. So thank you so much. And they're going to be around tonight too at the gala. So hopefully everyone can talk with them. And anyway, thank you again. We got into the break a little bit. Sorry, but you have a few minutes break. We'll pick up back here at. Let's give you 10 minutes if you need it. 10 minutes.
Check, check. Hello, check. Handheld 1, check. Handheld 1, check, check. Hello, handheld 1, check. It's in the stand right now. I'm a little farther away from the mic. Check, hello. Check, check. Check, 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 check. Handheld mic. Good.
Fine. Make everybody go over there, have them repeat.
How's that?
Yeah,
we just did a
these.
test.
I have found that being that HIEs can be a black box, that it's helpful when we have this stuff kind of complement our
Luckily,
conversation.
you're speaking with
Or
reiterating
just like general conversation. I'm assuming like everybody introduce themselves. That's what's going on there. Well, I've got a deck on this little guy here.
Okay, and it's not showing up.
Gotta make sure.
That's the disk drive. Supposed to be here a little. Oh, there we go. Wait. Had to
turn it around. Yeah, there we go. That's the tricky thing with the new like smaller ones. Someday, the bigger ones you can't flip around. All right, awesome. You all good?
Okay, yeah.
panel, which has to do with health information exchange, and there is health information exchange in some places, and then there's places where it's not so much. So Tom Welch is going to be the moderator, and we have our panel of experts that he will introduce. So thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Good afternoon. What a juxtaposition with the last panel of beautiful, smart women. We've got the old, crusty guys here, but I guess you can call that diversity. This name of this panel is Patients' Use of Health Information Exchanges. Do they care? Can they get personal health data? How do they use it? My name is Tom Welch. I'm an attorney. I was a programmer before I became an attorney. I worked for 20 years in the US and Europe, including France and Germany. I then became associate director and senior international policy analyst at HHS US FDA in their Office of International Programs. And I've kept up with some data developments. Some of this is way over my head. With us today are Randy Farmer, Chief Operating Officer of the Delaware Health Information Network, Adrian Gropper, Chief Technology Officer, Patient Privacy Rights, John Mandel, Health IT Ecosystem Lead, Verily, Google Health Services, and Glenn Tucker, Chief Medical Information Officer and Chief of Internal Medicine, Sturdy Memorial Hospital, and Chairman, Massachusetts Medical Society's Committee on IT. So we're going to take the patient's perspective here on this panel. And in order to prepare for this, I looked at a couple of recent surveys of patients and what they thought about their data. According to 2 recent surveys, patients are increasingly frustrated with their healthcare experience. The 2016 Connected Care SureScripts survey found that patients are particularly dissatisfied with the lack of central location for their health records, as well as the difficulty in accessing and sharing those records. According to another national survey, which included 12,000 adults, 57% of consumers with contract experience with hospitals, physicians, or ancillary providers report being skeptical of the overall benefits of health information technologies, such as patient portals, mobile apps, and electronic health records, mainly because of recently reported data hacking and a perceived lack of privacy protection by providers. The unwillingness of patients to comprehensively divulge all their medical information rose to 87% in the last quarter of 2016. As Deborah mentioned, lack of disclosure to physicians is a serious problem. We are lucky to have 4 leading experts here, and I'm going to allow Randy to introduce himself and begin. Thank you.
You know, I like the introduction of being a leading expert over old and crusty. I'll take that any day of the week. So thank you, Tom. And thank you, Deb, for again hosting and putting together this austere group on such an important topic. So we're going to go through the slides pretty quickly. I understand I'm the only guy in the panel that brought slides. There's always one jerk in a group that has to have slides, and unfortunately I'm that guy today. But I thought that this might help complement some of the complexities around the topic, and hopefully you find it helpful. So Delaware launched the first statewide health information exchange as a public endeavor, and we currently stand as a nonprofit state-related organization. We're not a state agency. We're kind of a hybrid organization. We don't get any state funding. I'm not a state employee. I don't get state benefits. But we operate like a business where the board of directors is appointed by the governor. We have sovereign immunity like a state agency, and our attorneys come out of the state attorney general's office. So we have some benefits of being state-related, but we also have the independence and the agility to operate as a nonprofit business, which helps us leverage, I guess, maybe some of the best benefits of both of those worlds. Every year we deliver around 14 million results from our participating hospitals, labs, radiology firms, and we do so to over 800, about 500 or so practices and about 11,000 physicians and their staff. We provide on-demand access to the records for those patients that have consented to be involved or have not opted out. And we also provide other services such as event notification that helps with transitions of care. So if a patient is seen at an area hospital and they're on a patient panel, let's say of a primary care provider or let's say an oncologist that wants to track that the clinical aspects of that patient, they will get an alert if they're subscribing to our event notification system. We provide a clinical gateway, which can provide things like discharge summaries to a doctor who has a panel of patients that wants to receive such information. They get that on demand, again, to facilitate transitions to care. We also have a medication history tool, as well as analytic services. So you see, we're a pretty robust organization in terms of the nature of the penetration of the healthcare ecosystem, not just in our state, but also within our region. We have connections with Maryland's HIE, CRISP. We are building a connection with the South Jersey HIE, NJ Shine, and as well as doing so with the Southeast Pennsylvania HSX organization, where we'll have 5 hospitals from the Southeast Pennsylvania area participating. So pretty robust footprint, and it allows us to facilitate better transitions of care, better care outcomes, and reduction of cost. This slide gives you an idea of some of the impact in terms of what we've been able to quantify in terms of the benefit that our HIE provides to the healthcare ecosystem. Over $7 million in annual results delivery savings because of the nature of our network, allowing large healthcare systems to decommission expensive integrations and not have to build integrations to independent organizations. One of the points of pride, and it's not on this slide, but Delaware has a very high percentage of independent practices, those practices not affiliated with a hospital. So if a physician practice is adverse or wishing to be independent of a large hospital healthcare system, they have that choice. And about 75% of our ambulatory practices in the state are independent of a large healthcare system. And we help enable that choice among physicians to remain independent. One of our ACOs noticed after they employed the event notification system in a year's time a 6% reduction in ER visits and a 12% reduction in 30-day readmits. That's for that ACO. And that was in a time frame where the national average of increase of 30-day readmits went up 9%. So a pretty high delta there against the national average. We also have helped generate over $10 million in annual savings from fewer duplicate tests, because so many physicians have access to historical tests. So when a patient goes to an emergency room or they've been incapacitated and they need to see some background information on that patient, they can go into our community health record and not have to order a particular test. Or if a specialist is seeing a patient, they've seen like a recent radiology study, or they can see recent test results from a lab work and not have to order that duplicative lab work. So there's a great savings there. Plus, you're not also, in the case of radiology study, you're not subjecting patients to undue doses of radiation. And it's still hard to kind of quantify that, but certainly fewer tests for patients is something that they could certainly value. And of course, we've been credited with helping to our public health organization identify detection of the H1N1 virus. Perhaps our greatest commodity isn't data, but it's trust. Because if you lose the trust with any of our stakeholders or with consumers, basically it doesn't matter much else what we do. So us, like other organizations that are charged with the sacrosanct duty of protecting healthcare information and the rights of patients, must employ best practices and industry standards to eliminate as much risk as we can and manage risk where we can eliminate it. Industry standards like encrypting those 2 types of data that Shahid had referenced earlier, the data that's at rest and the data at motion. they must be encrypted at all times. Applying best practices as an organization in terms of managing information, managing change, and change protocols, such as those that are commonly applied through ITIL foundations. Our organization is 100% ITIL certified. Well, I'll say this, 26 out of the 28 of us have been ITIL Foundation certified. 2 of them will be by the end of the month. Privacy and security best practices like those incorporated through HITRUST and HITRUST protocols, which are a priority of insurance companies throughout the nation, requiring their IT vendors to be HITRUST certified. We are in the process, and it looks real good right now, that we should be, within the next few days, receiving our certification of being HITRUST certified as an organization. And we think we're going to be the first HIE in the country that can make that claim. The other thing that's important that we do is not just provide products and services for physicians, but also for consumers, and that helps to promote transparency. We are piloting a patient portal. It's not just the type of portal where you can just enter information, but it will provide the clinical information at the hands and fingertips of patients, so they can have access to the same information that their clinical teams have access to, the access to their information on the community health record. And they can also use this tool to communicate securely, safely, using direct messaging tools with any members of their care team. Again, facilitating communication and facilitating engagement with the patient's data, which is a big part for patients becoming, making better decisions in their healthcare and helping to reduce the cost of healthcare, which is such a big, critical problem. The other tool that we have launched, and then I'll wrap things up here, is a product called Health Check Alert. You've probably heard me speak about this last year. This is our SMS texting platform, where we are piloting with our Medicaid office a program where enrolled members can receive a text anytime somebody looks up their information in the community health record, so that they know who's looking at their information when a clinician or a staff member accesses that information, as well as get a text when a lab result has been identified. So if you've seen an oncologist and you're on pins and needles about a test being delivered, you would get an alert that test has been delivered to that practice. No medical information is included in that. It's just an alert saying your doctor has it. Please give them 24 to 48 hours to review your results. You should be hearing something from them soon. It also gives an alert when you've been admitted to the emergency room or as an inpatient to the hospital. Well, if I've been admitted to the emergency room or as an inpatient to the hospital, I probably don't need an alert. The value of that is what if that's not you? As fraud is a big issue in the Medicaid and certainly Medicare circles, as well as with several commercial paying organizations, insurance companies. Fraud, waste, and abuse is one of those areas where if we can make material impact, we can bring down the cost of healthcare. And we see this as an important way for us to do that. So when folks receive that alert on their phone that they've been admitted to the hospital and they're sitting in their family room, they just simply respond to that text, and the alert goes back to that Medicaid or to that health insurance organization. And that also has a patient safety component as well, because if somebody's misrepresenting themselves as you in the hospital and they're getting tests done and the hospital doesn't realize that that's not you, well, later on when you go to that same hospital, or a provider may be looking at your results and maybe be making some clinical decisions based on those results. So we're very excited about the potential for both patient engagement as well as for the potential to make a material impact in terms of fraud, waste, and abuse in the healthcare ecosystem. So, yep, that's basically our position as what we'd like to think is a nationally leading health information exchange, balancing the risks to maximize the benefits associated with this type of operation. Thank you.
Thanks, Randy. That was a good introduction to what a state-of-the-art HIE today is. And now we'll have Adrian discuss what that means for the patient.
Yes, it's a tough job to be on this panel and channel the patient perspective that the title promises. I'll try to be as much focused on that as I can. And I'm going to just have about 2 minutes worth of remarks. I like to read things because I'm not a particularly good speaker unless I'm dealing with questions, as you may know. Here's the way I like to think about HIE, work that I've done for quite well over a decade now. From the patient perspective, it needs to be about outcome and not about process. And most of the way HIEs are conceived now are, from the patient perspective, just process issues. Just like any other administrative services that have taken over our healthcare system. They're not about access to actual services that the patient seeks. Why were they invented? Do banks or education, in other words, other personal service industries, need exchanges? I don't see exactly why that should be. U.S. healthcare has a value problem and a disparities problem, again, from the patient's perspective. Value is dependent on quality outcome and cost outcome. Have HIEs, as they are currently conceived, done anything for either? Or are they effectively a way of competing, of protecting the incumbents from competition, from innovation in whatever their market happens to be? There are certainly experts here who might address some of these issues from their institutional perspective. Disparities in U.S. healthcare are also much greater than other developed economies. Disparities show up as lack of access, inappropriate use of ERs, lack of preventive services, ... Do health information exchanges help manage disparity, or do they hide it behind their relevant process? We have a transparency problem, and HIEs, I would claim, are actually making it worse. The social determinants of health are some of the best predictors of the outcome and the cost of any particular individual's treatment. But our location, financial situation, communication patterns, text messages, our friends and contacts are way too private to be trusted to an HIE or to the EHRs that are pretty much the sole source of their data. And I could take a poll as to how many people in this room would trust any of these social determinants of health to any institutional system in healthcare that we have today. So my claim would be, from the patient perspective, we need transparency of quality and cost and access to health services. Health information exchanges, at least the one I'm involved in Massachusetts, are entirely designed to serve the institutions that they are concerned about from the process perspective. And I literally mean that 100% in the way when I participate in the committee meetings and whatnot. They provide nothing along the lines of the kind of transparency and being in the loop, as some of us say, that patients actually crave, with small exceptions like the messaging thing that Randy is justifiably very proud of. So I think we need exchanges that are owned by patients and serve patients directly, like your post office or your library.
Thank you, Adrian. We'll have cross-examination later. Josh, can you tell us about the HIEs from Verily's perspective?
Sure. So I should say that while my day job is at Verily, I'm really here in my role as a visiting scientist at the Harvard Medical School Department of Biomedical Informatics. And in that role, I have been working on some projects that focus on patient data access. And I should say, before our National Health IT Standards Committee was shut down in the 21st Century Cures Act, I had an active role there and wound up co-chairing a group called the API Privacy and Security Task Force. So my comments here are really from the perspective of giving patients access to their own data. And like Adrian, I think I'll try to keep my opening remarks brief with the goal of getting to some group discussion, because I think that's where the most interesting interactions happen. But what I will say is that from the patient value perspective, when you do a broad survey of where patients are finding utility in these systems, the outlook can look pretty grim, which is to say you get a situation where we spend a lot of time and effort standing up information exchange services, which are mostly focused on helping organizations, hospitals and clinics to share data and make them available when they need. Giving patients insight into and access to those systems has in many cases been an afterthought. So on the one hand, it's not shocking that patients aren't seeing a lot of value, but I like to flip this question around and say, from the patient rights perspective, what are the things that at least some patients want to be able to do and ought to be able to do that we might prevent them from doing? And this is where the question of access really comes in. Even if most patients like me don't particularly care to spend their time creating accounts in a portal here and an HIE there and downloading their data and keeping in sync. Even if the process is onerous enough to drive most people away, what do we do about the people who actually want that access, who want to be on top of their own records and keep them in one place and use the apps and services of their choice? And that's a place where for me, it's much easier to dig in and say, let's understand how a patient's right to access should play out in the technology landscape. And we actually have some very clear guidance from the Office for Civil Rights on the one hand, in terms of what patient access means, and then from the ONC, the Office of the National Coordinator for Health IT, which says very specifically in this next round of meaningful use and EHR certification that's coming up, patients have a right to access their own data using apps that they choose, and they should be able to plug those apps into APIs, which is to say I can configure it so that my app can connect to one or more provider systems, and then expect that my data will flow into those systems. Now, that's been a very challenging prospect from the institutional perspective. Hospitals and clinics look at that and still aren't sure what to do about it. They're now having software delivered to them from the big vendors that support these APIs, and there's apps starting to knock on the door and say, hey, can I request access? If the patient says it's okay, can I fetch these data? And now we're getting to the point where, in some cases, providers have to either say yes and flip the switch and turn it on, or spend a lot of time thinking through their local institutional security and privacy rules to try to decide if that's okay. So from my perspective, I think we're hitting an exciting time here where patients are going to be pushing for more access to their data, and they will be very clearly pushing the boundaries of what provider organizations are comfortable with. Once the technology is in place to make it work, it's going to be more and more challenging, I think, from a regulatory perspective, for providers to say no. And so I'm looking forward to seeing those discussions play out.
Thanks, Josh. Glenn, what does the hospital look like today with respect to the patient?
With regard to the patient being able to access their own data, it's kind of a mess, I would say, and I think that's true everywhere, not just at my hospital. I'm going to be speaking from the perspective of a practicing physician and the chair of the Mass Medical Society, and a little bit as a CMIO at my hospital, where my job is to keep the lights on and keep the access to patient records so that to help physicians and nurses and other clinicians do a better job taking care of patients. It's tricky. At the Mass Medical Society, in our committee where I know Adrian, we had spent a lot of time listening to people complain about EHRs, and I'm not going to do that today because we all have various vulgar terms that we can use to describe EHRs, and I won't repeat any of them here. Suffice it to say, they're disappointing. So what we ended up doing, I came up with this list of things that principles about health information technology that I thought the Mass Medical Society should adopt and support, which they eventually adopted, and we're in the process of trying to educate people, primarily our members, but then other folks as well, about these ideas. And I'll just paraphrase most of the list here. I don't want to bore you all just by reading through it, but basically things like physicians should have direct control over the choice and management of information technology that we use. It should be safe, effective, and efficient. It should support my obligation to put the interests of my patients first. It should support the integrity and autonomy of physicians. It should support the patient's autonomy by providing access to that individual's data. And this is one of my favorites here. There should be no institutional or administrative barriers between physicians and their patients' health data. And information technology should promote the elimination of healthcare disparities. Now, from my view, all of this seems pretty obvious to me. I mean, the whole widget in this business and why we're all here is that a patient shows up and they need help, or they're ill, or they have questions, and that needs to be addressed. That's the point here, and it's the thing that gets lost so often in all of these discussions about health IT, health industry regulation, and so on. It's just an observation that it's an afterthought most of the time that maybe we should have a physician or a nurse or, God forbid, a patient come in to talk about what is it that we all need, what is it that we want, what would be helpful to help me, a physician, deal with this patient here, whether they're ill or they just have questions or whatever it is. So it's that's mainly what we're trying to aim at here with this is removing all the barriers between the clinician, and I'm saying clinician very deliberately, not just physicians, because this is true for nurses, respiratory therapists, dietitians in the hospital, everyone who's involved in trying to assist this patient. Everybody needs access to the record and to have it done in a way that actually helps them do their job. I would argue that in every EHR that I know about and have discussed with people, that pretty much they all fail just on just about all of these principles that I read through here. It's very frustrating, but I am hopeful, though, because we have people like all of you here, and there's been some very brilliant people discussing things here today about potential ways that we can break through these barriers, and so we can really get back to supporting the basic part of this business, which is that someone needs help or has questions or is very ill and needs the assistance of a healthcare professional. That's the business here, and facilitating and supporting that is something that I think we can do a much better job of with health information technology. It's just that the needs of those two groups of people should be the first thought, not an afterthought. Thank you.
Thank you. Just from the FDA perspective, and I can talk about the FDA now because I left. There were 1.5 million adverse drug events last year in the United States alone, and there were millions, uncounted millions, of medical device errors.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you saw the obituary of Dr. Amy Reed in the New York Times.
Mm-hmm.
But she succumbed to cancer, was an anesthesiologist, underwent surgery with a product called a power morcellator, which spread cancer within her and eventually killed her. No one reported the fact that people were dying from the use of power morcellators. And FDA even checked its records and had to go out to 17 hospitals to find out if anybody had died from power morcellators. If Dr. Amy Reed had not been a physician herself, people would still be dying from power morcellators. And there are endoscope infection cases. There are hundreds of these product issues that were never reported. Adrian, the social determination of health and the social determinants of health seem to be extremely important to the treatment of a patient. How is that relevant to HIEs from your perspective?
Well, if we're going to have a system that is not what people have very sadly and politically called death panels, in other words, the idea that healthcare is sort of predetermined on whatever basis, but where value of care and outcomes are individualized, then you also have to have a way of controlling for the difference between two individuals who want to spend, who have different preferences, because you can't blame or you can't penalize the physician or the hospital that does something in the case of one patient that might be considered inefficient. And so as we try to reform healthcare in general, and to move to value-based care in order to control costs and to, to reach a state of world-class outcomes compared to other developed economies, we need to have this input in order to drive quality, in order to have transparency of value. And that's the reason. It's not that any doctor is actually going to treat some patient differently as a result of these social determinants of health. It's that the doctor is going to get paid differently, or the hospital or that team is going to get paid differently. And since the economics in our system, at least, this is not political, this is mostly privately done, this becomes hugely important because it directly drives what the physicians are going to do.
Now, Randy, centralization, obviously, of data has its benefits.
Mm-hmm, sure.
And we've heard today over and over again about the detriments of centralization of data, particularly in the last panel, which was brilliant.
It sure is.
How do you square that balance?
Would we do better to have data decentralized? There are places where that may make sense. But at the end of the day, whether it's centralized or decentralized, it comes down to a matter like what is the core reason why you have that data? And it's to serve somebody's need at a point in time when they need help, right? And if you can manage risk better by having things decentralized, okay, but then you've got to apply all those best practices that I talked about with high trust and idle foundations, all those things that then have to be applied in those various buckets. And then you have like that situation like with patient portals where people have to go through and have 7 different IDs and passwords to get into all their data. I mean, the article that you shared with us made the point that patients are frustrated because they have multiple places to go for their data. They want their data safe, they want their data secure, and they want their data when they want their data and when they need it. So it comes down to the fact of it's like anything else. I mean, we have to apply due diligence and vigilance in protecting and being true to the cause of what people deserve in the realm of privacy, and at the same time making sure that we make it easy for the people who are in need of that information. When somebody is suffering, when somebody is in need of care, that is right there on demand and ready for them. And if they got to go multiple places and have multiple IDs, and not have the benefits of centralization, people will suffer and lives will be lost. So it's a matter of, I think, just of just applying those standards and those protocols, and having the governance and the regulatory oversight to enable things to be done the right way. And it's just like anything else. I mean, from the dawn of fire, we benefited from the warmth and the benefits of fire, but boy, there sure are some bad consequences too. So you try and manage it, right?
Okay, so we have about 15 minutes, and I'd like to open it up to questions. Anyone?
I just want you guys to know, Adrian and I had a delightful dinner together last night. Every year he's surprised when I don't show up with horns in the tail.
So I want to just start out with a little personal health, nothing real big deal, but when is this on? When I started looking into health IT, and I've been pretty heavily into it for like about 8 years now, I got a note from my daughter's school, okay? And they said, we're going to kick your daughter out of school because you have not returned this signed form saying that she's been vaccinated. And I thought, but she's been vaccinated. I'm a typical middle-class parent. Of course all that stuff's done. How did that message not get over to the school? And why is the school nurse bugging me? I said, I'm an IT guy. I can figure this out. This should take me like a week. And I went, oh, geez. I ended up talking to the state vaccine database administrator who said, well, can you send an HL7 version 2 message to us? And I went, oh, man, really? So just to skip forward in time, she was in high school. She just graduated from NYU at the Tisch program. And her senior thesis that she did is a brassiere that detects breast cancer, okay? And her other project that goes along with it, it's kind of like a TED Talk thing that they have to do there, is DIY GYN, which involves a Tor network where they're taking pictures that would correspond, like you would take any picture of your body, and sending it out to physicians and so on and so forth. That's her. And it's more about how she says, well, we really shouldn't have to do this. So in terms of access and getting the data at the right time to the right person, it seems like we have all these tools that's right that the patient has. They could get a medical device. She was able to build a bra that detects cancer. It wasn't that hard, actually. And on the speculation side, she was to get the other tools which were invented back in the 1860s in terms of being able to do GYN. So, but what does she have that's different? An iPhone, right? And where's the technical connection? Well, it's being able to send it over the Tor network to keep it private. So why can't this come from the patient to the doctor? Why do I have to go through HL7 in order to send in a permission slip for the fact that the vaccine was done?
Sure. So from my perspective, those kinds of data flows are exactly what we need more of in healthcare. I mean, I wouldn't put too much emphasis on the form or the format, whether the message that's coming through is an HL7 version 2 message that was designed in 1990, or whether it's an HL7 FHIR resource that was designed in 2013, or whether it's just an image file and presumably some metadata going over the wire. That's just describing, hey, here's some information, here's a question I'm asking. Someone on the other side needs to have a process in place to receive it and deliver care. And in our environment today, that means providers meeting record-keeping obligations, being able to bill appropriately for their services. There's a fair amount of workflow that goes into it, but we get very hung up on the data exchange and on securing that data exchange, even when in cases where the security is almost arbitrary. I mean, I've read a 100-page implementation guide for one clinical system to query another one and say, do you have a summary document for me? If so, I would like it, please. And that could just be like a single HTTP request, maybe with an authorization header in there to make it work. But instead, there were multiple different organizations involved, huge consultancies and multinational companies that were providing token services and authenticators and validators, and you had to go through, literally the number of steps was obscene. A lot of this comes from an organizational perspective, trying to figure out, what are the risks, and doing a lot of compliance work. Frankly, the amount of compliance work that an organization needs to meet dwarfs the technical work, to the point where organizations make technical decisions based on how easy it will be to demonstrate compliance rather than what would be an appropriate technical choice. That's very common today. And frankly, I like to see more of the examples that you're describing here, which is, let's pretend for a moment that we could hit the reset button and ask, how would we actually do things if we were starting from scratch? What are the security properties? Because in many cases, the security properties of those systems are better than what we have on the ground that checks all of the compliance checkboxes. They're just not as well understood by the institutions who have been working in this paradigm for a long time.
I just want to make a very quick comment. We should take other questions, but what Josh is talking about from my perspective is a a very different problem. It's the problem of regulatory capture, which is that institutions that have an economic interest in not sharing the data will focus either through how they structure the various committees and policies in such a way to specifically prevent that physician, like Glenn, from having a safe harbor for sharing immunization records with Peter. They will go, and they have gone through about 10 years worth by inventing things like direct trust and other very expensive accreditation mechanisms. And we don't have time for Josh to go into the work he did with the API task force, where he mentioned this idea that the patient has the right and the physician has the ability, as Glenn put in his principles, to do this without institutional interference. And just like somebody said earlier about everybody in that, there don't need to be exceptions. OCR has said there don't have to be exceptions to giving that physician a safe harbor. The institution does not need to have a vote here.
Yeah, I would just like to add that this is an example of something that is so simple, it is so easy, it is so straightforward. This is a no-brainer. This is something that a fourth grader could do. Can you find this piece of paper, or we're trying to get away from paper. Here I am committing my own gripe that haven't made the transition to digital yet. Sorry, everyone. Can we get this record and send it to this person over here? This is very, very easy. This is very simple. You know, we always talk about, and Adrian hit on a point here, that, you know, we always talk about how complex all the regulations are, and Josh was talking about it as well, and that you have to demonstrate compliance and you have to go through all these, you know, hundreds of hoops about to be able just to send this simple document that everybody knows that you have to have. This isn't a secret. It's not hard. But, you know, the barriers to it are more institutional and lack of willingness to allow access to make it easier for people, because I need to guard my data. I need to make it hard for people to get to because it's valuable, as we have been learning, you know, all day long here. I think that's one of the major barriers to it, because, you know, if I can log into a website that is affiliated with my institution about our retirement plan, I can log in there, I can make a change to something that will change the amount of money that comes out of my paycheck every week, and I'm happy with it, the IRS is happy with it, the Securities and Exchange Commission is happy with it, my hospital is happy with it, the state, you know, the Commonwealth Department of the Treasury is happy with it, all of these big government institutions that are highly regulated, everybody's happy with it, and it's not a big deal. It takes me about 30 seconds, but you can't get a copy of your daughter's immunization record. That's absurd.
So well said, absolutely. So actually our Health Check Connect product, we're currently working with the Delaware Division of Public Health to enable the connection of immunization information into our product. So when somebody enrolls, they'll be able to pull up their immunization records. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I hear what you're saying. I traverse those retirement websites or the, you know, fund websites, and I feel the same way. And Adrian, you said a really interesting thing earlier about like how financial services doesn't really have like an HIE, but I think the credit bureaus kind of are a fair analogy for that. They all feed the credit bureaus, and then commerce is driven off of the information off of the credit bureaus, and are highly regulated and whatnot. And I think the HIEs kind of drive that parallel, and with the proper governance, with the proper regulation and oversight, they can do the kinds of things that you're talking about and have these sort of one-stop shops that can help people fill the gaps that they need to have filled and bring convenience and not make people jump through hoops to just have their kids play sports.
4 minutes.
Okay, now I'm afraid to ask the question. In the last few months, there have been a couple of court cases where we still have document companies still going to court, charging patients and their attorneys different fees, even though the patient has authorized the attorney as a representative to get the records. And I mention that only because one thing we haven't talked about, and usually when I hear conversations about this, we never hear it talked about, is that patients have other reasons other than health care to want to access their records. I mean, we heard this announced to get to school. I would point out to you that one of the most frequent, or not frequent, but often is, I want to sue for malpractice, I want to get my records, and I want to get records now. And so I'm wondering, as we talk about this, where you think other uses of data and whether your HIE actually allows for the collection of data that may be used in litigation, because there are exceptions and different ways of charging more or giving access to for litigation, and that triggers all sorts of other things. But that is a common reason for that, and something that patients really have a deep concern about.
The M word. Anyone want to address the M word?
Yes, I would. I think that most of the time when patients want access to their records, it is not for purposes of litigation. They're curious. They want to know. They want to double check something.
Well, I wasn't suggesting it was, but there is that common.
Right. But this is the fear that everybody talks about that causes us to put up more barriers between patients and their own data. And frequently, I think that's not the reason why people want it. They're curious. They want to know. If I don't send a patient a letter about the blood test results when they came in to see me, I tell them they need to call, or you need to go on the portal. You need to look. It might have slipped by without me seeing it. These kinds of errors happen. I'm not infallible. You're the last, stop of safety here. This is about you. I do the best I can, but sometimes things get missed. So there's a whole dialogue about this. I'm getting a little bit away from our questions here, but it's about engagement. It's about talking. It's a back and forth. It's not really a one-time office visit. It's building a relationship. It's building trust. It's having a dialogue about the health, which can include, hey, I'd like a copy of my note from today. Sure, give me a minute and I'll finish it up. I mean, that's, for one thing, it's the law anyway. And for another, it's easy to do. Why, I understand that, the fear of malpractice is what drives a lot of what I would call, sorry for all the physicians in the room, paranoid behavior on my profession's part. But, it's just not, it's not a realistic worry most of the time. I think people are curious. They want to know, they want to double check, they want to learn.
I would add that cost is something that we really haven't addressed here, and it is a fundamental issue.
Well, my point is there are laws that require, one, previous notice, for instance, before you can even file suit for malpractice, which is then going to necessitate asking for records. Then there's the whole attorneys getting involved in that, and as I say, even if you take that apart, there are other reasons other than for healthcare purposes. And I'm not arguing your point that it's what happens when you let the free market rather than have a coordinated, efficient way of creating standards for this. This happens. This is why we get here. But it's just the conversation always goes to the primary reason we have this, which is the sharing of health data for the provision of healthcare services. But it's not the only reason, and I never hear that being discussed. And while, yes, it is a concern about being sued and the paranoia about that, I would just like to see do EHR systems even contemplate other uses of the data outside of research or the provision of healthcare? And that's really more where I'm going with this.
Thank you. We've run out of time. And I want to thank the panel. I want to apologize to Josh for calling him old and crusty. He was hiding.
I'm getting there, don't worry.
He was hiding behind Adrian there. Thank you again.
What? Are you in town for other stuff?
No, I meant to be in town for this at least, and I wound up having so many meetings lined up this morning. This just turned out to be a crazy week. This is the week that the Precision Medicine Initiative is recruiting our first participant, and everything was supposed to be coming together.
Lucia?
The usual launch time challenges.
Okay.
Upstairs.
And I actually know work at a lot of
Wound up getting some work done there.
Okay.
After I left LC, I took the opportunity to try to get my data twice. Oh my God, it was such a nightmare. I actually filed a complaint against insurance company OCR. Josh, don't leave. I was actually in my doctor's office, and it was a 45-minute explaining asking them why were they screenshotting my version of my chart, which is a great, because then I couldn't get the data in it to anyone else. So they're like, oh. I'm like, I can download it and print it on my laptop. Why can't I get it off my phone? And they're like, oh, I'm going to raise that with our Epic sponsor. keep thinking, I've finished my work.
And it's made it, I mean, there's been improvements for sure.
Check, 1, 2.
Thank you.
Worst case, I can ask some people in the audience if they have one. Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to take it. At the welcome reception, yeah. Yeah, when we showed up the welcome reception, based on that, talk about how to separate height. That's what I decided I would do, which I think might be better than talking about.
Yes. Okay, are you ready? Okay, this is the end of the day, but we have, you're not even going to believe how wonderful Prakash is. This is a real treat, and he is a superstar in the AI world, which we're not going to get into. He wants me to tell you that he is the head of MIT's probabilistic computing lab, and what he's going to talk about is the.
All right, I got it.
All right, he's going to let him do it himself. I'm just so. He's just so impressive. It's difficult to even know what to say about him. So, okay. We can't say this about every computer scientist, but this one is super, super special, and I hope he'll be with us every year. So, please.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm new to this group. But when I was chatting with Deb at the welcome reception, I decided I would change my talk a little bit on the basis of that conversation. I hope it's maybe more helpful for you as a result. My goal is really going to be to help us first maybe debunk some of the hype around artificial intelligence. So I'm going to start just by trying to highlight, I hope intuitively, some of the gaps between our own capacity to think and the significant but still limited progress that AI has made. And then against that backdrop, I want to talk a little bit about some new technology around AI that I don't think is likely to be familiar to this group, that I think highlights both some of the risks of artificial intelligence around health privacy, as well as some interesting opportunities that I'm hoping to get feedback from you on it all about at the end. So let's get started. So the field of AI has historically measured its progress by its ability to build systems that can beat top performing people at their own game. So I remember Deep Blue's victory over Garry Kasparov when I was a high school student. More recently, we saw Watson beat Ken Jennings at Jeopardy, and AlphaGo, built by Google DeepMind, which very recently defeated the actual world champion at Go. And I think these are legitimately treated as landmarks in the advance of artificial intelligence. However, I think it's also really important to recognize how these successes speak to the limitations of AI technology. Consider that pretty much any high school kid can learn how to play chess, Go, and Jeopardy. But it would be an enormous crash research project that would probably fail to try to get Watson to extract the rules of chess from a manual. Right? And AlphaGo can't parse English. So there's a lot of exuberance about AI, and I think especially in the health field, it's useful to focus a little bit on Watson. So how many of you guys have been in some role that you're in bombarded with sort of the success or the relevance of AI for transforming health? Okay, so a reasonable fraction. How many of you found yourselves pretty skeptical? Good. Many of you who weren't bombarded raised your hand. Good. Okay, good. So, this trope that AI systems are smarter than anything else on the planet is an old one, and it's actually an old one even in IBM's marketing. So, for example, this is an ad from the 60s for one of IBM's first computers. And it says, the IBM 650 magnetic drum data processing machine has been built for commercial use. And it's a giant brain that's going to obsolete thought work, knowledge work by some fraction of people. And, in some areas of the press, I think this exuberance can get just a little exaggerated, right? It's like the real promise of big data is it's going to change the whole way that humans solve problems. There's also a lot of fear around AI. So I remember going to a dinner in New York, and I mentioned that I work in AI at MIT, and the first question one of the guests asked me was, "So, Vikash, how scared should I be?" And at first I was kind of taken aback, I didn't understand. And then I started just sort of looking at what had been in the popular press around that time, and I found this highly reassuring headline: "Out of control AI will not kill us, believes Microsoft research chief." And then his sort of arguably distant boss saying, "I don't understand why some people aren't concerned." And my lab's worked with the Gates Foundation for a few years, actually, applying some of the AI technology we build to some of their public health problems. I'll talk about that later. But I think it's actually striking that you see leadership of many organizations that are heavily involved in AI research also in this kind of uncomfortable state, not knowing, what's hype, what's real opportunity, what's risk. And I see that in the investing community as well. My lab's at MIT, but I do a little bit of tech entrepreneurship as well. And this sort of mix seems pretty widespread. And you see books talking about legitimate changes to the workforce that are really challenging very old economic assumptions, all the way through to books that could not paint a grimmer picture. Okay. So to step back from that fear, I think one way to get some perspective is again to go back to Watson. So I'm showing Watson along with Dave Ferrucci. Watson's the principal designer, and Watson is indeed better than Dave at Jeopardy. But Watson can only play Jeopardy. And Watson consumes about 80 kilowatts of power and has processing elements that are clocked at around 3 gigahertz, right? So that means, they make a very large number of transitions every second inside the chips inside Watson, whereas Dave's brain makes state transitions much, much more slowly, and he can function all day on a cheeseburger. So human intelligence is both far more flexible and creative than machine intelligence thus far, and also staggeringly more efficient. Narrowing this gap is one of the main research themes in my lab, and I think depending on how you count, there may be 6 or 7 orders of magnitude in terms of power, performance. If you take the product of measures of power and performance, there may be 6 to 7 orders of magnitude of gap by some measures between neural computation and the chips that Intel makes. And our most successful proposals we think might narrow that by 2 or 3, maybe. And those are still quite radical. Okay, despite that, there have been real changes. So one way to look at these changes is first, let's start with what hasn't changed. So the basic conceptual vocabulary around data hasn't really changed over the last few decades. Right, so the modern data environment was enabled by the relational database, and the basic usage patterns around it have been constant for decades. However, the fact that that picture on the right is on an iPad and in color actually matters. Right? So it's much easier to get access to the information that you can describe conceptually with a simple SQL query today than it was a few decades ago. And that does have the potential to be transformative, and that creates new risks. So that is absolutely a legitimate change. Not really an AI change per se. I'd argue the AI shift was from the pre-database era to the database era. The cost of storage has decreased by many, many orders of magnitude. And the cost of computation has decreased. So you can't see the numbers, but the y-axis is measuring dollars. It's plotted on a log scale. The x-axis is years. And the dots correspond to specific computing machines. But they're showing how much did it cost to have computing power equal to an iPad 2. Right, so back in the days of ENIAC, it was $1 trillion. Okay, so there really have been quantitative changes that lead to some qualitative effects, and I think it's, I'm sort of trying to help give you guys a little bit of detail for understanding this picture, because I think, although there isn't a cocktail party summary of it, I think it's an important part of the puzzle for understanding what the real risks and opportunities of AI are today. Okay, so it's not the case that we have more intelligent algorithms that learn somehow like the brain, or like people do, or like the mind. But it is the case that we have far more modern system software, depending on how you count, 100 to 10,000x more data and compute for typical applications, and that this means that simple calculations work a lot better now. And that's especially true for calculations that are in service of statistical modeling. And that has given rise to some interesting AI advances. But it hasn't given rise to AI. Right? So we've got component technologies that can do pattern recognition, identify faces and everyday objects and images, help you find people solve various sensory motor intelligence problems as you need to do autonomous driving, find documents. But all of these are very narrow component technologies. So I just want to spend a minute maybe just trying to remind us all about how far these capabilities are from intelligence. And as an AI researcher, I actually believe in the potential of AI to reveal something about our own intelligence and maybe someday to surpass it. I just want to point out how far we are. So, historically, there are maybe three main proposals for how to build intelligence out of simple kinds of calculation. One of them is to do statistics. These days you do statistics on a grand scale, but it's essentially, very simple kinds of dimensionality reduction or regression. Then there was logical deduction. And actually both databases and hardware verification, the whole hardware verification industry. So designing computer chips, none of that would work without the ability to do very sort of logic on a grand scale. And then there's heuristic search, which you could think of as like, when AlphaGo or Deep Blue sort of explores this vast space of possible moves. It's partly guided by statistical models, but it's partly guided by technology for how to do search of very large spaces. These are three very, very old intellectual proposals for what intelligence might be that, existing computing machinery has helped us implement and scale up. But our intelligence is not just about pattern recognition or logic or search. So at minimum, it's also about modeling the world. So that includes explaining and understanding what we see, imagining things we could see but haven't seen yet, being able to solve problems and plan using these models, and building new models as we learn more about the world. And in fact, mature intelligence also requires the ability to model the strength and limitations of our models, right? To sort of know something about when we know something and when we don't know something. So these are all aspects of intelligence that are, I might say, just at best barely present in state-of-the-art AI systems. Unfortunately, if you see the marketing language around AI products, it's I think, disappointingly common to see claims made to these kinds of capabilities. But there, if I put on my hat of somebody who sometimes does diligence in this sector, I can say it's not true. The software can't actually do that. If it could, I would tell you about it. And if you'll permit me to be philosophical for a moment, so my lab's actually housed in a brain and cognitive sciences department. There's some really brilliant writing on what the nature of an explanation is that I think is actually relevant for us understanding what potential AI has to help improve medical care. So in a book from the 40s called The Nature of Explanation, I'll just read the sections in blue. If an organism carries a small-scale model of external reality and of its own possible actions within its head, it's able to try out various alternatives, conclude which is the best of them, react to future situations before they arise, utilize the knowledge of past events in dealing with the present and the future, and in every way react in a much fuller, safer, and more competent manner. So that sounds nice for many applications in medical care. If we could actually equip our software with enough intelligence and ground that intelligence in the available empirical data and do so in a way that we felt was supportive of human values and some of the principles around privacy and empowerment we've seen discussed here. And I'm very interested in research that can help bring us closer to that. Okay, so maybe one or two last points about AI hype versus reality before we start talking about some new or emerging AI technology that I think is relevant. So I think there's often a discussion in AI and machine learning around the difference between black box modeling and interpretable modeling, or at least a critique that's offered of machine learning or AI systems, that they are black box, that they produce outputs that demand an explanation. I'm sympathetic to this, but I think here it may be helpful, especially in this community, to recognize that this problem is not new to AI, and there's a model for it in existing software. So, computer chips can be specialized to particular problems. Like a physical chip that's, an application-specific integrated circuit is maybe useful to think of as like the paradigm case of a black box. It's like you have it, you can put in problems, you can get out answers, And it takes an enormous amount of equipment to even see the physical structure that's performing the computation, and that won't tell you anything about the internal logic by which the answer is coming out. So it's actually far easier to reverse engineer than a mind or brain of a person solving the same problem, but it's still almost, impossibly opaque. But the way that chips are designed is you start with very high-level ideas that you translate into software, and you maybe run them on a processor, or you start making custom hardware for them. And as you move from that very high-level description down to a low-level description, you move from a version of the problem that's evolvable, inspectable, communicable between people, but slow, to one that you can make machines that do very efficiently and in low power, but that's opaque. So there's this intrinsic trade-off between inspectability, evolvability, communicability on the one hand, and certain kinds of specialization or performance on the other. And you can actually see this in biological evolution, arguably, as well. I'm not an expert on that, so I don't want to go into it too much, but happy to talk about it offline. In any case, we're also seeing that tension in AI. So I say this because when we hear discussions of a right to an explanation or the desire for more interpretable output from our AI systems, my response, while on the one hand I'm sympathetic, I also find myself sometimes feeling like that request really ought to apply equally well to the opaque black boxes of human decision makers or socio-technical systems or existing software that doesn't have the technical complexity of like a whole lot of regression weights or some big neural network that is sort of obviously opaque. There are many other decision-making systems we depend on that are essentially opaque or that disempower us maybe just as deeply. Okay. And this is an issue I'm very interested in, happy to talk about offline. That said, I want to point out that there is a lab that I did not see represented here at Harvard. So I have no collaborations with this lab, but I want to mention them because I think they're very relevant for your community. The PI is Finale Doshi Velez. The lab is the Harvard Data to Actionable Knowledge Lab. And Finale is one of the smartest young academics I've met in general, but also doing incredibly creative work applying probabilistic AI techniques that strike different trade-offs between interpretability and performance to very messy clinical problems. And unlike many AI researchers, she's actually learning the medicine. And sort of the research is conducted from a posture of basic respect for domain knowledge in medicine as opposed to the premise that it could somehow be automated away. So I think it ought to be very relevant for this community. Okay, good. So I'm about half done, which is perfect. So let's talk a little bit about some new technology that I think, may help us frame some of the problems around applying AI to health data a little bit more sharply and create some new risks and possibilities. Okay, so my lab sort of really doesn't focus so much on artificial intelligence, that is beating top performing people at their own game, but augmented intelligence, so building AI systems that can collaborate closely with people. And by people here, I mean, for example, in my entrepreneurial hats, it might be business decision makers. But in my research hats, it's more like clinicians, visual designers, and AI researchers. And so the idea is you want to have AI systems that can work in conjunction with a human supervisor, act as a kind of intelligent assistant. And that means you don't just want to put in features and get an answer out, but you want to have the human be able to give guidelines, questions, and hints in some language that can describe their incomplete knowledge of the problem they're trying to solve. And the AI assistant needs to be able to hand back partial solutions in some cases with some notion of uncertainty. And if you have that, if you have languages for that kind of communication, then the human-machine team can solve problems that really neither kind of intelligence could on its own. So I think there's an enormous need for AI software that works with people in this way. So, my lab's done a little bit of work with the Gates Foundation, which is a very interesting organization, I think, for a number of reasons. But one of them is that they have such a broad range of data sources, partly because they fund primary data collection internationally, and a network of consultants and domain experts in many fields. But for very basic questions around which they're doing policy advocacy, there's a real lack of agreement on this fundamental science that creates huge roadblocks for credible policy advocacy. So, for example, let's say this is a slightly modified example from one that came up, but I think it'll help make the point. There's some people who believe that a certain type of vitamin A administered, actually, how should I put it? So there's some studies that argue that you can save lives by giving kids vitamin A in a certain form at the right time. But those only seem to work in some parts of the world and not others. That is, the studies so far seem to suggest that it works in some places but not others. And the people who ran these studies don't really, to the best of my knowledge, know why that is. It turns out that the World Health Organization apparently is unwilling to make policy distinctions without a biological mechanism, so not willing to do it geographically. That's considered phenomenological, and therefore just somehow not really public health or world health. And, for some interventions, they could be costly or difficult. So now you have this interesting question, which is the Gates Foundation leadership is meeting with people who are empowered to maybe carry out an experiment or test an intervention in some area, and they need to argue that they should do it on the basis of a study that was done elsewhere. How do they argue that it's going to be generalizable or worth the cost? Right? So that's a type of problem that they have many, many versions of. And the human expertise is too inconsistent to sort of necessarily lead to like persuasive arguments in all the cases where they think their data somehow or their knowledge ought to be able to yield clear recommendations. These are the kinds of problems we've been trying to help them with. And there are real technical challenges that these problems expose. So the first is there's, I think, an unappreciated replication crisis in data analysis. So there's a really brilliant study which finally did a controlled experiment where they said, let's give 29 teams the same data set in question. In this case, whether soccer referees are more likely to give red cards to dark skin tone players than light skin tone players. And it turns out that the answers are across the spectrum. So, 20 teams found a statistically significant positive effect and 9 teams observed a non-significant relationship. Just to be clear, right, these are all qualified analysts, the data set and the question's the same. But as anybody here who's done quantitative analysis knows, there are so many small judgment calls that go into formulating the analysis plan and applying it. And that's maybe not surprising that you see a range of responses. Right, so credible inference requires good statistical judgment, and that's especially the case as you move away from very simple experimental designs into a regime where you have missing values and mixed types of data, and the data is quote-unquote uncleaned, and where you have inferential challenges, like you're studying a heterogeneous phenomenon, so maybe there's few real replicates, like in almost any kind of medical treatment, right? There's just so many uncontrolled covariates, you have convenience samples, and maybe even just fundamentally limited causal knowledge, right? So these facts of reality of data and inference drive, I think, a lack of replicability in data analysis. And this, in turn, can drive a lack of credibility. So, when I'm teaching MIT students about data analysis, I often start by reminding them that Churchill famously said, "I only believe in statistics that I doctored myself." And I find myself arguing it's not because Churchill was innumerate. It's actually that I think many decision makers have learned to be mistrustful of data analysis that doesn't qualitatively confirm what they believe to be true. Because that lack of confirmation is evidence that the analysis may not be credible, which of course makes it very difficult to study issues that are truly controversial. And what you actually see, and I've seen this borne out absolutely, when I've been in my tech entrepreneurship hat, is that executives in more mature industries with respect to data analysis have a deeper distrust of data analysis. You see, in life sciences and finance, it's actually like the deepest executive distrust of data analysis, which I think is great, actually. That, to me, feels healthy. But also, I think, helps to sort of highlight a problem, which is despite these vast data resources, there's still some fundamental disconnect. And I don't believe that training more or better statisticians is a viable solution. So here, I may end up in an argument with colleagues of mine who are statisticians, not Andrew. Andrew's great, about this issue, and in general, actually. Andrew helped inspire the AI system I'm going to talk about later on. But so he's, some of you may have encountered him because he's, I think, maybe the only statistician on the planet to have a blog that's read by like many tens of thousands of people. It's like, I think it's about 30,000 readers or something. It's a statistics blog. And he says statistics is hard like basketball. We have to accept statistical incompetence not as an aberration, but as the norm. And I think that's just the truth. And it's also the case, as I was talking about recently with my dean of undergraduate education, that especially for problems which are about applying data analysis in the public interest, there's going to be an enormous gap of skills because data scientists just recently overtook various kinds of software engineer as the most demanded job on Glassdoor. And you see like the starting compensation here is like 110,000. These are for people out of undergrad. So of course, people who are trying to, improve, let's say, apply this stuff to data from the New England Innocence Project or the ACLU or, any of these sort of, they can't get access to the same pool of candidates to do the work. Okay, so that sets the stage for BaseDB, which is this AI system, open source AI system my lab's been working on for about 10 years. It's one of our probabilistic programming platforms. And BaseDB tries to provide AI assistance for data science so that domain experts can ask and answer questions, maybe in seconds or minutes, and get answers of a quality that compares with what they would have gotten if they had a consulting statistician, and for each question, they gave that statistician, a day or something like that to go do some statistical programming and whatever. So we want to build an AI system that can do in seconds or minutes what currently takes hours or days for someone with good statistical judgment and some statistical programming skills. And two of the companies I've been involved with have commercialized corners of BaseDB, really the corners that focus on descriptive and exploratory data analysis, so where you're trying to understand the data. A lot of our current research focuses on, moving through prediction to a little bit more causal and mechanistic understanding. And it's all open source, and the papers are all online, and there's nothing proprietary about BaseDB. So what do I mean by data science? So this is something that may help this community in particular. How many of you have seen Drew Conway's blog post that gives the data science Venn diagram? Okay, a couple of people. Great. So I think this is a useful map, which says that data science lies at the intersection of programming, statistics, and domain knowledge. And if you don't actually have all three of those, you're doing something else. So you could be doing machine learning. Many of my papers are in machine learning conferences. And machine learning is great, but it works really when the data is cheap and the task is repeated and the errors are inconsequential. So, predicting clicks, or likes, sort of like a great example of that. It could be that if what you have is domain knowledge and statistics expertise, then you're doing traditional quantitative research, which works great when you have simple data sets and tried and true experimental designs that don't expose the data or inference challenges I was mentioning earlier. A big problem is that you need domain knowledge, but if all you have is domain knowledge, or domain knowledge and programming ability, you're in one of these danger zones. where it becomes very tempting to try to conclude things from data that maybe may not bear out. Although I think I could just as well have colored some of the other circles red, right? They're just, the dangers are different, right? Okay, so BaseDB provides AI assistance for data science. So what do I mean by that? Let me just give you this one simple example. On the right, there's like an architecture diagram for BaseDB, and on the left, there's like a little transcript with it, just on a little toy problem. So let's say you had a CSV file of information about customers. Well, so you can sort of talk to BaseDB in a conceptual vocabulary that tries to mirror what maybe an idealized statistician would be doing in their head. Right? So not what you currently tell a statistician, but what the statistician's somehow doing in their head. Right? So you might tell BaseDB, create a population, which is like a representation of the conceptual population of interest, which goes beyond the data you've actually seen. Guess the statistical types and override the type for age. Treat it as a magnitude, can't be negative. Then create a thing called a meta model using some baseline crosscat thing, which, in a longer talk I would spend some time on. But make sure to use linear regression to predict income given age and state. Then initialize 4 models, which you can sort of think of as, imagine 4 independent statisticians doing this analysis. Give them each a minute. Well, and there's some multiplier, right? So, just like AlphaGo can play 1,000 games of Go in a day, but it learns much less from each game than a human does. BaseDB can, it learns a lot less from each encounter with the data than a human statistician does, but you can clone it on the cloud and it can play millions of data analysis games if you like at a time or in a day. And then you can say simulate age and state given income, and you get back a synthetic data table, which is generated data from an ensemble of models that reflects the consensus or lack thereof of these little virtual statisticians that did the analysis. Okay, so that's sort of the basic concept for BaseDB. There's a lot of technical challenges in making this work, and there's lots of papers. They're all online. You can read about them. Actually, my student Faraz Saad has written a bunch of papers on this stuff recently that I'm very proud of him for. I just want to acknowledge the technical challenges because BaseDB has some capabilities that I think are a bit surprising. And so, that means that one has to ask skeptically, like, how could we do that? So the biggest technical challenge was, how do you go from messy data to ensembles of baseline probabilistic models that are not total BS? And that was something we spent about 10 years on. But there's also problems like, how do you let users customize the modeling approach and put in more of their knowledge if they have it, which you've been working on over the last couple years? And then how do you define a language for asking questions that lets you expand on the types of questions you would normally ask a statistician in English, and but instead ask this AI system? And the vision for BaseDB at a place like the Gates Foundation is to create an AI-mediated conversation between policy advocates, domain experts, field researchers, statisticians, and the data itself, right? Where each of them can express parts of what they know and parts of what they're interested in knowing in these languages, but rely on the AI to sort of try to mediate the conversation and ground it in the empirical data and reflect back the uncertainty that's associated with those inferences. And we're not there yet, but I think we're making good progress. We actually just started analyzing data from the Mimic 3 project, which gives academics at a few institutions access to a particular electronic health record. So let me just show you 1 or 2 example queries, just so you see what results actually look like before we wrap up. And I'll end with just some research questions I have for this group. So a lot of this work was funded by DARPA. One of the databases we applied BaseDB to was a database of satellites. And here I'm showing one satellite, which, because it was funded by DARPA, happens to be a Chinese defense satellite. And we've got variables like what country is it from, what's its purpose, what's its launch mass or dry mass, what are the kinematic properties of the satellite's orbit, so various variables. And this is a visual representation of the data. And by the way, the red indicates, so the rows are satellites and the columns are variables, and the color indicates the value. But red means missing, right? So this is an actual database. You can tell because a lot of the values are red, right? So one question you can ask BaseDB is, imagine I had a satellite in geosynchronous orbit with a dry mass of 500 kilograms. Who's probably operating it and why? Right, so simulate 600,000 synthetic satellites and tell me their country of operator and purpose given this constraint. And then you can watch the results stream in to kind of get a sense of the uncertainty in the answer. And so, it turns out that, actually this means I don't know, right? US communications is the most likely, but that's less than 25% likely. Another thing you can ask BaseDB to do is ask it which data entries are probably bogus. Or at least what are ones that are surprising given other variables in the database. Right, so sort of the one experiment I'm curious about for this community would be, what if you could get statisticians or domain experts to look at every field in every EHR you've ever looked at? And rank on a scale of 1 to 100 how likely to be bogus each field is on the basis of the 4 variables that are most relevant for predicting it, or the 400 variables, I don't know, right? Do all the above. What fraction of data in your EHRs would survive that screening? I don't know. But that to me is a very interesting data integrity project that you could actually do with an AI. Because it's practical to get the AI to make all those judgment calls. So it turns out here we detect a whole bunch of errors that I won't go into, but we've been reporting them to the public database maintainers for the satellites database. You can also ask BaseDB to help tell you which variables probably predict one another. So here we took a look at the Dartmouth Atlas of Healthcare. And again, I'm only beginning to look at applications in health, so pardon me if I say something very, very, very naive about it. But the version of the database we looked at had 70 operating metrics about hospitals, like measures of cost and capacity, and surveys like congestive heart failure quality score, and total number of Medicare dollars spent per decedent, and things like this, right? And one of the things you find if you ask BaseDB to just make a map of which variables probably predict one another and which don't. Right? So that's what we did up there, is you find these 4 variables are the quality scores, which BaseDB is pretty sure are independent of all the other variables. Which I remember thinking at first was this has got to be a bug, right? But then we started to do some research and we said, oh no, actually this is what was argued by I think it was Gawande and the New Yorker, and this was sort of one of the findings that led to some of the design choices in the Affordable Care Act. Right, so I'm very interested in working with people who actually know something about hospitals and healthcare, because to me, I can't tell if this is a bug or not, right, without doing a lot of research. But probably people in this room, would know how to ask more interesting questions. And you can find hospitals that are very unlikely, right? So you can say which hospitals are deviating from what you would predict based on the characteristics that are measured in the database. So one fun thing you find is that McAllen, Texas has far fewer doctor's visits per decedent than you'd predict based on its other characteristics. And McAllen actually is the hospital that they talk about as the anecdote that carries the narrative in Gawande's article, because they do too many tests and all this other stuff and not enough patient time. Okay, so just to summarize. So what I'm really trying to say from an AI risks and possibilities perspective is that right now, whatever you think the risks and possibilities are, I think they're both a lot greater. Because existing machine learning technology is kind of like data storage was before the database. So just so we remember what that was like, there was I think, distressing article in GQ last summer, which points out that if a police department searches for a gun, that request goes to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, where it is serviced by people scanning microfilm. And that is because of laws that were passed, I think, in the 60s that prevent there from being a computerized database of guns in the US. So the chief in charge of this bureau has reinvented database performance optimization as carried out by probabilistic computing units, namely his staff, to try to optimize the latency and reliability of this bureau. Okay? But we can all recognize this is at least technologically ridiculous. And that's because we're used to the idea that there's this AI software called a database, which you can like easily configure using logic to answer these sorts of questions. So my view is that whatever we think the risks and possibilities of statistical analysis at scale, that branch of AI, are in healthcare, they're far greater because those risks are being identified as if people were doing the searches on microfilm. And efforts like ours, are trying to actually create the AI system which makes this mode of work too inefficient. And maybe there'll be some new capabilities created. So I just want to close by listing 3 kind of projects that have been on my mind since some of them for a while, but that I think I would love to talk more about with people here. So the first is, so with BaseDB, you can take a database and easily make a synthetic database, but that hides variables that BaseDB thinks are probably informative about some sensitive variables. Right, so you can take a database and generate a proxy database that actually tries to hide information that BaseDB could, based on which variables BaseDB thinks might tell you something about a sensitive variable or a set of sensitive variables. So we haven't tested this adversarially yet, but I think this is relevant maybe for compliance with the GPDR. I don't know. I barely know what the GPDR is, but that's a possibility. Next one would be, I'm very interested in understanding what's technologically required to give people more control over their own data, but also the narratives around it. And so that requires giving them control over the variables that are used to code the data, not just somehow the data itself. And I can't go into it now because I'm a little bit over time already, but I think there are ways to integrate BaseDB with the blockchain to build a decentralized data sharing protocol. And then still have the ability to use probabilistic search on top of it to reconcile different viewpoints that disagree about what the relevant variables are. So for people who kind of find that stuff interesting, I'd love to talk more. There are several connections between that and a whole bunch of public interest projects. And then the third is my lab's in the early stages of helping people start to build multivariate maps of poverty, inequality, and some kinds of psychological suffering, at least as evidenced by adverse events to psychotropic drugs and opiate addiction and things like that, especially in rural sections of the country. We're using this as a test case for the geographical layer in BaseDB. And I'm very interested in integrating more data sources, understanding how to think about this, and really how to make the resulting data products useful to help people in disempowered communities empower themselves through advocacy that has an empirical basis. So. Looking forward to talking about that with anybody who's interested. Thank you.
Rakesh, I don't think we have time for questions. Let me, what? Do we? Okay, please.
I was going to ask it offline. I'm not going to go to a mic. Well, the audience here. I'll just ask it off. So I haven't stayed up to date with work that's going on at MIT, but what would help me sort of baseline an understanding of what you just said is how does Peter Senge's work integrate with the conversation you just had?
Sorry, Senge or Solovich?
Senge.
Okay, I am not familiar with Peter Senge's work, so we should talk about this offline, at least not by name.
Business school and some learning organizations and discipline.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Let me think about that for a minute, but we should talk about that offline.
So I got a relevant question.
Great.
DeepMind signed up with NHS.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure you're familiar with that, right? And then, holy GDPR, they didn't get any patient consent for any of the records that they were doing. Where's the disconnect there?
I'm not sure that's a question for me.
Okay. Second thing, Ingmar Bergman had a great chess playing program in The Seventh Seal. And there's a very famous scene in there where he's playing chess with death. Is that what you're proposing here with healthcare?
One thing I will say is that I think it would be very interesting if we could apply this to, I think it would be very interesting if we could apply this kind of technology to help highlight in the US some of the systemic dysfunction around care for people who are in the process of dying and make a better case for palliative care.
Thank you.
George Takei had something to say too. Does anybody have any questions? I'm sure Adrian has a question.
No, Adrian doesn't have a question really. Adrian, it's Deb asked me to thank Vikesh for this amazing talk, and I want to try and summarize what an amazing day we've had today. To start with Nicholas's, discussion of consent, and how fraught that is as a concept in the world that we're living in healthcare today, and then to close, and maybe you want to get into this, with how much Vikesh's talk is starting to teach us about the real meaning of transparency, which has in healthcare, whether it's policy making or decision support or anything in between. And I think Deb and Amber did an amazing job of putting today's program together to put these two bookends on what we've done. Thank you, Vikesh. Thank you. Last words?
Let me not stand between you guys and the end of your day.
There may be one or two seats left for the gala tonight and more fun, and Amber can help you with that. And so at I think it's at 6, right? 6 we're gonna start with a little fine wine and some bites, and then we'll have, I think, a pretty wonderful evening. For those of you who haven't been to our celebration of privacy galas before, we're very honored again this year to have members of Louis D. Brandeis' family, and there will be 2 grandsons and a great-grandson. No, a great-grandson and great-granddaughter. So there's 4 members of the family this year. It's going to be really quite wonderful, and you'll get to learn more about our Brandeis Award winner, Nicholas Forgo, and we also will have the presentation of the Data Detective Award to Jisoo Yu, and so please, if you're thinking about it, there may be a place or two. We would love for you to join us. So, and we'll see you tomorrow morning, if not tonight. Thank you.